Oh yeah, I mean, since apparently the Glovers, they know that the gravity is there and is happening, and it's making planes, stick to the Earth, and it's making us not fly away because they say if there's no gravity, then we would just fly away. So, I mean, if we can just play in their little world,
yeah, you'd just keep going in the direction that you were propelled. So, yeah. Oh, apparently, never seen that happen, but.
I know, right? Apparently,
but yeah, because they say that the Earth's spinning at the equator, 1,040 miles per hour. I've stood next to railway tracks, right, and trains have gone past freaking 100 k's an hour. So how do I get into that position where the Earth's surface is going past me, right, at 1,040 miles per hour, or even where I am, 800 miles per hour, whatever.
Yeah, but in that situation, you're not on the train, T-Dub, and also that the Earth is spinning at a constant speed. So if you're going with it, linear speed, you don't notice that. It's only acceleration.
Yeah, but how would you get into the position, right, where you could have that you don't move and the Earth's, and you could experience the surface of the Earth moving past you at that rate?
Not going to be able to do that.
Well, why not?
Well, you're moving with the Earth. So, I mean, how far away are you going to go? And at that point, you're not going to be able to.
So, how do I stop moving?
You can't. If you are in a car, if you are in a car, you're speeding like 200 kilometers, and there's a fly inside your car. The fly doesn't feel the 200 kilometers. Just everything speeds. Yeah. But
I know. So how do I get into the position where I can see the Earth's surface going past me, just like I would if I was standing next to a railway track, and a train went past me?
You need to calculate if you want to see the flat Earth, you mean, or the roundness of Earth, or what do you want to see exactly? Huh?
The whole thing, 50%. How far we got to go to see 50%?
50%?
Yeah.
Of Earth?
Yeah.
Ask ChatGPT, man. I am not a scientist.
I think it's like 1,000 miles.
It's more than that.
No, 100,000 miles, I mean.
It's like a million kilometers.
A million, okay. Well, yeah, the International Space Station is what, 250 miles?
400 kilometers.
Yeah, I can barely see 3% of the surface.
Yeah. But is that 250 miles? Is that how far away it is?
Yeah, approximate.
Yeah, so you got to go, how far are you saying to see 50%?
At least to the distance to the moon, if not further.
And how long is that in miles? You said kilometers, but...
Yeah, it's like 250, at least 250,000 miles.
250,000. So the ISS is only 250. So that's not shit. You can't see shit from the ISS. It's not far enough away to really get a big view of the whole Earth. You only, what'd you say, 3%? That's not very much. So you wouldn't be able to perceive any motion there. Now you need to go, and even if you even got that far away, you're not going to perceive any motion.
Yeah.
I don't think.
If you saw 3% of an elephant, would you be able to identify the shape of an elephant?
No. Definitely not.
I believe the Earth is a donut.
Well, I mean, do you believe we've gone far enough away to see the whole thing, or at least see 50%? Because if it's a sphere, we can see, 50%? That's it, though.
50% of the Earth, or the known universe, or what?
The Earth.
There, you can see it from the moon. If you fall in like 1,000 kilometers in the sky, you can see the whole Earth.
Well, I don't believe that they went to the moon. I don't believe that. So.
Like there's a lot of videos from NASA
I've
getting
watched
pictures.
some of them.
Okay.
Yeah, I've watched
the Earth.
There's complications with some of those videos. Like the more you look into it, there's all kinds of inconsistencies. People bring up the photography that they did. They're like, well, these shadows are impossible. There had to be another light source. Lots of things that bring it into question.
Man, I believe Earth is donuts, not flat or round. I believe it's donuts. Oh, why are everyone here muted? Mute. Just like 1, 2,
Now
3.
it's hard to believe, man. I mean, NASA. You want to believe NASA? They're a big organization. We give them so much money. I mean,
I don't
get
believe
it.
anyone. I believe myself.
So, well, I mean, you believe their evidence, right? So you're looking at what they do and what they say they do, and you
I
believe
am a
that.
believer. I am a believer that the Earth is rounded. Okay.
Yeah.
All the planets is rounded because the geometry of the planets and the universe like this. Okay. Because if you the spinning of the universe or the materials, when you spin it, eventually it will collapse like a circle, like a ball, eventually, because the what's called.
It'll just collapse in on itself. You mean cavitate, like a bubble, and it explodes? That's how they produce energy. So when you take any kind of bubble, like the crack of a whip, like a manuscript pill, they hit down and the bubble cavitates and then explodes with energy. That's kind of what they're saying. Like that happened. See it happen, but that doesn't mean the Big Bang happened. That's we can look at the manuscript. We know bubbles cavitate, but as far as like masses go, I don't think there's any evidence of that. If that's what you're implying.
First and for all, we only like discovered like 0.000 of the universe. Okay, so we don't know anything. Second thing, on planets, we only discovered like 5% of the ocean. So we don't know anything. Not everything. So we know a little, and there's a lot to be known.
Yeah, that's true.
We are teeny tiny of this universe, like humans like 10,000 humans like been around like 10,000 years. There's like have 4.454 billion years. So like 1%.
We only know 1% of the ocean. Yeah, anything could be down there. There's all kinds
anything
of
can be. But we look for the science, for the evidence, for the physics. Numbers doesn't lie. Okay? And you need to have faith, okay, about those things, or you don't just ask.
Numbers, what science, what are you talking about specifically?
We talk about donuts.
Before you go there, sir, can I ask you to clarify something? What did you say before? Something about 4 billion. What was that? The number of years or of something?
Yes, the Earth.
Okay. How did we get to that number, sir?
We got this number. We found like a rock, okay, and we see the lead and uranium, something like that. Like every sum of time, half of the protons disappear and exchange to potassium. Okay, and after a certain time, the half of the remaining will be the
half-life.
Potassium.
Okay,
yeah. So we take something from the universe.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
so
calculate how many atoms left.
Right.
We calculate like approximately 4.54 something billion years.
Okay. So how did they verify that calculation, or are they just doing the calculation and then assuming
it's stable? No, because this is the protons they're losing and converting to potassium is stable number. Okay,
right.
like blank, you know, the blank equation. It's
yeah.
like 1 equals 1. every time. 1 equals 1.
I get that, sir.
Yeah.
But the problem here is they're projecting back in time, right? So they have to go by the assumption that everything holds constant as they go back in time, right? So that's
Okay.
number one. Then number two, they can't go back in time and actually confirm that. You understand that, right?
Physically,
So
we can't
so my
back.
point-
We can't back.
my point is, right? There's no real way to confirm this idea,
No.
right?
At
So
least,
therefore,
Yeah.
hang on, can I finish? So therefore, right, this is not exactly what one would constitute as knowledge, right? Insofar as it's been confirmed and we know this to actually be true. You can know that calculation, this idea, the numbers crunch, accurately to the value, but to say that that holds true in reality is a bit of takes a bit of a logical leap. Wouldn't you agree to?
Yes, of course. We don't know anything,
Okay.
as I speak before. Okay, that's
Well,
number
okay,
is
right.
approximate. Like that. What until now, until what we have like technology, we discover this number. Take it, hang it in your closet. That is
Right.
it. But
Okay.
like
So therefore,
50 years, 50 years later,
right?
we discover
No,
a new way.
I know.
Yeah.
So my point is, right, to say that we know that the Earth is 4 billion years old is not exactly an accurate statement.
No.
Right. Okay. Because you presented it as if it was an accurate statement.
No, there's nothing in this universe is accuracy like 100%.
Oh
There's
no! Well,
nothing.
that's not the point. That's not the point,
Yeah.
right? First,
Yeah.
here's the other issue, right? For you
Yeah.
to be able to quantify the error margin that you fall within, is another problem, right? How do you know? How would one be able to know that? Okay, let's say you pull out the number 4 billion years, right? How do you then be able to? How is one able to then say, oh, well, this number 4 billion is accurate to 2% or to 5%? Yeah, right. How does one arrive at that error margin?
Yes, I got you.
Right. You see, so pulling the card. Oh, we can't know anything 100%. That's a bit of a cop out because that's not the issue here, right? The statement that we are even billions of years old at all, right? It still takes the same processes as you kind of presented here. Go back and track in time, doing some calculations, taking some known values, the decay time, the half-life, all this stuff, and then projecting back in time to get at a number, right? There's probably dozens of methods like that, and they all give you a ballpark range. Oh, maybe 4 billion, maybe 8 billion, maybe 2 billion. Oh, it's probably somewhere around there. Well, that's a wide swing. The problem is going and verifying that you can't, right? So you can get highly precise in your numbers, but to confirm that you're even in the right domain is not exactly possible. So to claim that we're even in the proper ballpark takes another leap of faith, right? So is this actually knowledge, or is this more of a philosophy? Then maybe.
Actually, I don't know, man. Okay, there's a lot of things we don't know. But until now,
right about that.
The universe, we know this number. Can we verify it like an eye? No, we can't.
Right. So to be
physics,
right? So
physics,
right.
Tell us this number.
Check this out, bro. Right. A more accurate statement would be something along the lines of, under this particular worldview, right? This is the best estimate that we have, or rather our best guess, right? And I caveat that with under this worldview for a particular reason, right? Because under that worldview, certain sets of assumptions are granted as base axioms, that they hold true, right?
Right.
So yes, calling it knowledge is a bit of an overstatement. Anyway, don't want to hold the mic. So carry on. If someone else wants to take it. I just want to call that into question there because it's it can be it
another
can slip by
subject.
very
That's all.
easily, right?
I just bunch in like here. What the subject, guys, and I talk.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. It's just because I just wanted to clear that up because that came by, that was presented as if it's a bit of knowledge that is, that's not just take it for
Yes,
granted.
yes, yes. I
but
got
it's
you.
actually knowledge.
I got your point.
So-
I got your point. Right.
Okay. Carry on.
You got to understand what this room is about. This room is we deal with like what you can measure, what you can observe, like things you can actually verify on Earth. So it doesn't have to do with the like philosophical idea of 100% truth. No, it's just like if you can measure it, if you can set up an experiment with it, if you can verify it, that's enough here. That's what they're concerned
No,
about.
because this is my first time with this room. This is my first time, so I don't know the rules here.
Okay, well there you go.
It's not
That's what
about
it,
rules. But
Non-spoken rules. Non-spoken.
it's not unspoken rules, all right? It's just about what you can verify. And, when you base your entire existence on philosophy,
Okay.
there's you don't have a verification process. So you don't really know what's going on. You just believe it.
Now I'm searching about this matter. Give me a second.
Yeah, if I may add to that, Pegasus, you could think of it more like a standard. It's not
Yeah.
exactly a rule. Like if you don't abide by, you're getting kicked out, but you will be called on it. Like where's your threshold of above this threshold, it's acceptable, or below it, it's unacceptable, right? And in this room, people just making claims that they know something, well, it's got to hold up to certain degrees of scrutiny, right? And I just want to, if I may quickly, a good example of what I was kind of hitting at before, right? This whole, number of years old business, such and such a planet or thing is billions of years, whatever, right? If you think about it, it's like I remember, I don't know how old you are, but growing up, it was kind of presented like it was known that the universe was 13 or 14 billion years old, right? That was kind of just like the go-to, the de facto, claim, right? But I think it would not, what in the last year, 2 years or something like that, there's an article that came out, I think it was on like a science.org or whatever, big publication. Scientists changed their tune, and it turns out the universe is 27 point something billion years old instead. So they doubled it, right? You know what I mean? It's like, what does that imply, et cetera, et cetera? So you understand that that's their approach, and like I was saying before, you can't really verify that anyway. You can only basically guess. So it's important to caveat everything.
Like now, what I can see, okay, from ChatGPT, and he give me the source. The age of Earth 4.54 plus or minus 50 million. Okay, but he also told me 50 million is a lot of us for our human, but for the all of age of Earth, it's like very small percentage, like 1% of the all age. So the calculation is very precise.
But what you're talking about, Pegasus, doesn't really matter in this room, because what we're trying to explain to you is that this is like first principles thinking. So if you're just typing stuff into Chat GPT about how old the universe is, that's not interesting here. So you got to think for yourself.
Yeah.
Don't just type stuff. So we're thinking from first principles, like why do you believe what you believe, and we can go through that.
Okay.
We're interested in what you think.
Is there like a tutorial so I can learn?
No problem, dude. And consider this too, right? What was it? Four, let's say 4 billion. That was the A, right? Plus or minus 50 million, right?
Okay.
So we think, 50 million, that's a big number, right? But then it caveats that with, that's not really that big of a number in relation to in the grand scheme of things, right? So if you take 14 billion, or excuse me, if you take 50 million, you divide that by 14 billion, you get like a really small decimal, 0.00 something, right?
Yes.
Convert that to a percentage. It's like a fraction of a percent. So they present that, right? And then they say, well, here's the number of years and here's the precision, right? We're within a ballpark of so many years. So they're, you know what I mean? Like they're making the claim that they're 99 point something percent accurate. That's what that translates to.
Mm-hmm.
That's a wild claim, man. Even though the number's big, like it said, that translates to we know we're within the proper ballpark that's acceptable, so to speak, right? Within 99 point something percent accurate. So they're doubling down, right? They're saying here's the number, and then here's how precise we are with that. It makes you really wonder how the hell do they even arrive at these things?
And can I interject real quick?
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
And then so when you get these huge numbers that are just mathematical concepts, right? Because that's really what they are. Like you can't conceive 26 billion. Most people have never even seen 50 million as in like $50 million or even 50 million pennies. Like that's just a huge, absurd number that most people are just never going to come across, right? So break it down to what you can prove in your first instance. You look out in reality and they tell you the earth is a sphere, right? So what is a sphere? And I apologize if I'm roboting, I'm going under bridges. What is a sphere? It's a geometry shape, right?
Without any edges. Okay.
Right, but it's a geometry shape, right?
Okay.
So it has nothing to do with physics. Absolutely nothing to do with physics. All we're looking at is something that is defined as having no corners in all directions, right? And it's equally proportional in radius value all over the entire, all of its sides, right?
Right.
And by definition of a sphere, it has an edge everywhere, correct?
Sphere doesn't have an edge for what I know.
It does, because if you're standing on a sphere and you draw a tangent line from your eyes to the horizon, anything that falls behind that horizon is behind the edge of the sphere.
Yeah, Pegasus.
If you if you live in the 2D world, yes,
No,
but we live in
Pegasus,
3D world.
Pegasus, no. Just to clarify,
A sphere
right?
is 3D.
In this context,
Yeah. Okay.
if I may just clarify, right? In this context, the term edge, right? Traditionally, you think of an edge; it's the intersection of two lines, right? For example, or two faces, right?
Mm.
In this context, we're not talking about that because there's a single face on a sphere. That's understood. But from your vantage point, like Sheepdog was talking about, basically it's kind of like the intersection of your line of sight with the face, right? The shape itself, it only has one face, but there is that apparent intersection or that apparent edge from your vantage point. Follow?
Like, if you'll look in the chat, all right, I'm posting an image right now. It just posted.
Yeah.
So these two people can't see each other because of the edge of the sphere getting in the way,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Right.
So when you draw a tangent line to the horizon, right, that's a specific distance based off of geometry. It's not a physics question, it's a geometry question. It's angles and measurements, arc segments, and measuring the distance between two radii. It's all mathematical concept and construct, right?
Right.
Right. So if you have a sphere, it has to be a certain size because the outer edge of the sphere is a closed loop. It doesn't grow bigger and bigger, and it doesn't shrink. So it is a definite size. It's going to have a diameter, it's going to have a radius, and it's going to have a circumference, all proportional to each other based off of pi. Right?
Okay. Man, this room is very advanced for me. Very advanced for me, this room.
Bro, we're taking it back to the basics is what we're doing.
No.
We're not even trying to go to the advanced.
No, not the talk. The English. I am learning English for now.
Oh,
I am not
okay.
a native speaker. I'm a learner yet.
You have good
like-
English. Oh, my apologies for the advanced English.
No,
If I'm
okay, I
confusing it all,
understand.
let me know.
No, I understand, but I need like 2 milliseconds to understand the words and the spelling, vocabulary. I am using like 100% of my CPU of mind.
Okay.
I am
no worries,
lagging.
no worries. But you understand what I'm saying though, right? Like
Yes,
you
yes.
can't see around the backside of a sphere
No, I understand you fully.
because the edge gets in the way, right?
Yeah, I understand you fully. Everyone, he speak to me, I understand you fully. But I need like some time to think, so what I can respond to you. There's a lot of like a new acronym, new vocabulary for me.
No worries, no worries. I just want you to think about that. So if it has a
Yes, yes.
definite size, right, that means that the horizon or the edge should be in a specific location. And that's all we're bringing into question. That's the only thing we're really questioning when it comes to the size or the shape of the earth. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand you fully.
Like if they tell you that gravity is the reason the earth is a ball, then that means the earth is a ball and that the horizon is supposed to be in a specific location. Does that make sense?
Again. Sorry, again. So I forget.
If gravity
Okay,
is the reason, if gravity is the reason that the
Okay.
earth is a sphere,
Okay.
right? Because it's mass attracting mass pulling inward towards the center of mass.
Okay.
So if gravity is the reason for, and I'm not saying that you believe this, but most people
Okay.
say that gravity, I'm using this as an example, right? The royal you.
Okay.
If gravity is the reason the earth is a sphere, that means that the earth is a specific size. And that means
Yes.
depending on what elevation your perspective is from will determine how far away the horizon or the edge of the earth is. And I know it sounds silly calling it the edge of the earth, but it's a sharp cutoff that prevents you from seeing the other side.
Yes, I understand you. So, but
Well, that-
what I mean, because the Earth is sphere, like have like a number of mass, like Earth, like have mass like of 100. So we have a
Right.
sphere. So if when the mass becoming larger and larger, like sun, like bigger planet, what does that mean for the gravity? Like
Well,
When-
so
when the
Here's
mass of like object becoming larger and larger and larger, the gravity will be stronger, right? So
So-
because
so-
of that,
so-
the sun pulling us.
that's what the math tells us, right? That's what they're saying with all of these scientists and mathematicians, that this is what's going on, that we know, right?
Okay.
All we're doing is asking how far away the horizon is. And when we go out and look at the horizon, we see things that we shouldn't be seeing, and the horizon is actually behind those things, which brings into questions that maybe the horizon is an optical effect due to the limitation of our eyes, not because the Earth is a
Yeah,
sphere.
like it's like grand theory or so. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. No, I know. Okay, now I know.
Well, if you
Okay.
think of how perspective works, you can't see the world in a
Mhm.
Euclidean form, or you can't see it in an orthographic form from a side view, because you yourself are always looking in perspective. So
Yes.
it's always going to look like everything is converging in the distance, no matter how you look at things.
So then how
can't
could you
avoid it.
possibly verify flatness that way?
Like
Well, at the horizon,
Schaunder cat, right? Like Schaunder cat.
if the horizon is not at the location that the geometry requires, then if it's further and beyond that, like, I mean, we've got observations that put the Earth at like 1.5 million miles in circumference. All right, like if it's a ball.
Observations that put the Earth that far? That's crazy. Who's
Yeah.
observing that? How wrong are they?
Everybody, all the time. This is not a one-time thing.
I don't know, man. It seems like a bunch of hogwash to me, bro.
I know, but you just have to go out and observe it yourself, right? Stop
Yeah, but
making
that's
excuses
my-
and looking at a computer screen.
No, my observations are fallible. I have just as much.
My
room
observations
for
are
error.
fallible too.
Yeah. So then why are you telling me to observe it when it's so fallible?
Huh? Your observations are fallible because you can't see forever.
Yeah, nobody
Right.
can. But then
Right.
why do we come to this conclusion that it's flat just because we can't see?
Well, there's no
forever?
measurable curvature.
There's no measurable curvature. Are you sure?
Right. Yeah, there's no measurable curvature.
Okay, so then what
There's
is
no measurably, observably,
virtually every
or
culture?
practically
I
used
believe
curvature.
every culture agrees actually that there is curvature.
But there isn't because observations determine that.
Okay, and what if observations determine it otherwise as well?
Well, I'm going to ask for your measurements.
Okay, so in India, it's kind of a shithole, right? But if they also determine that there's curvature,
There's no reason to call other people's countries because this is the English hub and people that are from India come here to learn English.
yeah, that's fine.
But don't be
You know that
disrespectful,
India
okay?
has more feces per square inch than any other country on Earth,
All
so
right,
you can
dude.
call it a shithole and be
Give
accurate.
you a
It doesn't
warning.
matter.
So you don't have to. Good luck. Appreciate it, dude. So anyway, so if the horizon is not in the location they tell us that, Pegasus,
Mhm.
and we determine that from all observations, even though we have our limitations, we can use lasers and radio waves to expand the limitations of our vision. But all observations seem to point to a flat Earth. So then you ask, well, what about the sun, the moon, the planets, the galaxies? What are all those things up in the sky doing? How do you explain that? How do you explain the seasons? How do you explain daytime and nighttime? Look, if the surface of the Earth measures flat, then whatever's happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth. And I know that's a difficult thing for people to understand, but there's going to be a kinematic different explanation to what's going on than what is currently being presented. We don't presume to have all the answers to everything. People out here are very intelligent. Some people are working on alternative ideas and hypotheses to try to test so that way we can, advance the conversation forward. But, you got to work within the confines of what you have. Math is not going to be an excuse for how things work. We are going to require a demonstration that where you're manipulating the independent variable to determine whether or not the thing is what you say it is. And I know that was a lot that I said. I hope you understood it.
I can stand like 90%, give or
That's
take.
okay. That's okay. As long as you got the meat of it. What did you take away from that?
If I didn't see it, I don't believe it.
That's one way of doing it, right? If you can't do it yourself, right?
Okay.
If it's like, oh, you have to go to CERN and you have to study to be a physicist and get a PhD and work for 20 years, and maybe you might get into CERN one day. I mean, if you can't do the experiment at your own home, if you get your own equipment,
Mhm.
that kind of begs the question as well, right? Like, how come they can do it and I can't?
That's a lot of money.
I mean, if you had the money to do it and they still tell you you can't do it, that becomes a problem, right?
Yes. Why I can do it? That's a theory. Why?
Right. Well, I mean, there's ideas and everything, but they tell you, oh, you can go to space, but there's only been if you look in the history of like space exploration, only like 470 people, I believe it's 470, it might be more than that now, have ever crossed the Kármán line, which is a location 62 miles above sea level that is determined to be space. That's all you have to do is go above 62 miles to be considered an astronaut.
A new thing I learned today. Nice. A lot of information. Nah, man, my SSD is my HD is lagging in my mind. A lot of information. A lot to take on.
Like, come in here and ask questions, because your questions will stimulate conversation, man. And we're always willing to have these conversations with people. But the hard part for people to understand is, like, you don't have to have these grandiose ideas. You can literally get down to the nitty gritty on just fundamental principles here on Earth to determine the nature of your reality. And there's nothing more beautiful than that.
Hey, so Pegasus, what's your best evidence for globe Earth? Like, if you were trying to convince somebody that didn't believe or was on the fence or thought the Earth was flat, what would be your best piece of evidence? What would you present?
And I learned the Earth is round from school. That is it. No, nothing more. Nothing more, nothing less.
I would agree. That's the best answer you can give.
That's what I know. That's what I speak. I don't know a thing. I don't speak it. That's what I know. As you can see, I only listen. I don't speak. If I speak a little. No, not much.
You're good.
Good about what?
Right. Well, Pegasus, I hate to tell you this, but your school, they may have not been lying to you, but they may have been lied to. There's just, it's a passing of the lies. So just because somebody's teaching it to you and it's not true doesn't mean that they're lying to you. But some other people might be lying. But I'm here to tell you, man, we can see too far. So the globe Earth is destroyed by that. You can see buildings, you can see city skylines, like where you should only be able to see 3 miles ahead of you. You can see up to I think it's 20. I think there's a line of sight observations for 20 miles. So that's why everybody's like, whoa, what's going on? It's hard to deal with that when you're looking at the stars and the sky and what you've been told about space, But it's a lot to take in, but the facts are you can see it. You can see too far.
What I can see now is like a chicken fillet. I'm very hungry. That's what I can see now. I lose my power. A lot of information. Like my power is low power mode now.
You want to hear something wild? I don't. Where do you? What do you know? Can you share what country you're from? You don't have to if you don't want to.
No, I am free. I'm from Syria, but I am living in the Saudi.
Okay. Fair enough. Did you know that people on certain days of the year can see Mount Everest from Bangladesh?
Nah, first time. There's first time for everything. That's my first time.
They're just crazy observations all over the earth. There's a France view of a mountain, Canigou Mountains, from 375 miles away.
I have a question, if you guys don't mind.
For me, ask. I don't know what the answer is. Okay, ask.
No, not you. For
of course not to me.
Well, hold on though, Ms. Slippery. If you're gonna ask a question here, make sure it has a point and it's addressable. I don't want it to be some kind of slippery question. All right.
Yeah. I'm just curious. Like, I've first time joining this, so like, what would you say, like like the edge of the Earth? Like, what if you keep going on a straight line? Like, how does that work? Like, how do you guys like
Okay.
justify that?
So I can.
Just
That's the
wondering.
easy one. That's the easy one. I can answer that. All right. So when you're on a sphere, the edge of the Earth is the horizon. So from your eyes, your line of sight, you'll see an edge. As you move forward, that edge will move with you because that's just what you're seeing as far as you can on a sphere because the sphere curves away from your whatever position you're observing it from. That's why they have little animations of you walking on a sphere, but it's just like it's just rolling. You can only see so far. That's how that works.
And I'll give an alternative concept, right? If there is an edge somewhere, we are in a contained system. So it's going to be a physical boundary wherever that is. It's not anywhere that we can access to. Hold on.
Area 51, believe me, there's alien there.
Wait. So, like, I meant like like say you're in an airplane and you keep like going completely straight, and then you end up coming back to where you started. Like, that makes sense with a sphere, but like, how does that make sense?
Okay.
Like, everything's flat. Like,
So you can
that's
also
what I'm
go
asking.
okay, yeah. So on a flat surface, you can go in a circle and end back where you started. So when
How
people
does
are
that
going
work?
east, they're going in a circle. When they say they are circumnavigating, they're going in a circle. You can't. How do you distinguish that it's going around a sphere and not a circle? Because they're both circles that the plane's
Yeah, but
making.
wouldn't a
Look at
circle have like an end point? Because it's like technically 2D, right? So like, wouldn't you
No,
like have an end point? Like,
no. A circle is defined as continuous. So it's a curved surface that ends on itself. That's what a circle is.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, like you may be confusing two concepts in that implied in that question, dude. So when you ask like going in a straight line, right? Are you thinking like, oh, I stand here, I'm gonna face east, let's say, right?
yeah,
I'm just gonna dead reckon east, and then eventually I'm gonna come back to where I started, right? That's kind of
that's
like
what I
your
was
thought.
saying.
Okay. The problem is east is not exactly a straight line, even on a globe, right? You're on a globe going east, you're going to do a circle around the North Pole or the South Pole, just larger, right? Depending on where you are, right? So you're never going in a straight line anyway. Now, practically speaking, you can't really go in a straight line. I mean, you can't even technically walk in a straight line, let alone through other modes of transportation, right? So you're kind of speaking hypothetically, right? And the
Yo,
problem
could you
is there's
repeat
no real way. There's no real way to verify that.
Could you repeat your explanation for like? It's not a
Just give me
straight
like
line?
5 minutes of your time. I
I
need
didn't
to
get it.
go. Nice to meet you guys, but I
Thank
need
you,
to
man. That
go.
was a great conversation. Come back anytime.
I'm gonna back sometime, and I'm gonna like enhance my English a little. Okay.
No problem, man. Appreciate you.
Okay. Thank you, guys. See you later.
Yeah, so I was
All right,
saying
go
like, what do you how, I didn't understand what you said about like if you keep going east, whatever, like it's not a straight line. Could you explain that again?
Right. If you're on a ball, okay, you're on a ball. Top of the ball, there's put a little flag there, and then take your little Lego man. Okay, put him on the side of the basketball, for example. Right? He's got a compass. The compass is going to point to the flag, and he's going to go east. Right? Is he going to walk in a straight line, or is he actually going to be walking in a circle, technically speaking?
Both. I don't know.
Realize that.
I didn't understand the example. Say that again. Like the Lego man is on a basketball. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And you're gonna traverse the little Lego man east from the flag, right? The flag is at the top of the ball. That's your quote North Pole. Right? And
Okay.
you're gonna expect the Lego man to go east. Is he going to be traversing in a straight line?
I mean, Yeah, I mean, why not? Like he'll be going
So-
downwards, but he's still like basically going straight. I don't know.
So think about it, right? Okay, watch this, right? Put little bits of ink under his feet, okay? And walk the Lego man east. Eventually, he's going to come back in the same spot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now take a look at the line or the little footsteps that he left on the surface of the ball.
So you're
Is that
saying
a
that's
straight
the Earth?
line? No, I'm just giving you an example, dude, because your question is a little bit malformed. Okay, I'm trying to show you why it's malformed. Okay, so when you look at that basketball, you look at the trace, all the little footsteps that he took. Is that a straight line or is it a circle?
I'd say he's going in he's going straight, but the footsteps overall resemble a circle because he's going around a basketball.
Problem is he's not going straight.
But he's only going east. If he's not changing his direction, then how is he not going straight?
Well, here's the problem, right? So this is where the term direction gets a little bit misconstrued, right? So there's what are called cardinal directions: north, east, west, south, right? And then his actual direction to maintain that heading or that cardinal direction, he actually has to turn a little bit. The only time that he would not have to turn left or right is if he's slap dab in the middle of the ball on the equator, perfectly, theoretically, right? Then he's just going straight, and he's wrapping around downwards, let's say. But in all other circumstances, he's either turning a little bit left or turning a little bit right to maintain that eastward heading.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. But yeah,
in either case, the trajectory that he makes is technically a circle. So all that to say, right? There's no real way. Number one, the question was a little bit malformed because of these things, and then number two, in all practical senses, there's no real way to try and satisfy that question. Because there's legal limitations and everything anyway. So you got a bit of a problem no matter which way you frame it.
So you're saying unless you're starting in say the middle or something, you can't really be going straight even if you're only going east. Because if you start elsewhere, you have to correct the direction to maintain going east.
And then even then, right? The equator, quote unquote, is only really theoretical anyway. It only happens on a map. You can't really do it anyway, and you're still doing a circle. So your direction, the only time that you'll never have to turn left or right at any given point, theoretically, is if you're smack dab in the middle of the ball at the equator. But you're still doing a circle anyway, right? You're going around, you're going forward, and then you're kind of ducking downwards more and more as you go.
Yeah,
right? It's still a circle, so it's not a straight line anyway.
Yeah,
right?
But that's what I was trying to say. You're ducking downwards because it's a sphere. That's why you're coming back around.
Well, this is the theory, right? This is the working theory
of Earth being a sphere.
The way you're presenting it, dude, is as if this is a given. Theoretically, yeah, it's a given.
So what's your alternative explanation?
The question does this happen in reality?
Yeah, that is the question. So what's your, I guess...
I'm not proposing a theory, dude. You're coming in here and asking, right? Or you're presenting this is what happens. The question is, does this actually happen? Do people actually go in a direction and never turn left or right and eventually come back to where they start?
So, unless they're on the equator, that doesn't happen.
Has that ever happened? The question is, has that ever actually happened?
I don't know. Has it? I mean, I'd assume
I don't know. Okay, well, there you go. So you're allowed to assume that. I'm sure people have told you that as if it's true, or spoken to you as if it's true. But did you check it?
What if, so you're saying, but I mean, so if I start on the equator, then it would work,
Mhm.
though. No, I mean,
Not in the way you presented it technically, that fits the question more. The problem is you still have to verify it. There's no real way to do that. In all practical sense, you can't ever really go in a straight line and never deviate left or right anyway. And take a plane, for example, there's winds and all sorts of shit. You're navigating, you're oscillating back and forth. You know what I mean? So it's not really feasible. The bigger question, I think, when it comes to like sussing this out, is not whether somebody can go west or east and then eventually come back to where they start. It's if they go north and south and come back to where they start.
what's the difference?
Well, if you're going west or east on a ball, right, around the pole, you're just going around in a circle, right? If you have a flat plane and you have a point, let's say theoretically, right? You have a center point. Let's say, I take a table, right? Plant a flag, whatever, there's your north. And you go south from it. You're just going to be going away from the north, from the center point. You're not going to wrap back around. Now, on a ball, you would wrap back around, right? You go, start at the North Pole, you head towards Antarctica, you keep going straight. Oh, I hit Antarctica, I'm going to keep going. And then you wrap around and you come back north. The big question is, has that ever happened? No, we should be able to, right? We're on a ball,
Oh, say that.
That would be,
say that
very
again.
interesting
What the
thing to
north
figure out.
south? Like,
You start at the north, right? You're at Santa Claus's workshop, right?
okay,
I'm just kidding, right? You go south. You go
on a
all the
ball.
way down to
Are we talking about a ball or flat?
a ball.
What are we talking
On a
about?
ball. On a ball, right?
Okay.
You go all the way down south, take an airplane, whatever, right? Go over Antarctica, or you go down to the South Pole at Antarctica, in Antarctica, and you say, okay, I made it. And then you still keep going straight, right? You pass over the South Pole, and then you go back north without turning around, right? You would theoretically land back at the North Pole at Santa's workshop from the other side.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
The big question is, has that ever happened?
I'd assume it has. I mean, that makes sense for it to have happened. But are you claiming that?
Theoretically, you would think that theoretically, okay, that would make sense, right?
Yeah.
But all this to say, it's insufficient for people to come in here. I'm not saying you did this, right? A lot of people have asked this question. It's insufficient for people to come in here and say, oh, we've circumnavigated the Earth, we've gone left, west or east billions of times, whatever. Therefore, that's a ball. No, because you can go around in a circle on a flat plane too. That's why the big question when it comes to this part of the discussion is the north-south circumnavigation.
I mean, if it's safe. Sorry, go on.
Please do. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, say if it's a flat plane, like you're basically gonna have like an east and west, but you won't really have a north and south, right? Because it's like flat. Are you seeing what I'm
You'll
saying?
have it. You'll have an in and out, let's say, from a certain point. That's why analogy, you plant a flag, right? There's your north, right? You make that flag, magnetized, right? Whatever, right? You hold a compass. The compass is going to point to that point. As you go around that flag on the table, that magnetized little point, right? The compass can continuously point in that direction. It's going around this circle, it'll circle around. So that's northern direction inwards, and southwards is outwards.
Yeah, I guess I know what you're saying now, but yeah, I mean,
The idea, right? I'm not making a claim as to how it actually it's actually working or whatnot. I'm just saying this dichotomy, ball versus flat, in the argument, right? This is where the things actually diverge, right? And that needs to be addressed if if someone's going to actually bring that up as an argument, and it hasn't yet.
okay. I guess maybe interesting.
You follow?
Yeah, I mean, I was just wondering, but I'm surprised. Like, I would be surprised to find that like there isn't like proof of somebody like going like a full like circle around the globe, type thing. Like, I know
North
you're
south.
saying, is there proof of that?
North.
But I'm
Check
saying
it
if
out.
I
Right,
look,
north. Keep in mind north south specifically. Now, if you can find an instance of that, and you want to bring it to the room, maybe nobody's seen it before, and it's like, oh, okay, well, that seals that deal. That would be very interesting. A lot of people have done a lot of research and have not found anything.
okay, I see. Okay, yeah, I'm just.
You know what I mean? So,
I was just
right. So
interested.
yeah. You got to think about it and double check. Right? People say stuff. Go check for yourself, and then adopt it only then if you can confirm it.
One other thing, I mean, like, say, okay, maybe there isn't like solid evidence somebody did it. Like, that doesn't mean that like it can't be done, or like, you know what I mean? Like, especially
Right.
if
The sheer fact, right.
and
The
also
sheer
like,
fact that it hasn't been done yet, right,
Mhm.
does not mean that it can't be. But if people are claiming that it has been, and therefore it's proof, it must have been.
yeah, I guess people would just assume that it has. But okay. And
Yeah.
what would
Anyway,
you say? The
I
difference
gotta head out.
between-
So if anybody wants to grab the reins there, I gotta head out. But nice talking to you, man.
All right,
Keep it up. Doing good.
yeah, thank you. See you.
What the? Hello?
Hello?
Bruh. The fuck? Flat Earth. Do you believe it? Flat Earth? Fuck.
We know it, buddy. It's not a belief. Outlived his 2-second attention span.
Hello. Ah, anybody here? Okay.
social interactions with differential flat earthers that he encountered, right? And it kind of gives us the vax wax that we know and love today.
At least Lion for Yar was like, yeah, it does look like that, but I don't know what's going on. There's some freaky, weird light phenomenon shit going down. Like, it's not really doing what it looks like. He can't even get to that point.
I've had people, and I'm not saying he's done this, but I've been there when people have directly accused people who live in the South of lying about what they saw in the sky. You know, things that they could back up with photos. They're like, you're lying. Like, whatever, dude. Some of this contention started with the mantra that all stars move from east to west. All stars move from east to west. All stars move from east to west. All stars move from east to west ad infinitum. May not necessarily be wrong, okay? In fact, let's assume it's correct. However, you then have a differential where there's an object that you can see for the entire day, i.e., a 24-hour sun. So if you're able to see the sun the entire time, and you keep looking in the direction of the sun, right, it's going to appear to move from the east to the west. But now it needs to make it back again. So now it has to appear to move from the west to the east in your field of view. These dudes flipped out when that was told to them. It has to move through the quadrants in your field of view. So it has to appear to move this way, and then it has to go back to where it started. So how's it going to get there? They flipped out. Even after one of the people who had taught them that stars move east to west told them, hey, if something's in your field of view and it's above your head the entire time, and it's moving through the cardinal, compass points, you're going to be looking this direction. There it is. Then it's got to go over there, and then it's got to come back over here, and then it's got to go back to the middle again. So it's going to go east to west, and then it's going to look like from where you're standing to go back towards the other direction. Oh man, they flipped their lid, dude. They couldn't even handle it. Why? Because they can't think for themselves. They can't imagine graphically what's actually occurring. We used racetrack analogies. We used all kinds of physical locations that you can actually witness the same phenomenon, right? And they still denied it. Why? Because they're so entrenched in the mantra that stars moves east for west that when you present to them any kind of graphical representation that if this certain scenario, that would mean that something's going to appear to go back in the other direction, they couldn't handle it. Why? Because they literally can't think for themselves. All as they know is the mantra, they move east to west. And so when you ever say anything that even appears to be contradictory, they flip their wig. Ask them any pressing questions. Ask them to substantiate their claims about places they've never been. Literally lose their crap. Start making accusations against you that you're making claims you never made. And then they're asked to back up those claims, and then they can't produce any evidence. And then, while doing all of that, they expect to be taken seriously enough to be on the mic, like they have something important to say. Now, Mr. Vax, that was all recorded, so you can enjoy it later. It's a now and later, just for you.
Delusional, perhaps.
Oh man, it's Droid. Droid, how are you doing? Are you in the Bible study server? I haven't gone there too much. I've been so busy. Vasquax. Every star is a pole star. Depends on which coordinate system you're using. Okay. You can make an infinite arbitrary set of coordinate systems and call any star your central pole, and then make a coordinate system out from there. You mean a specific thing when you're talking about a pole star in regards to Polaris that you don't even understand what I just said. That's why I asked you to draw it out, Mr. Vaxwax, because you're going to learn something from that experience. So shortly in the future, you're also going to be text suppressed from all our venues. So you'll have no ability to interact with us until you provide the evidence you were asked for. So the only thing you'll be able to do is say, "Hey, I have the evidence now. Can you review it?" And then we'll review, and then we'll say, "Okay, yep, you presented some evidence. Now you can speak again." It doesn't even have to be perfect evidence. It just has to be something.
Amen, brother.
Oh, right.
I don't know what you said.
He said he was going to drop his claim, but I don't know if he was just saying that to get off mood or what.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I just joined, so I'm just. I don't know.
So not you, brother.
Okay.
Somebody else that he was talking about.
Oh.
But anyway, since you're here, brother, and we don't want to talk to that other guy because we're annoyed with him, what's up with you?
Nothing much. Just want to kill myself because the Falcons lost by 30 yesterday, but.
Oh, man, dude. Don't you mean you want to eat your feelings with a big chocolate cake?
I low-key do, yeah.
See? I was right.
How do you do that? Like, how did you know?
Well, because in about 30 seconds in another timeline, I'm going to ask you, and then I'm going to go back in time and tell you.
Yo, that's some crazy shit.
Now, the problem is that listen, brother. The problem is that every time I do it, there's a new Mandela effect. For example, do you remember James that was just speaking right before you started?
Yeah. No.
Exactly, but nobody else does.
Oh. I don't know. I don't know anyone's usernames, so no, I didn't know that. So,
all right, but I'm kidding aside, bro.
Because I'm interested now.
I was about to get into that.
I'm just going to say this before everyone gets pissed. I believe the Earth is round.
Okay, fair enough. Now, do you believe it's round like a coin or round like a ball?
It is a sphere. Sorry, I should have phrased that correctly. I believe the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, so when you formed that belief, what were the reasons that you came to that conclusion?
School.
Okay, so they presented you that case and said, okay, the Earth is this.
Yeah, low key. I just saw videos of people going to space my whole life, and I can't see it any other way. I mean, I've seen. It's almost like I feel like 99.9% of the world is like telling me that the Earth is a sphere, and then there's like a few people who say it's round, or sorry, not round, flat. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like I kind of just go with like the majority. You know what I'm saying? At a certain point.
Okay, so does the majority's opinion of a thing make it true?
Not by everything, but I'm saying kind of like not. I'm saying stuff that's like, if someone was like, yeah, clouds are made by the government or some shit like that. I'm just like,
okay, fair enough.
I don't believe that because I think clouds are just clouds.
That's fair. So let's say of those 99.9% of the people that tell you it's a globe, how many of them do you think actually have firsthand knowledge it is a globe?
Nobody who has ever told me that the Earth is a sphere has ever seen it with their own eyes. Yes, I would acknowledge that.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that you could convince everyone that the Earth is a sphere. But it's like, could you explain like the motive behind that? Like, why do you think like anyone would want us to think the Earth is a sphere and not a flat?
If we go way back in history, when many cultures did believe the Earth was flat, just as it presents itself, and everyone agrees that's how it is presented on our common everyday life, which is why a lot of arguments go, yes, the Earth is stationary, but it's actually moving, or yes, the Earth is flat, but it's actually so big that it appears flat. So the actual inception of the idea that the Earth was a globe was a religious idea. In fact, it was philosophers and religious clerics that thought, well, the realm we live in is created by the perfect deity, and the perfect shape is a sphere or an egg or a testicle. So the Earth must be one of those shapes. So it didn't originate with, hey, bro, I measured the Earth and the Earth is clearly a sphere. It began with a philosophical idea.
Okay. Well, okay, I'll tell you, not just from what people tell me, but I'll say I think the Earth is a sphere because when I go to the beach, like I just see the ocean and I'm just like, yo, this shit looks kind of round. But it looks flat. I mean, I just feel like it's round.
Right, and that feeling is a common human experience, that when people, are looking at something that has no topographical distinction and they spin around 360 degrees, of course you're not going to see 360 degrees of the ocean at the beach, but as you spin around 360 degrees, the limit of your vision is going to be essentially a radius, and you're just tracing that radius around you. Now, interestingly enough, my friend, the original etymology for the word horizon, which is what you see out there that you're actually tracing your eyes along, actually means the limiting circle. So even the people who invented the words for these things that we see knew that they were describing a limit of a circle. And that limit is a visual limit. And that would happen no matter what object you're on, because there's obviously going to be a differentiation between the ground in your field of view and the sky, which is what the horizon is. It's the transition point, or the apparent junction between the colors of the sky and the colors of the surface.
Okay, that makes sense. Have you ever seen for yourself, like, is there any reason that you've ever seen that you think the Earth is flat? Just like, have you ever been in a plane and you're like, yo, this shit is kind of like a circle?
No, I mean, when I went up in a plane, and especially when I flew over certain territories, it looked flat as far as the eye could see. It looked like I was changing my perspective over a checkerboard, especially on the places where they have, certain plots of land have different colored grasses, and sometimes they're really square and you could see them, and you could see the perspective lines going off in the distance like that. There's no curvature to be seen.
Yeah. I mean, well, here's the thing. I just feel like I don't think we understand how big the Earth is. But
we do. We do understand.
I mean, we do, well. But I'm saying there's literally no way for a human brain to process a size that big. It's impossible.
Well, yes, that may be an idea.
Yeah.
Maybe an idea, but think about it this way. From one side of the United States to the other, depending on which highway you take, it's about 3,500 miles. Maybe a little more if you go all the way from the tip of Maine all the way to the bottom of California. 3,500 miles or more. The radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. So only a few hundred miles more. So the Earth really isn't that big. That they claim. They claim it has a specific size. We know the dimensions they claim it is. And that would have a specific rate of curvature, right? So a ball of a certain size, like a billiard ball, right? That has a rate of curvature.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe millimeter, or let's just use, fractions of an inch, 32nd of an inch per inch of curvature rate, let's say. And then a bowling ball has a quarter of an inch per inch of curvature, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we know that spheres have certain properties and certain rates of curvature on the surface based on their radius. So we can actually calculate how much curvature should be present in any portion of the Earth's surface.
Yes. That makes
So,
sense.
for example, 10 miles, it's 66 foot of raw drop from your eye line to where the Earth has curved away. At 25 miles, it's 280 feet, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
So we know by some principles, like that's 280 feet. That's something we could measure. Like we have tools that are sensitive enough to detect a 280 foot difference. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. Yeah, like why don't we just get like a laser that like goes over the top?
Oh, hold on, friend. A great idea. So hold on real quick. I'm going to hop in my time machine. I'm going to go back in time and give that advice to a few people who are going to do a laser test, and then we can talk about it in the present. All right, give me a second. Woobly, woobly, woobly.
Oh,
woobly. All right, I'm back. So
they measured the
I'm glad
Earth with a laser.
Absolutely.
100,000
So
years
what
ago.
they did? No, not that far, bro. I don't have that much energy or fuel.
100 or 10 years ago. There you go.
Right. So yes, tongue in cheek aside, they went and they did multiple measurements, but culminating in a 25-mile laser transit test over Lake Idsel in the Netherlands, I believe. And they panned the laser horizontally from a short-range target, a mid-range target, and then their final target at 25 miles. And they received the laser in the camera on the other end of the lake. Now that lake should have been from where the laser was to where the target was almost 300 foot displaced, but yet the laser hit the target. Now, according to the principles of laser transit leveling, you have a level laser 6 feet off the ground, and if it hits a target 6 feet off the ground over there, that means that big hump of Earth curve that should have been in the way isn't actually there. So by direct measurement of the surface, you can extrapolate that the surface of water is actually flat and level on the surface. And since water's physics are known, according to the laws of physics and common human experience, that water is the gold standard of level, it covers 70% of the known territory of the surface of the Earth's area. Therefore, the physics of the flatness of that water that was tested can be applied across 70% of the surface. That means 70% of the surface is arranged flat, level, and horizontal. And therefore, all mountains and valleys and the Marianas Trench in the ocean are all measured off of mean sea level, which is between two horizontal planes. That means the surface of the Earth is flat. Not only flat, very flat. What say you?
I don't really know what you said.
Well, it's very simple. Like you hire a guy to come to your house to build you a flat floor. He gets out a laser and he makes sure the floor is flat. You then look at the floor, it's clearly flat, you then pay him. If he came to your house and made a big hump of curve in the middle of the floor and tried to tell you it was flat, you'd be like, that ain't flat, I'm not paying you. And that's what they did with the laser in real life. They took the laser out, they measured the Earth, they found out it was flat. It's not a globe. There's no giant hump of curve anywhere.
So why, like, what is the motive of being lied to then? Like, why? Like, you said religion, I guess?
Most people in the modern day, they're not lying. They're just repeating what they were told. They believe it wholeheartedly. They have no deceptive intent.
But I'm saying, like, NASA. Like, do you think NASA would have come out at this point and been like, "Hey, guys, Earth is actually flat"?
Why? Well, think about it this way: why would an organization that's getting billions of dollars come out and tell you anything about anything? You think they're altruistic?
That's true. I mean, what is NASA for if you're going at that angle? I mean, discovering
fair
shit.
enough.
I mean,
think about it this way, brother. A man will kill another man for 10 grand. Imagine what they do for $1 billion.
that is very true. That is true. Well, the thing with water and stuff, are you saying it should have like curved and like the thing didn't curve, I guess? Like, I feel like gravity just like works like that though. Like, I guess
it doesn't matter. Let's agree that the reason why water is level, which it is because of gravity. That just means
like it just disperses it evenly.
Let's agree. Hold on.
Like, okay, yeah, sorry.
Let's agree that gravity is the cause of why water is level. Now we agree water's level. Now, in the globe paradigm, level is curved around a giant water ball. So that means it must be curved. If level water is actually flat and can be measured and demonstrated to be flat, then that means that gravity, if it's anything, proves the Earth is flat.
I feel like my perspective, like gravity is the center of the Earth, like pulling everything in. So I feel like if it was like, it's like a bunch of needles, like if you put a bunch of arrows on the outside of Earth and point them directly into the middle, like they would everything is pushing evenly towards the inside of the Earth. So gravity, everything is
right. So you have a conception of the directionality of the vectors of down, which you've never experienced one time in your life.
Because we have a core in our Earth.
I mean, that's a claim. You've never seen a core, and you've never seen evidence of a core.
Well, I just think that because that just makes like sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't understand.
Well, dude, you already went past
would be inclined to believe why there's a flat Earth.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, dude. One, it's measured to be flat, and two, it's experienced as flat, which you already agree. And then the excuses about it being a globe have to come from things that we can't validate. So you just told me that down is actually pins and needles going into a giant pin cushion towards the center. Now here, I'm gonna tell you
like
this.
Arrows, it's pointing into the
okay,
pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. You have never experienced that, and I have never experienced that. Not one time in my entire life, not one time in your entire life. In fact, everywhere you go, you experience down as up and down. You don't experience it as some inward vector towards a ball. That is only in your imagination.
Have you ever experienced seeing a dinosaur?
Dude, why would I see a dinosaur? Okay,
I'm just saying, this is all hypothetical. I mean,
did you know that there's an entire...
Were you there when they pointed the laser across the lake?
There's been multiple tests. It's not just them. There's multiple tests. And there's military equipment that I've used that wouldn't work if the curve was in the way. And there's construction techniques that wouldn't work if there's curve in the way. There's all kinds of things that corroborate. It's not a single event.
But oh yeah, okay.
See, what I'm telling you, dude, is when you actually go out into the real world, you can measure it directly. You then told me, well, what if there's these giant imaginary invisible pins that go to the center of the Earth? No one's experienced.
It's not imaginary. It's gravity. That's what I'm saying. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, listen. Okay, no, it doesn't look like that. Nobody sees that.
But I'm saying, like, okay, like a circle. Don't people say like circles have like infinite like length technically because you can like keep zooming in or whatever. Like I feel like
It
it's like
doesn't matter.
there's
It doesn't
no
matter.
point that's not microscopically exact with gravity. Because I think the center of
It
the
doesn't
Earth
matter.
is a core in the Earth, and
Doesn't
everything
matter.
points that way. So everything is level with this the
Okay.
sphereness of the
Okay. Let's say that what you said would be true if you could prove it. Where's the proof that that's true?
I don't know. I just think the Earth is big. I mean, like I really don't know. I mean, I'm
That's
just
fair
trying
enough,
to.
friend. But I just wanted to point out to you, friend, that I've been telling you field measurements of the actual surface. You've been telling me imaginations and hypotheticals.
What have you seen the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Have you seen that? Where,
Have you
like,
seen the
it never
24-hour
sets?
Earth? Have you seen the 24-hour Earth?
Wait, so why is it dark in one side of the world but light in the other side of the world? Why? So the Earth
Okay,
is not
fair
a
enough.
sphere? It
That's
doesn't
very
spin?
simple. No, it's very simple. So you have baked in assumptions in that question that need to be parsed out. So, for example, in that question, you're assuming that if the Earth is flat and the sun exists, that it would light up the whole Earth. That's not necessarily true. If I remove that assumption, your question then becomes incoherent. The answer is simple. If the whole Earth isn't lit up simultaneously, then that just means whatever the sun is doing isn't sufficient to light up the whole Earth simultaneously. That doesn't change the geometry of the surface.
Do you believe the sun is a sphere?
I have no way of knowing that. The sun looks like a circle when I look at it. That's
so what do
all
you
I
think
know.
the sun is then? I mean, like when you say the Earth is flat, you gotta think about outside of the Earth. Like if you're saying like
No, I don't.
oh, like
No,
you
I
gotta
don't.
look
I-
at
no,
it.
listen,
I mean,
friend.
you can look in a telescope and be like, yo, that planet that's a fucking planet and it's rotating in our sky. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta take other examples.
Okay, yeah. So watch me, bro. So when I look in the telescope and I see something and it's not the Earth, I understand it's not the Earth. So whatever it is doesn't then transpose its qualities through my telescope into the ground. That's not how it works. The
Well,
Earth
okay,
is the
it's like-
Earth, and the other things are other things. Wouldn't you agree?
So I think let's say there are two humans. One of them is black, one of them is white. Do you think that black human would have a heart if the white human does as well? You would assume that, right? That's
Dude,
just my example.
I know
I'm just
that
saying.
because there's been
when we live in a
autopsies on
solar
black
system
and
with
white
9 other
bodies,
planets and a moon, every single planet has a moon, and we have a sun, a big ball of gas floating in our solar system. I'm just saying, like, I feel like that I
Right,
would
so
be
you're-
inclined
right,
just
so
to
you're
believe that
making-
this Earth
yeah,
is a sphere
that's
because
fine.
that makes sense. I mean, I
Look,
don't think
look.
there was any
No,
reason
it
to
doesn't
believe
make
the Earth is
sense.
flat.
No, it doesn't make sense. No, what you said is actually a logical fallacy.
Stereotyping
Okay,
fallacy.
it doesn't make sense. It only makes sense to you because you're imagining the Earth as an object within a solar system of other objects that are all moving around each other. Okay, you have to take that assumption aside. So you can't take your interpretations of new information based on mixing worldviews. You have to consider that maybe some of these pre-assumed things may not be true in the other paradigm. So, for example, the Earth isn't a planet.
Okay, that's a bold claim.
The Earth is the Earth. The celestials are the celestials. The sun is the sun. The planets are the planets. The stars are the stars.
So we're just the anomaly. Like, is that what you think? Like, we're just like the one sphere.
No,
like the one
we are the anomaly. Listen, even in the standard consensus narrative that most people believe without ever having researched or done any due diligence on it, the Earth is absolutely unique in the cosmos, and that is a fact in that mainstream paradigm. The Earth is a singular thing that is unlike anything else in existence.
So, do you think like, are you a Christian? Do you believe in a divine creator?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay,
Why would it make
I mean,
sense?
Because I don't think any atheist would believe that Earth is a circle or not.
You're
sorry,
wrong. You're
flat.
wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Well,
We have
okay,
numerous
okay,
members throughout the years who are atheists.
But hold on. By your logic, I'm saying.
Hold on, friend. You know, hold on, brother. Let me just hit you with some logic. No. I got to hit you because I don't want this to be. Look, keep in mind we're live streaming, and I don't want people to think the wrong thing. We have had atheists in the past, and the reasons that they were convinced the Earth was flat was because they were presented with evidence that it measures flat. Had nothing to do with any religious or a-religious predisposition. It was about the facts. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I was just saying, like, okay, well, never mind. Yeah, that makes sense. Because from you only believe the Earth is flat because of that laser, because of the evidence.
Well, yes, but not just the laser. There's other evidences as well.
Okay, so you only believe the Earth is flat because of the evidence.
Yeah.
Correct.
Otherwise, I would have been a flat earther decades ago.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Okay, I was
I'm
just saying. I was saying
if it was purely like a spiritual or religious or biblical belief, I would have been a flat earther decades ago.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, because I was trying to say an atheist wouldn't be inclined to believe it because I feel like an atheist would believe in the Big Bang Theory, and I feel like atheists don't believe that. I don't know. I'm not speaking for all atheists, but I feel like I'm just going to say that atheists believe that we're not the anomaly and that we're lucky, pretty much, and we wouldn't be an anomaly if there wasn't a divine creator.
Well, that's only because you're not up to speed. That's fair, but that's only because you're not up to speed on the latest developments. So, for example, there's numerous books out. One such book, The Case Against Reality, and others, is that evolutionary biologists, psychologists, and physicists, basically based on the study of the physical natural world through direct experimentation, are coming to the realization that the idea that the universe was dead somehow started happening, and then later on sentient agents popped into existence, that is false. That it's actually true that the physical, natural, and energetic world cannot exist without sentient agents existing prior to it. In other words, sentient agency is eternal, and it is the cause of the physical and material world. Now, these are, like I just told you, scientists with the stripes of evolutionary biology, psychology, and physics. So it's not the case that just because you're an atheist, you have to ascribe to a certain materialistic Big Bang causation thing. Now, some of them include the Big Bang in their paradigm, but they don't think of it as that is the creation of inanimate matter, which then later becomes sentient. But no, sentience is in the first order. In other words, similar to religions, it's quote-unquote spirit beings or some kind of disembodied agent that exists on a higher dimension that is responsible for this lower dimension.
Interesting.
As above, so below.
Yeah, and that's actually been going on for quite a long time. So, for example, you may have heard of materialism before, but there is a other side which is called idealism. So materialism, especially hardcore materialism, essentially that all that really exists is matter and energy. And even our sentient agency is kind of an illusion, whatever the heck that means, because how could a non-mind have an illusion? And then the other side is idealism, which is that matter is the illusion, and that all that really exists is mind. And then, of course, there's varying degrees of in the middle.
How would we... Yeah, I don't think idealism really... I mean, I know there's definitely arguments against what I'm about to say, because it's pretty much a blanket statement, but like we wouldn't have minds if there wasn't matter.
I mean, that's assuming that you need a physical brain to have a mind. But
I mean,
some of these evidences that these men claim in their books, some of whom have had entire colleges named after them, they think that it's actually the case that the mind is what creates the brain, not the other way around. Now, it is some kind of weird simulatory feedback loop. Yeah, it's don't get me wrong. It does, when you think about it, kind of sounds like some kind of weird simulation or simulatory in nature, with the boundaries of spirituality and mechanicalism and how they interact with each other. I mean, what I'm trying to tell you is that these are powerhouse intelligentsia that hold these views. It's not just a case that these are fringe views.
Powerhouse intelligentsia,
and they're reflected. They're reflected in certain science fiction.
Tell me who are these powerhouse intelligentsia that think this?
I just wanted to point out that a lot of this.
Who? What?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to point out that a lot of this is reflected in science fiction. And who do you think is writing these science fiction movies, shows like Star Trek, these books like going back long into the 40s, 1940s and 50s, right? They're astrophysicists, they're theoretical physicists, they're people that have gone to university and studied such things, and they haven't found an avenue for employment and decided to utilize their knowledge, what they consider to be knowledge, in the form of fiction. Look it up.
Talking
true.
shit for the CIA. Powerhouse of intelligentsia. Who's the powerhouse
Yeah.
of intelligentsia?
Yeah, you know Berkeley College, named after Berkeley. You ever heard of Berkeley and idealism? That's just one. You can go start watching physics lectures like TED Talks and stuff, and you'll start to see dudes like that are, you know, like the one of the directors at CERN or these other guys. They're all starting to come to these conclusions based on the experiments that they've done.
What conclusion?
And I don't mean all as in every single person that works there. I mean the people that are coming to these conclusions are doing so based on their experiments.
What conclusions?
That sentient agency is eternal, and matter, energy, and temporal states are subordinate to sentience.
I kind of agree, actually. So, but you do sound like a bit of an idiot saying that. I don't think many people have said that though. That are respected in science.
Oh well, look, a bunch of scientists who are, you know, have a materialistic adherence and a priori set of assumptions that force them to have a materialistic explanation. Yeah, they might not agree because they don't follow the evidence where it leads. They have a bias.
Well, I think you have a bias towards spirituality when actually you could have more of a bias towards emergent phenomena. Like
The idea that sentient agency emerged from dead matter is retarded on its face. I don't need to give that any credence. That's stone cold, self-evidently retarded.
Essentially, you're saying the same thing anyway. How is your story any different to my story? Like, God created it. That's exactly the same story. That's the same story.
Right. So the evidence of all of their accumulation of their evolutionary paradigm via experimentation and their conclusions that a sentient agent is the eternal cause does coincide with the creator God being a sentient agent as the eternal cause, sure. But many of them don't go that route. Many of them go the monist route.
It doesn't, because you're talking about a sentient agent which has omnipotent power as well as being sentient. How do you know that this sentience is not just, you know, completely powerful? How do you know this sentience doesn't just grow? You know, the universe might have some kind of sentience, but it might not be that powerful. It might just be growing and just existing.
Growing?
You know? Yeah. The universe might be alive, but it might not be all powerful. I think that's the most likely scenario. That there is some kind of...
so let's say that's true. Let's just say that's true for sake of argument. And the Earth exists within the universe, and the Earth is measured to be flat, and therefore the globe paradigm and all of its trappings are false. Okay, good point.
Like any other sentient being, it's just existing, and it has no greater or lesser power than anyone else. That seems to be the most likely scenario, if there's any kind of... You know.
Maybe. But look, dude, look, what possible metric would you have to base that conclusion on?
Well, because I think that we all have just a tiny amount. I think we all have a tiny amount of influence on our own evolution, like the evolution of our children. Like, we can have some free will and input.
Yeah, absolutely. So, for example, many parents decide to lie to their children and tell them that Santa Claus is real, and many parents allow them to go to schools where they're lied to and told the Earth is a globe. I agree with you.
No. Exactly, but yeah, the same kind of thing. Exactly. That's the globe. Okay.
Right. So when people ask, like the other guy said, what is the motive for lying about the nature of reality? Well, there's the answer: is you control the evolution of the mind of the individual by believing in a false reality that they're in, and therefore that gives you an element of control. Now, the exact reasons don't need to be known. The general category is all that needs to be known. So, yes, the reason why people lie about paradigms and worldviews is for power and control and manipulation.
How do the exact reasons not matter? Obviously, they do matter. Otherwise, they wouldn't be lying about them. What would you mean?
No, they obviously do matter, but knowing them doesn't matter. Like, I don't need to know why they lied to know that the surface of water is flat and level on the surface and covers 70% of a known territory that they claim is a giant water ball in space, but it can't possibly be because all the surface, that sea level, is between two horizontal parallel planes, and that means it's flat. So why they did that, I don't really need to know.
Why they do that might reveal some of the deeper truth about the state of the universe.
That's true, but I don't need to know why to understand what I just said to be true.
No, but like, for example, if I give an example of like why they do this is to turn most humanity into slaves, to, like, you know, work for them for cheaper labor than they expend, then that's the reason why. that's the most obvious reason why people get lied to, isn't it? Is to have their worth extracted from them.
Oh yeah, to get one up on. Yeah, 100%.
Exactly. So that's the main reason people lie to each other. So what? How?
Yeah, brother. So
what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, well, I mean, dude, an entire worldview, you don't understand how that can't be used from a top tier down to control people into a slave mentality?
Exactly. So how does Flat Earth have anything to do with that? If anything,
no, I think you mean Globe Earth. You mean Globe Earth, dude.
Earth is very coherent with keeping people, you know, fucked over.
Well, dude, if you believe the Earth is flat or you believe the Earth is a globe, but you believe that some other people wrote on a piece of paper that they're in control of you and you just acquiesce, then it doesn't matter whether you believe in a flat or a globe, does it? But that doesn't change the fact of what the ground is. The ground is what it is.
Nothing matters if you say it like that, I guess. Yeah.
Well, yeah, my point is the ground is what it is, and then each person it's up to themselves to make of it what they will.
It really doesn't matter if we live on a flat Earth or a bumpy Earth or a round Earth. It really doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, there's retarded people who believe in the globe, and there's retarded people who believe in flat Earth. There's evil people who believe in the globe, and there's evil people who believe in flat Earth.
Big Bang Theory, like I really struggle to understand how scientific people can think that all time and space just combusted in one big bang 3.5 billion years ago, which is comparatively tiny, like when you think about it on a geological scale. Like, people are
that violates the first law of thermodynamics.
And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Honestly, to me, that seems as ridiculous as the globe Earth does to you. Like, and people are so, like, convinced that this must be real, and they create giant stories about how this must have happened, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, I can almost relate to you about your globe Earth, like, frustration, but nah, dude, that's obvious. It's obvious that we live on a globe Earth. Like, you know, all matter coalesces with gravity, doesn't it?
It's not obvious to me.
And it coalesces
well, hold on.
Shape, wouldn't it?
Can I address that?
Don't be a retard. But when it comes to the Big Bang Theory, I totally get your...
No, wait a sec, bro. We want to address this obvious thing, because if it was so obvious, why did you need to be taught it? Why did you need to be told?
They all buy into it. Everyone buys into this Big Bang Theory bullshit.
He doesn't want to address it.
I think his listening part is broken.
We have no...
What's the first law of thermodynamics? Anybody?
Exactly. There are no laws when it comes to the globe. When it comes to existence, there are just states when different parameters coalesce. There are different states of existence. There are no laws in the universe. No fucking
Well, wait a
laws.
second. Well, I mean, the first law of thermodynamics states that energy cannot be created or destroyed. Therefore, the
All
Big
right,
Bang
brother.
Theory.
Hold on.
Says who?
Hold on, brother.
The first law of
Def Po, bro. People are trying to talk to you, and it seems like you can't hear them because you just keep talking unabated, like nobody said anything. So I'm gonna unmute you. Hopefully, you can respond to us, so we can know that you actually can hear us. Go ahead.
I did respond. He asked me what the third law of thermodynamics are, and I reject the whole premise of being laws in physics.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so the laws of thermodynamics don't apply to you in any type of conversation.
I don't think they matter when talking about the Earth as a globe or not.
There are not laws that exist all over the universe, everywhere at the same time.
How is Earth? How is the surface of Earth measured?
What? Feet. There are loads of ways you can do it. There are loads of ways you can do it.
You could come up with your own unit. You could measure it in penises.
Sounds like a great measuring
penises or straight
units,
penises?
I guess.
Erect
but
penises.
how long would the penises have to be?
Well, I mean, if they were too long, that means they would like be over Earth.
You idiots shut up about penises.
Yes, sir.
My fault, Travis. Sorry.
It's true though. Like measuring the circumference of the Earth is almost as bad as measuring like the shaft of your dick. Do you do it from the bottom or do you do it from the top?
You shut up with that nonsense. I'm going to interrupt you every time you use the word penis.
20-30% difference.
Yeah,
like measuring from the top or the bottom. Like, geez.
So I get muted when I ask AI how many pole stars exist, but you can go on with that nonsense.
I think it would obviously take longer.
I think it was. I don't think it was a
penis. Someone else.
Hey T-Dub, how many pole stars are there?
Travis, why didn't you interrupt him, man? Why didn't you interrupt him? Come on, man.
I bet I could measure the Earth's circumference quicker than you could with that method.
How would you measure
the base?
circumference?
Are you measuring from the base? which part of the base?
Measuring.
Okay, we're measuring it in centimeters.
Haha, I understood the joke because he said he can measure it faster because it's longer. I got the joke.
Okay.
Alice, you kind of ruined the joke, man.
Don't make the punchline obvious. It was funny when it was just kind of obscure.
Yeah, man, you're not supposed to say that. Like, you're not supposed to say it. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, why? How is the Earth obviously a globe? Tell us.
It's not. It's measured flat, dude. You should know that.
I'm asking the guy that said it was obvious.
Yeah.
Because matter coalesces into like spherical shapes. We see that all throughout the universe.
Yeah, it's the most energy efficient shape.
Like in clouds, like with all the sphere clouds we see in the sky.
Why would Earth be the only exception that where mass does not coalesce into a?
Who says that even is true, bro? Why are you? That's a loaded question.
Bro, just look in the sky. What are you talking about?
Be like me asking you why you enjoy beating on elderly people at bus stops.
That has nothing to do with.
It's a loaded question, bro. You're expecting me to accept certain premises to be true in the first instance.
Debating flat Earth with you does feel like I'm beating on old elderly people.
So when did you ever see matter coalescing into spheres?
Everywhere. The moon.
So
where?
the
sun.
Yeah, the moon's like
no. When you were there when the moon formed, bro. You were there when the moon formed.
That's a fallacious argument. That's a terrible argument.
When did you ever witness matter coalescing into a sphere?
Yet again, that's a fallacious argument. You can have evidence of something happening without
that was his
you observing it.
Bro,
he said everything does that.
In my lifetime. Well, you
obviously not because clouds don't.
No,
right?
Because I'm not old enough to witness that. I never said it would do it in your lifetime. I just said they'd do it eventually.
Oh, so how did you know that? It's never been seen.
Because of mass.
Would a water droplet count?
In space, yeah.
So surely on the ISS at some point they took some water and dirt in a vacuum chamber and watched it coalesce into a sphere shape? Is that...
Well, no, because it has to be like a critical mass of size and weight.
If something is real, it can scale up and down in size.
No, well, there are certain things that have to reach a critical mass before they emergent phenomena.
You can't prove that. You can't ever. You'll never be able to prove that.
Prove you're a retarded American, though. Watch. The next thing you're about to say is retarded. Watch, I can prove it. Go on, say something. Some experiments take a long time, but they do pay off eventually. Say something.
Name one of these experiments.
There you go. You just answered me with a question.
No, bro, you made a claim. He's asking you to support it with something.
I never referenced any experiments. I never said.
I know you made you made a claim that these experiments take time. Blah blah blah. Which experiment are you referring to? Anyone?
What experiment never crossed my lips?
Oh, okay. So there is no experiment there that supports the claim that you made.
About phenomena that we observe. I'm not talking about experiments. What are you talking about? You fucking.
What's the phenomena? Okay, let's start over again. What phenomena?
The Earth, the sun, the fucking. I don't know. You're a retard. Fuck off. Death to America. That's my claim. That's my.
Wow, bro, this is hilarious. So you're struggling to support your claims, and now you're just attacking people randomly based on where they live, as you assume. That's funny. Good for you. I mean, do you feel better now?
My secondary claim, which I fall back on, is death to America, because you guys are retards.
Yeah, see, that's great. I mean, how good do you feel about yourself now that you've said that?
I feel pretty good, you know. Pretty good.
Good. That's great. Do you feel intellectual? Is that how you feel better about yourself as an intellectual?
No, because I still don't understand why you guys don't relate to the fact that I said that the Big Bang Theory is stupid. And you guys, of all people, who are meant to be thinking outside of the box of what science says, are just like, oh, that's not impressive.
Science doesn't say anything. It's not animate. It's not a person.
There's literally a scientific fucking consensus at the moment that the Big Bang.
Really? And okay, great. So, and how did they come to that consensus? Was it through any kind of evidence?
Because they all just NPCs that repeat each other.
Okay, great. So then, I mean, I have a problem with your claim about the Big Bang.
Okay, you believe in the Big Bang Theory, but you still think we're on a flat Earth. Oh God. No,
I didn't say anything. Did you say that you thought it was retarded? Didn't you say that you thought the Big Bang was stupid?
Let's say that we live on a flat Earth.
I'm asking you a question, bro. I don't know why.
Do that. Go on. Defend Big Bang Theory, but say we live on a flat Earth.
It was stupid.
You're rabbiting.
Retarded. God, it hurts my head so bad. It hurts my head that you guys are so retarded.
Yeah, just give him a minute.
You guys are related to us so close.
You're incoherent at this point.
Incoherent, exactly.
You have zero arguments. You're resorting to ad hominems. We all see it. It is, you're just exposing yourself, and you look dumb for it.
It's okay.
I'm not even making an argument. I'm just saying that I'm incredulous that you guys don't think that the Big Bang Theory is just as stupid as Flat Earth theory. I'm not even making an argument. I'm just
there's no evidence for the Big Bang, and there's no evidence the Earth's a globe.
But bro, there's even less evidence for a fucking Big Bang. Even less. You should be incredibly incredulous about that claim.
Less than nothing?
Yeah,
so we agree.
About the globe,
so there's negative evidence.
Pretty fucking defensible.
Are you okay, man?
You Americans, you are fucking retarded. That's my...
Yeah, get it out. Yeah, get it out. Let it go, bro. It's all right.
You went a bit wrong. With your genetic conclusion. That's
right. There you go. What else? Do you have anything else?
That your genetic pool has gone wrong and your empire is falling.
Okay, great. What else you got? Is that it?
About it. I just like to revel in your in the pool of your empire. It's just so beautiful.
That's great. I'm happy for you. Good job.
Still waiting for some globe proof.
You stole our empire when you went with World War II and you tried to pretend to be the hero, and now you're not the hero anymore, are you? You're not the hero anymore, are you?
What else?
Oh, you're not the
what
hero
else
anymore.
Keep going. I like this.
Anymore. You are the Nazis who are supporting the Nazis, the other little mini Nazis in Israel. You are the Nazis. You're not the good guy anymore.
You guys are supporting Israel too.
How you're the good guy anymore? Because that's bullshit. Everyone
retarded. You do know you support Israel too. You dingbat.
It's so funny.
All right. So what is that it? Alice, shut up.
Okay.
Your empire is crumbling.
Okay. Is there anything else with all this stereotype diatribe?
Yeah, the Earth is bumpy.
Okay. Did you tucker yourself out? You good? You done flailing, kicking, screaming?
I'm just talking, bro.
Okay.
Have you got no response to anything I say?
Well, not really. I just figured I'd let you tucker yourself out. But are you done now?
I'm just talking. Do you want me to keep going?
Keep going
about how you Americans
keep going.
Me if you like.
There you go. Oh yeah, no. Do more of that. Do more of that.
Right. I mean, you don't want to respond at all? Defend yourself?
Why would I? What for?
You agree with me?
No, it's not a matter of that. You have your opinions, and I want you to be able to voice them and feel better.
I've already voiced them. You're retards.
Great.
Your empire is crumbling.
Okay.
By the way, the empty bowl guy's a troll. 100%. If anybody's wondering.
Empty bowl. What do you mean?
The empty bowl user empty bowl with the Batman and the pink.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's why he's on mute. So he can keep his trolling on mute. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we've got the dude that hates Americans. That's cool. Sounds tolerant. Sounds peaceful. Good for you. Sounds like jealousy, ultimately, I think. Is it jealousy?
That sounds tolerant.
That's true.
Yeah.
When did Tito become American?
Yeah, I don't know. That's another thing he's confused about. Do you think this is just a server full of Americans, dude?
No, but it's mostly Americans who
what?
It's mostly Americans who push retardation.
Come on.
Okay.
Can you just give us some globe proof already instead of your childish little rant? Globe proof. Where is it?
There isn't
UK,
any.
like flat earthers, but
Globe proof. Where is it? We will shut down the server and leave if you can give us some globe proof. We'll make that deal with you. Go.
Yes, yeah, do it. We can all go home once you're able to do that.
Wow. Will you lose your funding once you receive?
What funding?
Well, that's what you said. You said you'll go home once you get evidence against.
Yeah, you realize you can open a channel in somebody else's server at no cost. You just end the channel. You get that?
I don't think he's getting it.
He's probably not getting that.
Do you know how much of a hero you would be to all the anti-flat earthers if you were able to come up with some globe proof and get this channel shut down? Well, give it your best shot.
How would you get it shut down? People would always believe in stupid things.
Not if you prove the globe, we will shut it down. Give us evidence for the globe.
Why would you? He's not getting it. This is community. This is a community space. This is not like a place.
Earth to Major Tom. I don't think he's getting it.
No.
Does the UK know you're saying such awful things? You don't have freedom of speech anymore, right?
I'm not.
If it's anti-American, they're probably okay.
No, it's probably okay because I'm only saying it about America, not Israel. If I said it about Israel, then I'd be really fucked.
Sound like it already, though, to be honest.
Although Israel is just a proxy for America, so yeah, same thing.
Oh, I'm calling the MI6 or whoever they are.
Oh, they already know about me. They
I'm calling Interpol. There we go.
They love me because I'm the only one that stands up for America, for the English interests, whereas the rest of the people in MI5 and MI6, they'll bend over for American interests. So they actually like me.
Well, the whole
No one cares about any of that nonsense. We just want globe proof.
They actually enable me.
Did you forget what channel you're in? Deaf to Marcus.
No. You guys are American, though, so I'm allowed to rant towards you, aren't I?
No, this is a flat Earth channel, friend.
Okay. But you're American, and you're also retards, so I'm allowed to say whatever I like.
How did it support your claim?
He's not going to have any globe proof today. So we just got a chance to hear the vitriol. Well, apparently, this is the only guy from, the UK or England or whatever that I've heard speak this way. Must be really jealous. Interesting.
It's a shame because I quite like the people of the UK and Ireland and all that. I think they're really cool.
Yeah, me too.
Sounds like he's from London proper, and that's why he's probably like that. That or Oxford.
To the audience listening, this is what we deal with as flat earthers. People come in, rant and cuss and have fits, but they don't ever come in with globe proof.
My favorite is when they're all on mute and then they just kind of spiral out the side chat. They don't know how to find the exit. They actually waste their own time in here, in a place where they feel like people are stupid. It's interesting.
Your brain is like an empty bowl. It makes sense now. It's all coming together.
No, empty ball. We don't want people to argue with. I don't. Why did you think that? Seems silly. Is that what politics is for? Just for people to argue? Is that what you think the server is for? Just for people to argue? Wow, it's even sillier. Yeah, well, this topic isn't really up for debate. You understand? This is an objective topic. It's not subjective. Get it? I'm not debating it. We're just interested if people think that they can prove that they live on a globe. We let them kind of talk themselves out, try to give us some indication as to how they know they live on a spinning water ball. Model? Oh, okay. Can you post a globe model? Should I say the globe model? Where's the globe model? Can you show that to me? Nobody here made a shape claim about the Earth. I think you're confused, Empty Bowl. Do you have a model of the globe, like a scientific model that you can show us? Makes predictions and maybe even just help me understand where the value of the radius came from. That'd be great. You realize that flat is not a shape? Empty Bowl, can you draw me a flat? Is a flat a shape that you learned in grade school? Dude, flat's a shape. Oh, man. I don't know the shape of the Earth. I didn't make a shape claim. Let me help you out. Let me talk real slow. Flat is a surface description. It is not a shape. Good job, though, Empty Bowl. You've shown us that you don't understand the difference between descriptions and shapes. So good for you. I have no idea what the shape is. I don't make a shape claim. You do. Well, maybe you don't. Do you believe that the Earth is a sphere? Because a sphere, see, that's a shape. You're still not getting the whole flat thing as not being a shape. Wow.
I'll give a little description on how flat I think it is. I think if I was on the coast of Hawaii and I had a 100-foot high telephone pole, then I had another 100-foot high telephone pole on the coast of California, and I think it's so flat that I would be able to string a wire between those two locations, pull them tight, and it would basically stay about 100 feet above the water the entire way. There'd be wave fluctuations and sorts underneath a little bit, but that's how flat I think it is and measures to be.
All right, I have to unmute Empty Bowl here just so we can help them understand that descriptions and shapes are not the same thing. Empty Bowl, flat is a surface description.
Yes.
You get that, right?
I understand that. What is the shape of the Earth if it's not a globe?
If it's not a globe? Oh, I have no idea.
So the overall shape. Arguing about the shape of the Earth if you don't know.
Because
we're not arguing.
Flat. The surface is flat. That's how it works.
We're not arguing about a shape.
That's a description, not a shape, apparently. So.
There you go. Now he's getting it. There you go. Oh, good boy.
So you still don't have an explanation, though, right? You have no explanatory power.
No, you don't explain shapes.
Yeah,
it's a what
that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to explain to me why the Earth is flat.
No, I'm not trying to explain to you why.
Sorry.
No, hows and whys are descriptions.
So you're not trying. Okay, so you're just going through mental gymnastics just to troll.
No.
Right.
No. That's not that. I'm trying to help you understand that flat is not a shape. We're just at the ground level here with you, Empty Bowl.
All right. I already told you I understand that, right? So
okay.
What is the shape of the Earth then?
I have no idea.
If it's not a globe. Okay. Yet again.
I have no idea.
Arguing about it.
No, it's just an honest answer. I don't know the overall shape of the Earth. See, I'm talking to you. I'm not arguing with you. You asked me what the shape of the entire Earth is. I couldn't tell you that. It's just an honest answer. This is not mental gymnastics or even verbal gymnastics. I'm just being honest. You don't have to freak out. So what's your next question?
Well, you still haven't answered my question.
It's not a sphere.
About what?
That's what you're saying.
It's not a sphere?
Oh, it couldn't be, right? Because if it was a sphere, there would be curvature. Well, because spheres have curvature, and there's no curvature of the Earth measured by anybody, ever. So that's kind of the reason why.
How do you think we got the measurement for the curvature of the Earth? Do you think someone just made that up?
What measurement? I just told you there's no measurement. Do you know of somebody who measured it?
There is a measure. There is a equation for the measurement of curvature that y'all keep arguing about. Yeah, there's an equation, man.
Okay, what's the equation?
I'd have to look it up because I cannot remember it off the top of my head. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I want to know what that equation is as well. Please look it up.
I know what equation he's talking about.
I can't think of the exact numbers off of my head, but
this is your claim. I'm hoping you'll back it up with something.
No, he can't. He doesn't understand. He can't understand it. He's just doesn't have the ability. Sorry to say.
So for
equations are not measurements, just so you know.
Huh?
Equations are not measurements.
You can use equations to measure or to measure something. Yes, you can.
Citation, please.
I am a carpenter. What?
You are a carpenter?
Yes.
Is that your citation? Okay. Yes. So is that your citation?
I use equations to measure boards. That's my citation.
Okay. So show me the equation to measure a 2x4.
Okay, so for example, if I wanted to cut a hole that was 2 inches from the middle of a board, and the board is 8 inches long, right? If it is 2 inches from the inside of the board, right? On the other side, it also have to be 2 inches from the inside of the board, right? So I'd have to take off. 4 inches, right? Now this is really easy, right? It's easy, right? Because I'm not trying to explain it in 10 minutes. I'm not
At
trying
any point, do you actually get a tape measure out and measure to the point where you're going to drill the hole or cut it? So you measure it. You don't actually use anything as far as calculations or equations.
Yeah, it's still a calculation.
Right, so you measure to put the hole where it needs to be, right? You don't use a calculation.
But
yeah,
I also
okay.
have to
So
measure
measurements.
how much wood I would be using, right?
Yeah, you measure once again.
Empty bowl. I'm also a carpenter. And
You know that
Okay.
2x4s aren't actually 4 inches by 2 inches. You know that, right?
Yeah, I was using a different example, brother. I didn't say a 2x4. I said a board that is 8 inches wide.
hold on, empty bowl. I'm a carpenter also. When you're framing a wall, where do you put the studs on center?
Where do I put the studs on center? I actually haven't learned that yet.
So you're not a carpenter.
doing-
Stop lying.
I do.
That's one of the first things you learn.
I said I do carpentry work.
Nonsense. Total
I
nonsense.
make decks for people.
No, you don't. Then you would know where you space studs evenly, 16, 32, and 48, so that you can lay
I'm still
plywood
learning
down.
how to do.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
still
just
learning
lying.
how to be a carpenter.
You're just lying.
Is that
Okay.
not a?
We
Can I not
called
learn
you
how
out
to be
on
a
one
carpenter?
lie. That's okay. You're caught in one lie.
Can I not learn how to be a carpenter?
Yeah, homeboy's just a grunt that uses a chop saw. He's not a carpenter. Don't lie, dude. Jeez.
Well,
Even if you build decks, you'd know about centers. My goodness.
I'm learning from someone that makes decks professionally. I'm sorry that I haven't learned everything.
That's
yet.
great. So you're just learning. You thought that equations
He
are
told me that I
measurements.
have to make a measurement
goodness.
using equations. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't make a measurement using equations. You thought about where you would need to put a hole, and then you got your tape measurer out and made a measurement to put the hole there. You are bankrupt intellectually, my friend. This is ridiculous.
Oh, I'm
But
sorry that you think that way.
And no, it's just a fact. You've
Either
demonstrated it for us.
Either way,
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
equations are not
You can still
measurements.
use this
So
equation
you're wrong again.
to measure the
I have
curvature
one
of
other
the-
question, Empty Bowl. If
for
your
a certain
boss tells
distance.
you, Empty Bowl, if your boss says he needs you to cut a 45-degree angle on a 2x4, would it be possible to do that if the board is curved?
If the board is curved,
Right.
well, you'd have to straighten the board out.
Okay,
So,
well, do you know anything about celestial navigation or elevation angles or latitude measurements? You can't get those type of measurements if, well, I'll just say your board, but if the baseline or board is curved. You would know that if you're a carpenter.
I haven't learned that yet.
Dang it.
That was silly. Anyway, how would tectonic movement work on a flat Earth? Or, sorry, not a globe Earth.
The way
Do you know how they get elevation angles to stars? Like latitude measurement
So
to
what does-
polarity?
what does-
Do you know how it's done?
So what does that have to do with what I asked? Since
I
we're
asked
moving
you
on.
a question. I didn't hear your question. Do you know
I
do you know
asked,
how to get a
does-
latitude measure or an elevation angle to a star?
Okay. Are we
Do you
not
know
going
how
to
to do
answer my
that?
questions first?
Well,
Do you
here's
know
the
how-
problem, Empty Bowl. Hold on a second. Empty Bowl, he asked you the question first before
No,
you
he
got
didn't.
to your
I asked first.
tectonics. Yeah, he
No, I
didn't.
asked the
Dude, I was
tectonic
here.
first.
All right. No, you didn't.
Yeah,
it wouldn't
we
matter
stopped
anyways.
talking, and then I asked about tectonics.
It wouldn't matter anyways.
Okay, so how would
What does tectonics have to do with the Earth being a sphere? Help me understand
Okay,
that.
so the middle of the core of the Earth is on our model is very hot, right? Which causes
core
plate
of the
tectonics. How would that work on a not flat Earth if the Earth doesn't
What
have a
core of the Earth? Friend, what core of the Earth?
There's I said on our model there is a core in the Earth, right?
Can you show me that model on the side chat, please? Is it a scientific model?
Yes.
Okay, great. Post the scientific model of the globe for me in the side chat.
Also, could you look up the definition of plate for plate tectonics and tell us where that starts curving?
Why are y'all doing this freaking what I'm sorry that I come from a southern area I'm sorry that you can't stand it.
Pangea.
Do you know what Pangea is? I would be a dinosaur, dude. That would be pretty sick. I don't know.
Pangea is not a dinosaur, sir.
Why is
Yeah,
it
but
whenever they heat?
I would not be a human if I was living on Pangea. So you didn't even understand what I was saying.
Yeah, that's your wet dream of this tectonic plates deal, y'all.
That's still not That's not Pangea. Pangea was a supercontinent that was on Earth. Luckily, plate tectonics changed how the Earth looks.
That's a claim.
Plate tectonics has been proven.
Why is it when an iron magnet's heated to a liquid form, it loses its magnetic properties?
What does that have to do with plate tectonics? I posted the Earth.
I was referring to your supposed molten core that's causing gravitational pull to allow the water.
Yeah, gravity doesn't have anything to do with.
You're
It doesn't
spinning
have
water
anything.
ball, right?
It doesn't have anything to do with. It doesn't have anything to do with magnet. It doesn't have anything to do with magnetism,
Okay,
brother.
how about your magnetic core so far that you haven't even scratched?
Yeah,
the
gravity.
surface to confirm
Gravity
what's
doesn't have
there.
anything to do with magnetism.
Confirm what's there. 7 miles the deepest you've dug into the Earth's surface. Yeah,
Right,
you're
yeah.
claiming the
So-
core is pudding.
So yet again, gravity doesn't have anything to do with magnetism. But the core of the Earth is so dense that it causes gravity, which we're not going to get into because we're just going to. Y'all are just going to be like, "Oh my gosh, Space Cowboy's pulling everything down." No, I'm not. I'm not arguing with gravity with y'all right now. We're talking about plate tectonics.
Well, plates are flat.
What's the definition of plate?
Plates.
And why are plates exclusive to a globe?
And why couldn't magma still
the plates?
exist
The plates.
on the surface?
When it mentions plates, it specifically means different sections. Hold on.
What's the definition of plate?
Tectonic plate is what you mean, and
Oh god.
the definition of a tectonic plate is, in the theory of plate tectonics, one of the sections of the Earth's lithosphere constantly moving in the relation to other sections. So there's sections of the Earth that cause, or that are moving. Sorry. Am I lagging? Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm lagging. Am I back? Am I done lagging?
You're back, but you're lagging.
Oh, man. That sucks.
You're
I'm sorry,
lagging
guys.
when you're not lagging.
I just I tagged you in the definition of plate. Now tell us when that starts curving.
Tectonic plate. Tectonic plate. You did not pick the correct definition, brother. That's tectonic plates.
So your tectonic plates are bowls.
I mean, I guess you could put it that way. I don't know. But they're plates because they cover a certain section and they stop covering after that. Because there's multiple
Plates are flat, my friend.
plates. Like plate armor. Like plate armor. There's more than one plate in plate armor. There's plates, right? Also, plates don't have to be flat.
The definition of plate has the word flat in it.
It's okay. You told us your plates are bowls.
It's okay. You're just arguing semantics over what tectonic plates are.
Well, what the hell does tectonic plates have to do with whether or not the Earth is a water ball?
So because of y'all's model, because that wouldn't work on anything other than a globe Earth, right? Plate tectonics wouldn't work on a globe or on anything but a globe Earth. So y'all have to explain to me why that would work on anything but a globe Earth.
That's crazy, dude.
The word comes from carpenter/builder, and that's ironic, isn't it? Now that you're using a word, you claim to be a carpenter. Funny.
I should be certified by then.
Yeah, but isn't it kind of like
next summer?
Isn't it kind of just even the words you're using are kind of like just living proof that that's not true what you're saying, right?
What do you mean?
Because
you're
that's what the word
so
means.
you're disregarding my argument. So you're just going to disregard my argument.
No, well, pretty much, yeah.
You're not
because
really.
So you
making
don't
an
want to have an argument. So you
You're
don't
not
want to have an
making an
argument.
argument.
You're just here to insult me, right?
No, dude, you're
all
not
it is.
making an argument.
No, I just did. I asked how would tectonic movement work on a not globe?
We don't
Hey,
know.
can I ask a question real quick? And
Well, we do know how tectonic
I
plates would
promise
work.
it's relevant, and I promise it's a good question.
Okay, what's up?
I'm directing this toward Empty Bowl.
Right.
Do you believe that the moon has tectonic plates?
No, actually, Earth is the only planet in our solar system with tectonic movement.
Then why does NASA claim that there are moonquakes?
There are moonquakes?
Yes.
Huh.
According to instruments that were left on the moon, there's something called moonquakes. If the moon doesn't have tectonic plates, how are they calling them moonquakes?
So it could do with the cooling and shrinking of the moon. It could also deal with meteor impacts or the gravitational pull of Earth.
Yeah, I can also see that on Google, but
Yeah.
your argument.
So you just didn't read it.
No. Your argument is specifically reference.
Okay,
that
let me look at the official.
The Earth having such. Yeah, so your argument earlier specifically referenced that the center of the Earth was hot, right? Like it had a magma core.
Yeah.
So again, and you related that to the movement of tectonic plates. But on the moon, there is no magma core, or else the moon would.
Right. So there are other factors that could cause things like that, though.
How would the moon be shrinking and growing?
Okay. So would you agree that when cold air, that cold air expands and hot air condenses?
Where is there hot air?
No,
space?
cold air does not.
So cold, or sorry, backwards. Sorry, it's late. Y'all gotta.
I said hot air, cold air on the moon.
Where is there hot
There is
air
no
and cold air on
yeah,
the moon?
So that yet again, that just happens with matter, right? Hot things expand, cold things contract, right? Would you agree?
How does the moon have hot and cold if there's no
So
if there's
it's
no temperature?
It's in a vacuum. It's in a vacuum, so it is super cold out there, right? It is like it's like hundreds of negative degrees, right? So
There's no
the
reference.
moon does shrink and expands because of the sun's heat, right? The sun, it heats up the moon, right? When it comes out of the sun's light, it then contracts because it's getting colder.
So the Earth is able to heat up because it has an atmosphere, because the heat gets trapped in
Because
the atmosphere.
greenhouse gases. Yeah.
No, that's
But
not.
that
what
also doesn't have
greenhouse
to do.
gas is.
Greenhouse
So the
gases do
moon-
trap heat in the atmosphere. Yes, they do. That is just true.
No, so
That's
that's
how that works.
just the atmosphere. That's just how that works.
Yeah, the
So there
atmosphere
are
traps heat in the
greenhouse
atmosphere.
gases.
Yeah.
There are gases.
What
that
about when the sun
contribute-
isn't out? They still try.
I mean, there are.
I'm lagging. Sorry,
So
1 second.
it's
Alice,
called-
what'd you ask? Sorry, I was lagging.
So the reason why we have so-called heat around the Earth is because of the atmosphere. The moon doesn't have an atmosphere because, it doesn't have enough gravity to actually maintain one.
Right.
So I don't think that the sun, given that because there is no the reason why the space can't maintain any sort of temperature is because there aren't enough particles to actually generate that temperature. I don't see how it could be heating up anything.
So that's just that's energy, right? That doesn't have anything to do with, or it does have some things to do with particles, but that is just the lack of energy, right?
Shape of a penis in the pussy, motherfucker. Look at the shape. Look at the phallic
There's like 3 trolls that just joined.
in the pussy, motherfucker.
Yeah, I see that. Wait, can I mute people?
Excuse me. Thank you.
No, I can't.
You can mute them for yourself, but
Yeah, I'm a text mod. I wasn't sure if I had both roles.
heck
Anyway,
yeah, man.
Anyway, so the reason why I'm kind of relating this is because most of our satellites and a space station is actually in the thermosphere. The thermosphere is allegedly something like 4,000 degrees. Wait, let me actually look it up. It's something along the lines of 2,000 or 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, up to about 4,700 degrees Fahrenheit. We have our satellites and most of our ISS equipment up there. The reason why it doesn't melt immediately is because of the fact that there are not enough particles in space to actually emanate that heat. So again, how would the moon shrink and grow due to the sun?
Agree that the moon is made out of matter.
Right, and so are ISS and satellites, but they don't melt.
Right,
Or
but
expand and
they're also
contract.
made out of matter, right?
Right, and they don't melt.
Right.
If it was
so the moon.
it was
Sorry, go ahead.
what is the moon made of?
The moon. Sorry, have to look that one up again.
I think it's mostly comprised of like iron, right? Other
In your
metals.
guys' paradigm, it's made from the Earth.
Well, the Earth is also made from metals, so.
Yeah. So
why are you asking them then?
So it's made of primarily. Sorry. It's made primarily out of oxygen, silicon, magnesium, iron, calcium, and aluminum, with trace amounts of other elements like titanium or whatever. Those are irrelevant.
I have a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to show you. Google it.
Oh yeah, because I didn't know the answer.
Dude,
to
you just insta believe anything you Google.
Oh, what do you expect me to be on the moon to answer your question?
That'd be
So I
nice.
can get a
Then
reading.
you wouldn't have to just repeat what some other bullshit that's in the book. It sounds like a religion.
So let me kind of reiterate and run back the conversation. So tectonic plates cause earthquakes. We are the only planet, or I guess celestial body, because the moon's not a planet. We're the only celestial body with tectonic plates, but there are moonquakes without tectonic plates. But there's also a claim
that's
about
interesting.
shrinking.
So I was actually looking to stuff about the moon. I wasn't responding to you.
But you found out it's made of cheese?
That would be really cool if it was.
That'd be interesting.
No, so the moon has a very, very thin atmosphere that can't trap heat, leading to temperature drops.
Yeah, I know. I said that also, that the moon doesn't have an atmosphere because it
has a very thin atmosphere.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, so it can't trap heat. So I'm confused as to how it's like growing and shrinking.
So, what I'm assuming happens is the radiation from the sun heats the surface of the moon, which then causes the surface to expand. And then whenever it's in the shade of the Earth, what happens is there's not enough heat for it to trap, or not enough heat trapped on the moon for it to actually stay the same size. So it releases all the heat into space, and it shrinks back to how it was. Right? It shrinks smaller.
Are you a flat earther, Alice?
So hold on. So if the moon is tidally locked to the Earth, being that we only see one face of the moon,
Right, as synchronous orbit or rotation.
Right, we only see one face of the moon because it's tidally locked to us. How would half of the moon grow and shrink?
Oh
Like,
no,
wouldn't
the
it
whole
balance
moon.
itself out?
No, the whole moon does that.
But wouldn't the temperature difference balance itself out? Because one half, which is never
I don't think that's
seen,
how
which is the
thermal-
dark side of the moon.
I don't think that's how thermodynamics work.
I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
I'm not either. I don't think anyone in here is.
Alish, are you a flat earther?
Who's talking?
Travis.
Who are you?
I'm the person asking if you're a flat earther.
Am I a flat earther?
Did I stutter?
Are you being so
Yes,
rude, man?
several
Settle
times.
down.
Well, she's not answering. I wouldn't call it rude. It's direct. Does that hurt your feelings?
I mean, it's kind
Yes,
of. I
it
mean, it
does.
was rude. Yeah.
This is called. So this doesn't have
Thin
anything to do with
skin.
being a flat earther. This doesn't have anything to do with being a flat earther or round earther. This is called free thinking. This is critical thinking. This is
So you
applying what
just
you know.
want to answer the question. It's a simple question. Just say, hey, I don't want to answer your question.
I'm not going to answer your question. This is challenging of your beliefs in order to ascertain a better understanding of how things work.
They're not
I have
his
a question
beliefs.
for
He
you.
just Googled this shit. He just
I
found out
know.
about it
No, I understand that, but
like 2 minutes ago.
yeah, so when you challenge someone's belief system, and they're using Google, and then you break down and kind of dissect the things that they're reading
Do
from
you think
Google.
that's going to work on empty bowl? It's empty skull.
I mean, if it doesn't work on empty bowl, there are other people present who might find the insight interesting. If you don't want me to
We
argue,
know. No, it's fine. We know that any talk about the moon involves. It's like a creative writing workshop. We get it. Good, carry on.
if you don't want me to continue, I can pass it off to someone else.
I said carry on.
I personally enjoyed that conversation. So
I mean, you're
if
just
I'm-
two
if you're done
globers
talking to
having
me,
a
I'm probably gonna
you're
go to
two
bed.
globers having a conversation about fantasy
Alice is
nonsense.
not a globe earther. She's probably not a globe
she
earther,
is.
brother.
She is.
Oh, I hate to break it to
So
you.
you're just denying her your community
She
because
bought,
she's having an
the
argument with
whole
me.
tail, hook, line, and sinker. This one you're talking to.
Anybody with evolutionist and LGBTQ plus tags is not a flat earther. That's a hardcore globe believer. Okay, I can see that.
So
Am I
you're-
exposed?
Yeah.
What the flip?
Wait, I have a question
I'm
for you,
sorry.
Alish.
What?
You were talking about an atmosphere on the moon and how it's incapable of having an atmosphere because of the lack of gravitational pull because of the mass.
Why don't you guys go talk about that in the Globetard channel?
Is there any way that you can have gravity pressurizing gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure without a physical container?
Gravity.
Yes.
Yeah, can you demonstrate that through the scientific method, please? So that way we know that empirically we know that gravity is capable of pressurizing gas.
So
adjacent
I
to
have
an
a
area of low pressure.
hypothesis. So I have a hypothesis, right? I pick it up, right? It feels heavy, right? What if I drop this? Oh, I drop it.
We're talking about
It falls down.
gas. We're talking about gas, the natural observation of gas pressure on the
It's
Earth.
still matter. It's still made out of the same thing. It's matter.
Okay, so we don't have any observations of gas having a downward bias towards the center of the Earth. Gas actually moves upwards.
It does
in a way,
actually.
like with
Believe it or
clouds.
not, as you get higher in the atmosphere, the gas gets less and less and less until
How
you
did the
leave the
gas
atmosphere.
get up? How did the gas get up in the atmosphere in the first place? If all the gravity is strongest at the surface of Earth, which is actually where these gases
So
are
buoyancy actually
made-
does
made
play a
at the
part in
surface.
that. Believe it or not, buoyancy does play a part in that. So there are gases that are lighter, but they still trend towards the
So
Earth.
are we talking about buoyancy or are we talking about gravity? Which
We're
one
talking
is
about
it?
both.
Make up your mind.
Buoyancy needs gravity to work.
So that would still be
No,
a
actually,
gas
it doesn't.
pressure gradient.
Yes, it does.
adjacent
Yes,
to an
it
area
does.
of lower pressure.
Explain it.
Can you demonstrate gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure without a physical container, please?
Which one do y'all want me to answer first? Because I'm getting asked two questions at once. Do you want me to answer lats or next first?
Well, I mean, I asked first. It was a gas pressure or
Okay,
gas pressure
so
gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure using gravity as your independent variable in the scientific method.
Sorry, you talk really fast. Could you slow it down? I'm about to go to bed, dude. I'm
Gas
tired of this shit.
pressure or gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure without a physical container. Gravity as your independent
so
variable.
have you seen the artificial sun that China made?
We're talking about gas pressure
Yeah,
gradients
it
on
still
the
uses
Earth.
gas. It still uses gas pressure. So
okay, so how are you going to use an artificial sun as an independent variable?
They superheated matter until it was moving really quick, and then there was a low pressure zone where there was basically nothing, right?
They did
next
that
to
inside
matter.
a container.
How did they get the gas there?
Yeah, but so it's in a container, but there's still a low pressure zone right next to matter, so it's still experimentally.
So you had
relevant.
to get gas in a container, and
so you're completely ignoring what I just said. I said you're completely ignoring what I said. It was next to a low pressure zone, even if it was in a container. It still is relevant to what you asked.
Yeah, it was in a container. The Earth is not in a container in your paradigm, so we would need gas pressure adjacent to an area lower pressure using gravity as your independent variable.
Okay, so gravity works because of the fact that it's a strong force, right?
Okay, did you use it in a scientific experiment to demonstrate that it's capable of pressurizing gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure using it as your independent variable? Or no?
Dude, I don't study gravity, brother.
Well,
I'm not doing all these experiments. Right? I'm not doing all these experiments for you.
I don't expect you to do it. I was just wondering if you could cite somebody that has done it, so that way we know that gravity is capable of doing
if I do cite something from Google, the dude with the nickel in the old Haas Radborn, I don't know how to pronounce your name, is going to get mad at me because every time I Google something, he gets mad about it.
I pity the fool. I'm not mad.
Then why did you get mad at Owlish for me Googling something? That's like a simple question.
I was just dude.
You just called my argument bullshit because I Googled it, right?
Well, she's saying it's your belief system. Well, you just found it out 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's part of learning. What I can't learn something new about what I'm trying to talk about. That's the best way to learn about something is trying to teach someone else how to do it or how to.
You have a belief system in something you learned about 2 minutes ago. Wow.
Yeah, you think what you're Googling is gospel, dude.
I mean, I don't mind you Googling something if you can cite a source that has demonstrated and taken gravity as the independent variable for pressurizing the gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure. So that way we know that it's empirical. And we can repeat this demonstration experiment ourselves at home.
Yeah, and then also explain how gravity is also a factor in buoyancy as well. Can you demonstrate that too? Because
why is my Google not working? So for buoyancy, I'll answer that first because I think I can do that off the top of my head. Whatever reason, my Google isn't working.
Yeah, we want to debate with you. We don't want to debate with Google.
So Lats asked me to look up a source for Travis. Lats asked me to look up a source.
We don't want to debate with Google. We want to debate with you. Just be a big boy and use your own words.
Travis, Lats asked me to look up a source, so I'm looking him up a source. Please shut the fuck up. Fuck's sake, man. Anyway, so buoyancy requires gravity because of the fact that if there are pressure zones, right? So if there wasn't something pulling it towards a certain spot, right, it wouldn't have certain zones. It would just mix, right?
No.
Or it wouldn't mix, but it would just it wouldn't have anything to.
Look, we're talking about, let's say, a depth of 2 feet of water. Okay.
Right.
Now go. Explain how
depth of 2 feet of water.
Yeah, explain how. Yeah, in a depth of 2 feet of water, it doesn't really matter so much the depth. I mean, there's a limit, but so go ahead and explain. Right. Yeah, so go ahead and explain how gravity works.
So just like everything else, everything's pulled towards the center of the Earth. So the water would get pulled towards the center of the Earth.
That's incorrect. No. Clouds.
The water
are
gets
not pulled towards the center of the Earth.
Can you show those water molecules? Can you show them being dragged down repeatedly to the center and then making a cycle back around to the top where there's surface tension? Can you explain that?
Well,
trees grow away from the center of the Earth also. You can observe.
I can stand up. I can still. Okay, when I jump up, do I fall down?
Well, I mean, I'm just debunking your notion that all matter goes towards the center of the Earth. We can just observe trees and clouds moving away from the center of the Earth, yeah.
So, do you know what rain is?
Yeah, that's water falling from the cloud that has.
So it's when
up.
it's when
rain is more dense in the air, so it falls through the air. There's no gravity involved. When you not understand that?
Well, funnily enough, the water gets pulled towards the earth because of gravity, right? It gets so dense that there's
Well, did you ignore the part of the water cycle where the water is heated up and the water moves up and away from the center of the earth?
Right, yeah, and then as the cloud gets bigger,
I mean that
water
part alone debunks
condenses.
the notion that all mass is going towards the center of the earth. Yeah.
So then the water condenses, right? You're just also ignoring the rest of the thing.
Substantiate your empty claims by saying right. Stop that.
So right.
Makes you look unintelligent,
dude.
It makes you look unintelligent, to be honest.
So, it's because I'm thinking, right? I'm sorry I keep saying right.
No.
I'm sorry I keep saying it, but it's because I'm
every
thinking
time you
in that
tell
moment.
a whopper, you say right.
Yeah, it's because I'm thinking. Can I not
that's
use?
fine.
It's like
So who are you trying to convince, us or yourself?
I'm trying to explain something to y'all. I'm not entirely trying to convince y'all because I don't think y'all are convincible. I'm just trying to.
I mean, we have completion of the scientific method using containment or a physical barrier to have gas pressure or gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
Dude, for whatever reason, my Google will not work right now, so I cannot find you a source. I'm sorry about that.
Oh no, that's fine. I mean, like whenever you happen to find a source, if you could, cite it for us whenever. It doesn't have to be today, tomorrow, next month, or next year, as long as we get one. That way we can substantiate the claim that gravity is capable of doing such things like you say it's capable of doing with gas. That way we know that Jupiter's real, the sun is real, as you say it is, being a gas ball adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because as of today, in 2025,
so since I cannot pull up a source,
completion of the scientific method using gravity as the independent variable for pressurizing gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure without a physical container or barrier.
Okay. Well, since I can't find you a source, and that's what you asked for, is there another topic you'd like to ask me about?
Well, I'm just saying that debunks the notion of space right out. There's no outer space.
Well,
there's
space
no moon
is
landing.
a thing.
There's no ISS in outer space. There's no satellites in outer space because you have to pass through a physical barrier that contains the gas that we breathe. Because there's no
so you're assuming there's so do you have do you know where this container is? Have you? Yes, you are, because you're assuming that there just is a container. Where's the container at? Where's the physical container?
We don't have to know
Show me the physical
what the container is made of. We don't have to know what color it is. We don't have to know the color of the container's eyes.
You kind of got to know it's there, though, right?
Yeah, we know it's there.
So what? So okay, what is it?
Using the container
what does it
as
feel
our
like?
Independent variable.
Because we've had things.
We don't have to be physical. Because something that's physical is only capable of pressurizing gas. Yeah, we can't use liquids to pressurize gas. We can't use gas to pressurize gas. We can only use solids to pressurize gas.
So a force couldn't pressurize something? A force couldn't pressurize something?
I mean, if you could demonstrate that, that's what I've been asking for. You're saying that gravity is the force that pressurizes the gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure. Do you have any scientific experiment completing the scientific method that shows that gravity is capable of pressurizing that gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure without a physical container?
Okay, so I asked you to show me the barrier, right? Is there a barrier? You said there's
we don't have to see the barrier. The same way that I know that
you're
have
telling me
parents,
telling me to substantiate my claims.
By me talking to you, I know you have two parents. I don't have to know your parents' heights, their hair color, their eye color, their weight. I don't have to know anything about your parents to know that you have two parents, a mom and a dad. That's what it takes to make a human being in 2025.
But I actually don't have a dad.
Scientifically.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. It doesn't matter if he's not around. It needed a male and a
I don't have a dad.
To procreate and make a
I was born from stem
baby.
cells.
Yeah.
This guy's lost it.
I told you he's a troll.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
What, y'all just don't believe me?
Like, come on, bro. Just be like so real right now. Like, you needed a sperm and an egg.
Give him 5 more minutes. He'll be an astronaut. He'll work at NASA next.
Is there a
Actually, I am at
possibility
NASA.
that you could be a brain in
I
a
actually
jar?
do work at NASA.
Empty bowl.
I'm not actually.
Empty bowl. Empty bowl. Is there a possibility that you're a brain in a jar?
No, there's 0% of that.
0%.
You have hands.
Very scientific.
I'm currently I have a I have a mod on my Discord that lets me have like a
Why do you have a
cat.
lisp? It makes you sound very just untrustworthy, you know?
A lisp? I'm not trying to have a lisp right now. I'm just really tired, so it's kind of hard to control
His
it.
dad's a stem cell. Just cut him a break.
Well, he has
No, I was born from a stem cell. There's a difference.
Sounds like it. It's
Stem cells can be created,
really
can be made into any.
Yeah, you're like a mutant.
Other
you know
cell.
what I mean?
I think you broke him out.
Kind of.
I can give you. I can give you a better example. Right?
Like a half.
If I'm talking to you right now, I know that you had to have nutrients.
You're giving
in your
no
body.
credit to lads. You're giving no credit to lads. Anyway,
like you have to eat some type of calories in your body.
Like a lab
You need to have
rat.
some water. Yeah.
No,
I don't have to know what you ate. I don't have to know what you drink. I know that you have to have some liquids in your body, some nutrients in your body, because you're alive today.
But you're not looking deeper into it though, right?
That's the thing. It's the same thing like with the container. I don't have to know where it is, what it's made of. I don't have to know what you ate, what you drank to know that you are alive talking to me right now, to know that you ate something or drank something to stay alive. Yeah.
So, but we have explored into space, right? So you're just completely astronomy. So thousands of people get paid to sit down and do nothing.
Excuse me,
So
Linda.
thousands of people get paid to sit down and do
Who
nothing.
is we, Linda? Oh yeah, that's right. You work at NASA. I forgot. You've been to space.
Not everyone that works at NASA goes to space.
Send them a
First of
letter.
all.
Look, their emails are all over the place.
You send them a letter.
Space. They'll send you to space, I'm sure, real quick.
No, they won't. I'd have to get trained. I'd have to have a few degrees.
They sent
No.
your monkey to space. They sent your evolution monkey to space.
Well, I'm not a
sure they
monkey.
sent you to space. Well,
Too bad. I wish they would send you to space.
I'm not a chimpanzee. I'm a Homo sapiens. So no.
yeah. Well, you're kind of making it hard to prove otherwise. So I don't know. You need to kind of step your game up.
Step my game up about what?
It's just about being a human in general, because you kind of sound subhuman.
The thing is, though, is that I've been trying to explain one thing to y'all this whole time. You haven't explained anything to me yet.
But you can't.
Yeah, because y'all refuse to actually listen to me. Y'all haven't explained anything to me yet. How is the Earth flat? How is the Earth not a globe?
Show me gravity.
Show me a not globe.
Bro, Earth is measured flat.
Go outside.
That's a globe.
Breathe in some air. Put you down a level, and just walk around.
It's actually an oblate spheroid.
Start
open your
making
eyes, Linda.
Look, it doesn't matter who you want to cite. Al-Biruni, Eratosthenes, they both measured the Earth flat. Get the radius or the circumference, it doesn't matter. But you want to invoke elevation angles.
We have
with
modern instruments that can actually measure the Earth. I'd rather not go to however old that is.
Oh yeah, we can talk about theodolites if you'd like to. How they measure using line of sight, straight lines over the surface of the Earth using a surface level. Yeah, we can talk about that if you want to. Doesn't matter. Whatever you want to talk about. All measurements of the Earth on the surface are going to be flat, whether over the surface.
Have you seen that one experiment that the flat earthers did, where they took a picture of some boards?
Oh, can you tell us the details of that?
And they lifted the camera up.
How far was that?
Hold on.
How far was that?
See if my Google will work.
Oh yeah, please get that for us.
I'll pull up the YouTube video for you. Hold on.
Well, I mean, if you can get the distances for us, that would be great. That way we can know if somebody.
I'll pull up the whole video for you. I'll even post it in the side chat. Just give me a second. A couple.
You need to tell us
what's flat earthers that did it.
Yeah, you need to tell us what's going on in the video.
Yeah, I just need the details of the video.
So their experiment consisted of them with like 4 boards. And
what was the distance? Because
I'm looking it up. So can you please let me because I need to think while I'm
aware
this.
of the experiment.
It's 1 a.m.
Things.
Yeah,
there's a lot of.
I just want to know the details of it, so that way we know that if they raise their arms 2 or 3 feet in the air, if it's capable of overcoming the curvature of the Earth, so that you can see the light. Yeah, at that distance. I'd like to know the details if you have them, whenever you happen to get them. Pretty please.
Yes, and then I want to know why gravity is so strong that it
Dude, why do you ask a question right after he asked me a question, dude? I cannot answer 2 questions at once, dude.
The
Oh my
entire
goodness.
world's oceans, but I
Why
can
is
I
my
can move around
browser
freely,
not working, dude?
and bugs can move around freely, but the entire world's oceans are stuck to it, but the water's free moving as well.
So do you know how planes work? So what happens is there's
non-rotating
lift.
plane.
There's lift, right? There's
Airplanes, they don't account for the curvature of the Earth.
Planes do account for curvature
No,
of the Earth. What are
you're
you talking
talking about a theodolite video. Try and stay on topic, my friend.
Dude, then tell Next to do that because he's the one asking these questions.
Yeah, tell him to do it.
What instrument on the aircraft
It is
accounts
your
for
guy
the
asking me to
curvature
do
of the
other
Earth?
things.
Because if the airplane flies with a 2-degree angle of attack for the duration of cruising altitude, there is no accounting for the curvature of the Earth.
Have you seen their
because it's flying
map that they
straight
take?
and level. Yeah, I've seen the map that they take.
So
Doesn't
there's
matter if it's
also
flying
the plane also has
zigzaggy
weight.
or
Do you know what
banana
weight
shape.
consists of? Do you know what weight consists of?
Go ahead and tell me, what is it?
So it is the density of the matter in the plane, right? So if the plane is heavy, right, it means that the Earth is pulling it harder, right? Because it's got gravity, right?
Well, you're saying it's gravity, but there's no evidence for mass attracting mass because it's never been taken through the scientific method.
So I pick up my cup. Oh wow,
Yeah.
it falls towards the floor, right? What's below the
why
floor?
Why doesn't that cup fall towards you?
Why doesn't it
Aren't
fall
you a
towards
mass?
me? Because I'm not heavy enough. I don't have enough mass.
You picking
The Earth
it
is
up
really
is
big, though.
Force.
Do you know that
Picking it up is the force, not gravity.
you are a mass that's bigger than the mass used in the Cavendish experiment? So if you, being a human, has more density than the mass used in the Cavendish experiment, walks next to another human that has more mass excuse me.
So the Earth is way bigger than me, right? The Earth is way bigger than me, and it has a lot
it
more
was
mass than I
measured.
do.
It was measured in Cavendish, supposedly.
Yeah, the Earth is really heavy, man. It has a really dense core. It has
Way
a lot of
bigger,
mass.
real heavy are not scientific measurements. That's just your opinion.
Are we
Wait,
scientists?
Are you throwing Cavendish under the bus then?
Am I getting paid? I'm not getting paid to be professional with you.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I'd like to ask him a question. You just referenced
go ahead,
the
brother.
size of the Earth being very large. Do
Right,
you
yeah,
or
it's
do you
really
not
big.
observe the boat going over the curve?
Yeah, you do.
You do? Complete that circle. It's a pretty small ball. You just said it was huge. How come you don't see left to right curvature, but you observe front to back curvature? You're pretty dense.
You observe front to back curvature because that's where you're looking.
Dirty American.
If you had a 360-degree view, you would also see
the Earth is round. The Earth is
360
round.
degrees.
Yeah, but
Thank
you
you,
guys
Willa.
are still disgusting, dirty Americans. Whether the Earth is flat
You
or
dirty
fucking
Americans,
round,
yeah,
you
innit?
guys are still dirty Americans.
Oh, you guys are so
Welcome back,
dirty
Def 2
Americans,
Maracas.
innit? Yeah.
That is not. That is not the pertinent
Last time I
point right
checked,
now.
you're
whether
our
the Earth-
bitch. You are our bitch, right? You know, last time I
No.
checked,
Stop.
post 1950s, you're our bitch.
Enough.
All right, my bad. The Earth is round, though. Am I right, guys? Am I right, guys?
You sound so
I think you're
confident
right.
in that.
I am so confident in
That's singular. You said guys. You got a singular. So
guys. Come on, guys. We all believe the Earth is flat. We, as a collective.
No.
Come on, guys.
Wow.
Why is the Earth flat then? Why don't we believe the Earth is flat?
There's nothing to do with belief.
Okay.
Because you guys are naive and brainwashed, and you believe everything that's in a book and TV and whatever your teacher told you.
Believe
What is
what some
3x
dude told you.
plus
Peer
3?
pressure. You're a
Listen, what is
mental
x
midget.
in this equation?
You believe what some
3x
dude
plus
told you.
3 equals 9. What is x in this equation?
Could you
3x
repeat
plus
that?
3 equals 9.
Wrong channel, bud.
3x plus 3 equals 9.
Yeah, I was asking old Hawes shirt here. Hawes right here.
Oh hell yeah! I don't think he's
This
going to
isn't.
answer.
I'm not going to do his algebra for him. Sorry.
Hey, 1
He
plus
wants
1
me to do his homework for him. No thanks.
It's a good question though. Yeah, well, post a equation in the chat.
It's a good question. Yeah, for you because you're in 3rd grade.
I'm actually a senior in high school, but
Well, you're going
what
to
is
the
that?
wrong. Yeah, you're going to the wrong.
Dipshit.
So X is 2, actually. Whoa, guys.
Yeah, 1 plus
I'm
1
so
is
smart.
2. You're brave. You're so very brave.
No, I said X in the equation is 2. I said it
Yeah, and I
says
said 1
3X
plus
plus
1 is
3
2.
equals 9.
And I said 1 plus 1 is 2.
No, what a
It's
coincidence.
very
There's
hard for you
also
to. You
both
don't
of the
understand
answers are 2.
differential equations. You don't understand differential equations. Okay.
Okay.
Let's get
whatever you
back
wanna
to
say,
your
bud.
stack of empty claims that you've made.
No, I think I'm too tired, actually. It's
Okay,
1:30
bye.
in the morning. But I hope you have a good night, man. I hope you sleep
I'm
well.
having a great night.
Oh yeah, this is fun. Still here, I guess.
There's no point in the conversation with the guys like that or that guy because he's going to say, "Nuh-uh, Google says." So
Google says so. I'm right.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force.
How do you know that? Didn't Newton claim gravity was a force?
Very quiet this afternoon. Has there been any action today?
Oh, it was going off earlier. It was getting wild for a good hour or two.
Cool. Who between?
Lots of insults were flying. We kept asking for globe evidence, and this guy just would not stop with the insults. It kept going and going.
Who was it? Newbie or someone that's doing the rounds?
I can't think of the name. Let me look through the chat for a sec. Well, Empty Bull sure had a run of it for a good hour trying to prove a globe and never could.
What did you say? Empty Bull?
Yeah, Empty Bull, BOWL.
Oh, okay.
Just the typical stuff. Well, everything in the sky looks round, so why wouldn't we be round? Just those kind of 2016 arguments.
Fuck, really? I see Dr. Shiva Adura is having a skitsy fit because no flat earther wants to turn up to his round table.
Yeah, he's saying some crazy things on Facebook, how he's being flat earthers were threatening him. He's like, in my 40 years of science and engineering, I've never been threatened like this. I'll find it and screenshot it. It was just nonsense.
I mean, when you get embarrassed by Flat Earth Dave, you should really just hang him up.
Yeah, that's true.
Yo, yo, yo.
Hello?
Hello there. No discussion going on.
How you doing? Yes, sir.
Oh, doing good. Doing good though. Came here to improve my knowledge. Yeah. Learn some new stuff. Well, right now there's no conversation.
So this is the latest one, Jado, that you'll see in the chat. I was kind of confused about. He's talking about dark forces, and it's a little odd.
Yeah. I read this. Maybe he started to drink again. He's been sober for a while. Maybe he's started to drink again or something.
So you devalue his argument by his addiction?
No. For those people that know Dr. Shiva, very calculated and very careful with what he says and interacts with people. But lately, he hasn't been doing that. So, just a simple deduction of his character, I guess.
Of who?
Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai.
Okay.
Apparently, he's the guy who invented email.
Okay.
Yeah,
And he
I mean, there's no
has a
doubt he's a
problem.
pretty intelligent guy.
He's been having some, I don't know, maybe you're not aware of the situation, but he's been having some meltdowns on Facebook about Flat Earth for the last couple of days.
Okay. Is he going forward or against it?
He seems to be very against it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's railing. But we've seen this before, haven't we, in the past? When people protest too much, going through the stages of, decompressing his cognition.
That's right, the stages of grief.
That's what you meant, huh? I'm quite sure that's what you meant.
I'm really eager to know what his using the scientific method that he keeps talking about, how he's going to use that to prove a globe. I can't wait to see the argument.
On his Facebook posts, I don't know how many times I counted people saying that science is the elucidation of cause and effect relationships in nature, whereas the shape of the Earth is a geometric question. So, not really sure why you're mentioning science. There's loads of those comments. So, not to mention the fact that, of all people, Flat Earth Dave schooled him on the scientific method.
But isn't math also kind of science?
No, maths doesn't deal with cause and effect relationships in nature. You can use maths to describe what happens after you've either proven your hypothesis or you're proving your null. You can use maths to collect data in your application to try and prove your hypothesis, but no, it's a language,
for example,
description language.
When it's too far away. So let me put it. I guess you already know what I'm going to tell you because I'm a glober. Yeah, you're flat earther, and that's fine for me. The thing that I would like to know is about black holes. Do black holes exist in a flat Earth theory?
Well, firstly, there's no flat Earth theory. And do black holes exist? Well, you can look at night sky every night for your entire life, and you can see things up there, and you can make up things and describe what they do and create mathematics to describe what they do. It doesn't mean that they're there or that's what they do. I mean, if there's 7.3 billion people on Earth and they all look up at the night sky, you could have 7.3 billion ideas of what's going on. There's no way to prove it.
No. In your eyes, no. And when I said like a theory of flat Earth, that also implies that there's a theory of a globe. You know, let's make it theoretically. So I'm really not into that situation of like inciting or whatever. I'm just asking and figuring stuff out. So my question was still, are there black holes? And you can tell me like, look at this and that and this direction. But the only answer I would like to hear is like, no, there ain't black holes, or yes, there are black holes.
Well, the classical description of a black hole would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
So there,
because you can't have matter.
Can you please start your argument with saying no, pause off, and then you're going with the data that I'm listening to right now?
No. But your question is not a yes/no answer. It comes with a preamble. So if you're going to be on this topic and learn, you can't demand a yes or no answer off people.
Okay.
So if we were just to purely look at the second law of thermodynamics, there must be a container for the air that we breathe. But they all must, if we are going to assume there's a vacuum, there must be a container for the vacuum. But what can't exist in a vacuum is particles of gas, particles of soil, burning gas. That can't exist in a vacuum.
No. Because the definition of a vacuum means like nothing. There's nothing in it. It's a sucked out bottle.
Yeah, I'm driving, but there's a classical definition of a vacuum is so many parts.
I'm going to look it up for you.
Yeah, look it up. The classical definition would be there's so many particles per cube meter.
A vacuum is defined as a space that is devoid of matters, meaning it contains no particles, atoms, or molecules. I can go on, but I guess that's already like solved a lot of the meaning of the word vacuum.
And that definition was derived from where?
I have to look it up again.
Sorry, just for the audience's benefit.
Oh, my phone.
I have a question for you when you're done with that one. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to interrupt your guys' conversation. So whenever you guys are done with that one.
No, you're not interrupting though, so you can keep on asking. It doesn't matter what quote I'm going to pull up. It's not going to be valuable for the discussion, because even if, then what?
Okay, so my question is, do you see that image I tagged you on, where it says that galaxy is spinning backwards?
Where have you posted it?
It's in the side chat. To the left of the microphone button, there's a little cloud, and you push on that, and then I tagged you in a picture. No, it's just a picture from a NASA website.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
So they say that spinning backwards. And when I mean backwards, do you see the trailing arms of dust that are kind of lingering, that are kind of trailing off? That NASA says that dust that's trailing off is actually leading the direction of the spin. What's your thoughts on why it might be doing that? I can link the whole article if you want, but that's an image of it, that it's spinning backwards.
For me, it's a circling movement of that object. So it's kind of collecting. It's like when you pull the plug on the bathtub, you see the water going into the drain with that movement. It's not exactly the same, yeah. It looks like a tornado, for example, but it's still like a circle that is going to it is centering it itself. Yeah.
Sure,
So
but go ahead.
We have the same effect on, for example, Saturn. And on Saturn, you have those lines. Those lines like have a. How do you call the length between the thickness? The thickness is it's 1 mile. Only 1 mile of the layers of the Saturn circles around, and there are some spaces between those layers. And those spaces are made out of moons. So they are
You're kind of
circling
off
some moons.
topic. I was asking about the backwards spinning galaxy.
Okay.
I don't think so. When you say water spinning down a drain, that's right. That's what they describe. But imagine if the water was spinning in the opposite direction. That's what's going on with that galaxy. The dust trailing off of those outer arms is actually leading the direction of the spin. It's going completely opposite. Do you understand what I'm saying? The opposite
Not really,
direction
though.
than you would expect.
Opposite direction of? Like is there
So you would think that
regular?
image I shared, it looks like it's
It's moving like from. It's moving to the left side. It's rolling to the left side.
it's spinning like the hands of a. It's going in in clockwise direction, like spinning like the hands of a clock. So that would be the opposite of what you would expect, right?
Yes.
So why is it going backwards? And how, what's your thoughts on how that's possible?
When you, for example, play billiard, yes? You know billiard?
Billiards?
Like pool.
Yes, what about it?
So when you start the first crush into the center, yeah? Then those balls spread across the billiard table, for example, yeah? But there is like no saying of how or in what direction that ball is going to turn. But as soon as it's going to take like speed up in one direction, it's going to keep that direction. No ball of that table game is going to behave in another way. So as soon one of those balls get the impact and they start to roll in one certain way, either it's to the left or to the right side, doesn't matter, they're going to keep on having that behavior. So in that case, it's just a ball that got spinned in any way or any direction you want to see it. You know? That's my point on that picture.
Okay. I don't really understand the analogy. I don't understand how it's possible for that to be spinning backwards with the trailing arms leading the direction of spin.
Mm-hmm.
And that's literally impossible. That goes against fluid dynamics, everything. There's no reason why that should be the dusty trails leading the direction.
But do you think that picture and that universe is rolling from left to right? Or from right to left? I don't see the rotation movement. Do you understand what I mean? I don't see the rotation movement of that planet.
It's spinning in a clockwise direction, like the hands of a clock. Are you sure
about this?
According to NASA, that's from a NASA website. I took a screenshot from NASA.
Mm-hmm.
You read it says on there, it's spinning backwards.
Yeah. Maybe. Okay. There's nothing that I can say because I'm not really educated in that sector.
Well, do you mind if I ask you another question about Earth curvature?
Yes, definitely. But I hope you are satisfied with the answer that I gave you. At least I gave you an answer. That's it. Yeah, and please keep on talking about the curvature.
Do you know anything about how much the Earth curves, or the radius, diameter, etc.? Anything like that?
Not the numbers, but
well, let's
360 degrees, I guess.
Well, let's say you're at a 10-mile wide lake, right?
Yes.
You and your friend are at the beach, and your friend goes across to the other side of the lake on the opposite shoreline from you, right at the water, right? 10 miles away?
Yes. Yes.
The globe requires some curvature between those two people, right? You know what I mean?
Yes.
How much curve do you think the globe requires across a 10-mile wide lake? You think it's a couple inches, a couple feet, a couple hundred feet?
I guess it's nearly 0 to none, huh? Over such a small distance.
How much did you think? Was it like a couple millimeters? That you said something close to none? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Close to none? I would agree with you. I honestly agree with you. But so I'm not trying to nitpick you. What do you think? A couple millimeters? Is that kind of close to none?
I have to be honest on that point. I'm only guessing. So there's no. So
I know
would
you're
say
guessing. This isn't a trick question or nothing. I know you're guessing.
I thought that, and thanks for pointing that out. So I would guess like 1 centimeter, maybe 2. Not 1 centimeter. Something like that. 5 millimeters or 10 millimeters.
My friend, you are in the right channel. You are a flat earther. You've come home. So let me tell you what the globe requires, okay? You know, for a 3,959 mile radius globe, it has very specific curvature requirements. A 10-mile wide lake requires 66.67 feet of curving drop. So basically the height of a 7-story building. That's what the globe would require between you and your friend across that 10-mile wide lake. If you don't believe me, just ask AI or ChatGPT.
What's the mile?
That's 10 miles. That's 10 across a 10-mile wide lake. It's basically 6.
What's 1 mile? What's 1 mile?
It's almost 8 inches. It's like 7.998 inches. And then it gets
inches?
Sorry, what?
What is inches?
What is inches? Are you talking about like in millimeters or something?
Yeah, I have to look it up. 10. You said 10 miles, yeah?
Yeah. If you kilometers, if you do like 20 kilometers, it's 31 meters of curving drop over that distance. So almost 100 feet for 20 kilometers. Maybe if that's a better.
15 kilometers. Yeah. Okay. But I'm still like, in that case, I would go to like 1 or 2, maybe 3 feet, but not more. But hey, if science calls me out on that, I'm going to agree. So
My friend, you're home. You're with your tribe. We as flat earthers agree with you on what you said. If you told that to a globe believer, they'd call you a conspiracy theorist, and they'd say you were retarded if you told them that there was only a couple millimeters of curve across a 10-mile wide lake. I said, so if you want to look yourself, just go to AI, ChatGPT or something, or I can link a curvature calculator in the chat, and you're going to find that it's at the 10 miles, that it's almost a 7-story building's worth of curve. About 67 feet is what the globe requires. So that's a shitload of curve that just ain't there.
Mm-hmm. I still don't agree, but it's okay.
What don't you agree with?
On the fact, for example, because I can't get like really involved with the math. You just pointed out. You said you have a homepage where you can like sign it. But for me,
No, I mean, I was just saying, there's curvature calculators that you can look up on Google. And I was saying I could just share one with you, or you could look it up yourself.
Yeah, but besides the fact, you called me, I'm one of yours. So you involved me in.
Oh yes, you're part of you're one of us now. You're a flat earther.
Yeah, definitely. And the other way around is like when you say, like, when you tell some people like the way you think about the word and they call you crazy, bro, that's just not a good person to talk to. That's
Absolutely. I agree. I like your demeanor. You're very pleasant to talk to from so far.
Yeah, so far, bro, we have, there's time to change,
So you should, if you,
Nah. Yeah.
So if you think, I mean, seriously, you're what you said, a couple millimeters of curve across 10 miles. That's what we believe. That's why we're flat earthers.
No.
Oh, absolutely. That's a flat Earth claim. That's something a flat earther would say, that there's maybe a couple millimeters of curve across 10 miles. Because the globe, like I said, requires 67 feet across that 10 miles. For the globe to be accurate, that's how much curve has to be there across 10 miles, about 67 feet.
Yeah, but that's 16 kilometers. I can't even see anyone in 16 kilometers difference. It's not possible.
What's not possible?
To see someone and 16 kilometers away from you?
Oh, we got high-powered cameras, zoom cameras, things like that.
Yeah, with a camera.
Telescopes.
Okay.
These new iPhones and these new those Samsungs, that's got the crazy zoom. You can see, I don't know, it's 100 times zoom or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got a 25. But my Oppo Reno was better. That had 95 times zoom, but the clarity was way better.
Yeah, these cameras or these phones are darn near, astrophotography cameras. Getting there. So do you realize kind of how profound what you said was?
No.
Yes, sir. About the couple millimeters of curve across a 10-mile wide lake? That's pretty profound. I mean, you should really think about that.
Yes. If I would know the numbers, it would be profound. But as soon as I told you before, in front of, that I don't know the numbers, that I'm just like guessing, it was quite clear from my side that I have no idea and that you can't fix me on that point and you can't make a point of it.
Well, I mean, doesn't that raise your eyebrows? Like, whoa, 60, there's supposed to be 67 feet of curve? I thought it was just a couple millimeters. That's a big difference between 67 feet and a couple millimeters. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yes, definitely. I do know what you mean, but it still doesn't change my point of view. Same as it doesn't change yours, huh?
Well, it would change mine. If I thought that, and it did change mine. It was actually, I agree, years ago, before I became a flat earther, I also thought, I was like, yeah, how much curve is there across 10-mile lake? I'd be like, well, I don't know, a couple inches. I mean, not much at all. And then somebody sent me a link to an earth curvature calculator. And then I put in the distance for a 10-mile wide lake, and it was 67 feet. That's the height of a 7-story building. So I went to, I was in Idaho at the time in the United States, and there was a 6-mile wide lake near me, and it was super cold. You know, it was like a mirror. It was It was cold, no wind.
Nothing. Not so late on you.
Yeah, nothing. So, and me and my friend, he went to a dock on the other side, and I had a zoom camera, and I was able to get really close to the water. and I could see him in the dock on the other side. And there should have been, at that distance, 24 feet of curve. He should have been blocked by a hill of water almost 3 stories high, but I could see him. So that kind of raised like, whoa, I shouldn't be able to see that. And then, the rest is history. I started doing that all over the place and looking into the stuff, and I was just like, man, there's just no curvature anywhere.
Okay. Yeah. No body of water curves, bro. What's that for a sentence, though?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Just was reading the chat.
Yeah, those
There's
mirror
some
image
water.
reflections are pretty amazing. Go ahead, yes, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it doesn't matter. But it says is some water curved or water would need to curve. If no water curves, Earth is flat. No body of water curves. Bruh. What do you mean? Like water is always in the same situation? Not curving? Not moving? I don't get it.
Well, what he means is if we were on a globe, if you're at the beach, that body of water in front of you would have to be curving down and away from you. And so, and if it's really calm outside, the water can look like a mirror. And if the water is curving down and away from you and it's reflecting the sky overhead, it would be distorted. But instead, you get those perfect mirror image reflections like he showed. They're called specular reflections. And that's just, if you have a mirror, like a funhouse mirror at a circus, it's curved. When you look at it, it's distorted. The thing is, when we look at all bodies of water, when they're calm like that, they do perfect mirror image reflections of the sky. There's just no curve.
Well, if you think that, that's okay. But for me, it's like it's hard to make a guess on a cloud, for example, that we see on that picture. So, for example, if we turn the light down and we make it night on that picture, and the sky is still clean, then you see some stars, and the moon on a reflection, and then you can do the math. Like they are not changing. It's not like a cloud. A cloud is changing all the time. It's taking a picture of a moment, and the cloud is like inflicted by natural like things that are happening, like evaporation or stuff like this. But if you use the stars on the in the night and you let them reflect on the water, you can do the same, and you realize that there are some more distance and some like closer distance, for example, like the repulsive effect, for example. There are many stars that light up, and then they slow down on the intense of the light that they produce, that is reaching our Earth. So with those factors, I think you can make the mathematics and figure out that it's like round.
That what's around, the stars or the Earth?
The both.
Well, but the thing is, instead of looking at stars, which are hundreds of light years away, hundreds and hundreds of trillions of miles, you can't actually confirm that yourself. But what you can confirm is you and your friend going to a 10-mile wide lake with some telescopes and zoom cameras and looking across. You mean like, Yeah, there is maybe a millimeter of curve across this lake, if that. It's flat. You can do that yourself.
Well,
You don't need to look up.
by confirming, for example, to interrupt. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I hope I didn't.
No, go for it. Go for it.
But for the example, like when there's summer, yeah, that's the time where you lose your winter jacket. Yeah, you put on a short trousers and like a tank top. And in the middle of the summer, you're getting way faster browner, and it's like the temperature is higher. So there is actually a way of figuring out how far a star is from you, kinda. You know what I mean? Like in the wintertime, it's more away. Correct?
Very cool. Very cool. What stars did you do this on? When did you do this?
No, that's just my own like personal evaluation by like Flut and Ebbe. That's how we call it. Like the water is rising and declining. And the other thing is like when I'm getting brown in the summer, it's definitely in the middle of the summer. That's when I'm on the middle of the day. That's what I'm getting, or when I'm getting most of the browns. You know, when I'm getting brown.
You know, interesting thing. During winter, the sun in the globe model, the sun is 3 million miles closer when it's winter. So, I mean, that's pretty crazy. You know, the sun 3 million miles closer, but it's actually colder.
You mean
in the globe model? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, somewhere else on this planet, when it's winter in my country, I mean, it's round. So when it's cold in my area, it should be hot on the other side. That's why there's no snow in some countries forever.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm talking about North America in the winter time when it's colder. It's the sun is supposedly 3 million miles closer when it's in the northern hemisphere when it's during winter. The sun is closer, but it's colder somehow.
Okay.
That's kind of a crazy anomaly that it doesn't make sense to me.
For me neither. So maybe there's a like a hole in my argument. I should figure it out. I have to.
Have you ever seen some of the videos of when people zoom into them into stars, what they really look like with zoom cameras and telescopes? When you zoom into them and blow up the image onto a larger screen. Have you ever seen any of those videos?
Mm-hmm.
And how they're just flashing all these different colors, taking all these different shapes. They're not like these solid single color orbs. They're like dancing. It's like it's pretty crazy. You've seen those ones? I'm gonna link a cool one that's pretty short. Give me a second here.
Yeah, definitely though, because the way you explain it, I have never seen it. But
give me a second here. I'm gonna find one real quick. I'll be back in a sec.
Yo, does old dude don't have a mic?
All right, I just linked it. It takes maybe 20, 30 seconds. You don't have to have the volume on or anything, and it takes 20 or 30 seconds to start up. But check that video out and tell me what you think about that. I think it's pretty fascinating, actually, myself. They're just beautiful. It says the video says the star Capella.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. Looks like a rainbow, though.
Don't they? They go through all the colors of the rainbow. When I first saw that, my mind was blown because I always thought, during science class and such, that stars off in the distant cosmos were larger versions of the sun that we have. They're just this big orb. But when you actually look at them with our own
I
equipment,
just
you're like,
wanted
wait
to
a minute.
interrupt and let everyone know my name is Quandelius Dingley.
So why is
About
it like making all those colors? Like, I'm just confused. Like,
Let's go ahead and minimize our interrupting, please.
so when you say you look at the sun and the light that is coming to you has a certain value of light, like it's really light, white light, for example. That means it's like when you there is a table of colors that we use to see everything. That's why there are people that have the disorientation of red and green, for example. So when you look at anything, it's only visual for you because there's light inflicting it and because of the color constellation of it.
oh, I didn't know they looked like that far away. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but there's no better way to explain light than by a rainbow, because you see the light and it's just like separated in each color that there is by the definition of light.
I'm just wondering why it's going all crazy. Like why it goes like all over the place like that.
Have you never seen those before, Dukester?
No, I've never.
It's pretty wild. When I first saw those videos, my mind was blown. I was like, that's not a star. That's got to be CGI or something. But there's hundreds of those videos out there. And then I spent thousands of dollars on astronomy equipment and cameras after I saw that. And all the stars do that. And they do go through all the different colors. And I'll link another pretty good one too.
Yeah. And while we're on it, this old dude said he's going to link up his mic. Give me a second. And now he's back in dead though.
Yes, mate, I'm here. How you doing?
Nice though. Because I really don't like this. What about the picture that you posted before the video?
The one with the solar analemma.
Yeah, closer, colder, further, hotter.
Yeah. Well, that's the analemma of the sun. That's a photograph of the sun from approximately the same time every month across the course of a year. You can see its position is noted with when it was, roughly when it was taken. Now, for us, this gives us the seasons. Ergo, summer when the sun is closer, in effect, to us, and here for longer over our, area of Earth. And therefore it's warmer. Builds up heat, hotter, much hotter during the day. Thermal mass released from the ground during the night. All that's actually the actual effect of it is actually testable. But to measure it and say that it's closer, no, it only appears closer over our heads during the summer. But in the heliocentric model, due to the tilt of the Earth, in the summertime, the sun is actually further away. And in the winter, it's actually closer, but angled, more angled. And they say that's why it's colder. But in actual fact, in the heliocentric model, it's colder, it's closer in summer and further. It's closer in winter and further in summer. So how does it work hot and cold like that? I don't get it, dude.
On what?
How it works? How can it be summer when the sun's further away?
There's no summer when the sun is further away for your area, though.
Well, the sun moves between the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer over the course of the seasons of the year. Over the course of a year.
You mean star signs, bro? It's not moving towards star signs, though.
Dude,
star signs are made out of stars. Sun is a star, so it would be either.
It's celestially observed to transit between the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer. Now, if you know what the tropics are, they're areas in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
The sun traverses between them over the course of a year, and that's why that picture, it's possible to capture that picture, the sun, and also the moon. The moon has its own transit and its own analemma. However, it's heart-shaped, where the sun appears to be some form of an ellipse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? In the heliocentric model, during summer, according to the heliocentric model, the sun is further away in summer.
Okay.
But we see it more in summer here. It appears more over our head. The days are longer in summer to us. How can that be further away? Causing that?
Well, by further away, it doesn't matter how far a flashlight is, as long as the angle is directed to you. It should have a longer impact of you.
How can it work? How can it work thermally then? To give us, that we experience its light more, its warmth more, it physically heats us more, but yet it's further away.
I mean, you have other planets, for example. I don't know what's the one called, like near to the sun, but on it it's like 400 degrees. So that's the effect of like being too close to it. And so when you're getting closer a little bit, the change only like.
But it gets closer and it gets warmer there. Well, according to the heliocentric model for us, the sun gets further away in summer, but it gets warmer.
Yeah. Okay. Then it makes sense to question that argument.
You see the anomaly, yeah? You see the anomaly.
Yeah, I see the difference. That's all that I see, and not an anomaly. For me, it's a difference. Because you have your point of view and I have my point of view, and I guess you can make sense out of yours as I can make out of mine.
Well, as long as you understand where we're coming from and why we see it as an anomaly, and like in contradiction to what makes sense, fire's warmer the closer you are. You can tilt yourself at any angle to a radiant heat source, and it doesn't get warmer unless you tilt yourself forwards towards it. If you lean at an angle backwards, your toes will still be warm, but your face gets cold. Not according to the heliocentric model, it works in reverse according to that.
But for example, like when you put your nose to the heat, is your back head on heat? Is your back head also hot? Like you know what I mean?
The back of your head's not hot, but yes, the whole of your face gets hot.
Yeah, your face gets hot, and the back of your head is not getting hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's like maybe a pretty bad example, but that's what I meant by heat inflicting the effect of heat on a surface. So, for example, but let me skip that one. So the other question that I had is like when you talked about the Earth, you also said moon, and you said like moon has its own rotation area.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's on analemma. Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And me personally, I'm stuck in the thing called gravitation. Yeah. That's in Newton, like Newton's fourth or whatever. And it's about like when you like take an object, throw it up, it comes back down. Correct?
Yeah, but that's buoyancy and density. There's no force actually pushing it down other than its own weight as compared to the medium that it's in.
Well, when there would be no force, wouldn't it be possible for the moon to fly away?
Well, why does it have to be kept by anything in our orbit?
It doesn't have to, but it seems like it is.
In orbit of Earth. The actual mechanics of it, we can only theorize at the mechanics of it, and that's why we can't claim gravity as fact.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. Only
there could be an invisible fishing line holding it up from behind. We can't go and find these things out.
Can't we?
No, no, we can't. No.
Why not?
Because the theoretical paradigm that is known as space has such a low pressure. It's the vacuum of space. It's the infinite vacuum. It's 10 to the negative. Yeah, 10 to the negative 17 torr. Now on Earth, at ground level, we've got 14.7 psi. But however, the problem with this is you can't have any kind of pressure next to a vacuous area, even in a gradient. If there's anything of a lower vacuous area or a greater area to expand into, the pressure keeps expanding until it equalises. So ergo, you can't have gas pressure without a container. A container's a natural antecedent. No, we don't know what it is. No, we're not inferring a dome that implies shape or physicality. But if space is a vacuum, then there's something stopping the gas pressure on Earth just from bleeding off entirely.
No.
It's natural law, bro. It's gas law. If you want to check, I think it's Boyle's or Gay-Lussac's or something like that. Or is it Avogadro's? I can't remember. It's one of the gas laws.
Yeah, you can check it out.
I've linked you to our main server in DMs. We've got a massive database of collated info, and one of the huge sections is gas pressure. It's all about gas pressure. If it's any help, jump in, have a look.
Yeah, but that includes the definition of you or the thought process of you thinking that a vacuum has a sucking force in it. When you open a vacuum, then your brain is going to think, the vacuum is going to suck it in to fill it.
No. It's to do with how pressure expands infinitely until it finds its medium or a barrier that it can form at a level of. Space doesn't suck, bro. The story of space sucks. Vacuums don't suck. Gas pressure expands even more rapidly into a more vacuous lower pressure than it would into a more equal pressure. That's all it is.
Yeah, but so when you put a vacuum into space, there's no... What's going to happen? There are no gases. Because a vacuum is a definition of nothing in it. No elements, no gases.
It's what we class.
No, nothing in it.
It's the terminology for. It's the terminology for vacuum of space. They call it the vacuum of space, the infinite vacuum of space. But it's not. They claim it's 10 to the negative 17 torr, which is not possible to reach on Earth. We can't even mimic that. We get close, but not really close at all.
What do you mean with mimicking what?
Well, the lowest vacuum on Earth is owned by NASA or some government organisation, right? They can only get down to, and I can't even remember off the top of my head. I would have to go and look.
It doesn't matter the numbers. Tell me the things that they're. I could tell you about it's the number of p divided by 2 minus 10 each high 5 f. That makes no sense to you when I make that mathematical conclusion. So bring it down to me to a fact where I can understand it.
So
or break it down.
Even NASA can't create a low enough torr pressure to mimic the claim of the vacuum of space. Yeah?
So NASA can't do what?
They can't go down as far as negative 17 or 10 to the negative 17 torr with any man-made vacuum.
Negative minus 10 torr. Well, what does it mean?
It's the classification of the gas pressure in space, allegedly. 10 to the negative 17 torr.
They can't go down there.
NASA can't recreate that on Earth. No, it's too low.
Yeah, but what do you need gas for?
To live on Earth, to breathe on Earth. Earth is said to be hurtling through the galaxy in umpteen vectors at thousands of miles an hour, yeah? So if
But
that's
they
a
can't get down
area,
to that. The NASA can't get down to like CO2.
no, they can't get down to 10 to the negative 17 torr, no.
Where they want to go?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They can't recreate this. They can't recreate gas pressure in a vacuum without a container in any situation.
You can't create pressure in a vacuum.
You can't create gas pressure in a vacuum without a container, or next to a vacuum, sorry. Next to a vacuum.
No,
My English is bad.
Because when you want to make any pressure with gas or something like this, then it can't be a vacuum anymore. Then it's a bottle filled of the gases that you're just mentioning.
My English is bad. It's not in a vacuum, it's next to a vacuum. Gas pressure next to a vacuum.
Okay, and how are they separated?
Well, natural law, gas law says that it needs a barrier, or all the gas pressure would bleed off to the lower pressure state. Your idea of a barrier is gravity holding all the air on Earth. We say that's nonsense.
That's what I said. Gravity. Gravity.
Okay? Yeah,
and
you
I
say
told
it's
you about gravity. Yeah.
Yeah, I know the story and I know the claims, but it's a physical impossibility, bro.
For you.
No. In natural law.
No.
In gas law. You can't create gas pressure next to a lower state of gas without a barrier. It will bleed off and equalize.
Yeah, but then there's no vacuum. When it can bleed off, that means there is a point of penetration. So there's a way to it. So it's not a closed area called a vacuum. Because as soon as it's going to be impaired or like affected, that means it's by definition no vacuum anymore.
Well, it's not necessarily a vacuum. They're talking about the vacuous area at an extremely low pressure. It's vacuous as a reference term as to not necessarily having any particle or amount greater than of in an area over X amount of area. It's the volume of space that it's referring to. Vacuous also meaning the lower, extremely lower pressure, as in any gas pressure would instantly equalize and off gas and equalize to it.
No, there is no pressure to a vacuum.
No, there's pressure on Earth. There's gas pressure on Earth, dude. Hello, remember your breathing? Yeah?
Can I say something real quick?
Please jump in, yes. Please do.
I just want to know if this is a fair definition for the second law of thermodynamics. That when you have two competing but separate systems of different temperature or pressure, when introduced to each other, they will always equalize. They will reach a state of equilibrium. Would that be a fair definition for the second law of thermodynamics?
I would say so, yes. The higher will equalize to the lower, I would imagine. Or the volumetric density would balance.
So
higher
I would
moves
think.
To lower, yeah. Entropy higher moves to lower. Yeah.
So to me, the second law of thermodynamics says that the air that we're breathing would equalize with the space void vacuum. I mean,
that's the one, dude. Yeah. That's the one. Again, it's just one of these things to think about, like the analemma and the fact that heliocentrism claims that it's summer when the sun's further away and winter when it's closer. It's an anomaly that can't be explained and in violation of what we know of as natural law and thermodynamics, bro.
So, to hear my point of view is the following. It's still Newton, the gravity law. So, like when you throw something up, it comes down. And to continue with that example, when you throw something up like an airplane, yeah, and you reach a certain level, like 33,000 feet, for example, at that point, there's a decompression system in the airplane to work against the pressure that is coming from outside. Yeah.
Yep.
And
the lower, sorry, you mean the lower pressure outside to stop the cabin decompressing to the outside?
Yes. Yeah, to the outside, because when it's not, then it's going to decompress. Going to be decompressed. Because and there's also like an air influsion system in it, and it makes like I lost my point. Sorry, bro. You interrupted me.
Sorry, my friend. You were talking about a canister of pressure at high altitude.
Yeah.
A plane
about the oxygen. So when you stay down on Earth, on the surface, no matter if it's round or flat, you can breathe. And when you go up like 33,000 feet, for example, and you are in a plane, they need that decompression or accelerate compression of that airplane to make passengers breathe and be unconscious, like they realize stuff. Because if they don't, then it's going to be like, there's an example. I don't know what's the name. It was a Greek airline, and they forgot to switch the button for the air decompression system. So they went up in like 24,000 meters or feet, and all of the passengers and even the pilots lost consciousness. Did you say that? Consciousness?
Yes.
Yeah, and it just crashed down because people didn't realize that they're not inhaling oxygen anymore, just thin layers. And that's what I meant with like there are layers of airs in the system that we have, and those layers are demanded or like not demanded, like directed by the thing called gravity. That's why, for example, when you fly with an airplane and you shut down the motor, it's going to sink down. It's going to fall down. That's called gravity. Yeah.
Okay. So your claim of gravity basically pulls down more particle or stops oxygen particles rising and forming an equilateral pressure all the way up. Your form of gravity forms a gradient. Yeah.
Not particularly oxygen particles, but I think about thinner particles. Like when it's thinner, it's going to be in like the weight is lighter. It's going to be more up. Yeah. It's like, for example, or thicker. I don't know, but it's not going to act the same way. For example, if you put oil into a bottle of water, the oil is going to collect at some space, and we all know it's the top. So it would be the same around like oxygen, the thing that we breathe. It would be the same in reverse. So it's going to be only on the bottom. Okay?
Well, I would agree that certain gases, yes, they are heavier. We see this, we can test them. They appear to be heavier than others, And oxygen being produced at ground level, yes, there's a greater volumetric density of it. So yes, that again would show why we have 14.7 at PSI and thereabouts, and an oxygen count higher, lower down than we do on the top of, say, Everest or the mountains in Nepal, where they have to take bottled oxygen up to. But again, there is oxygen up there. It's just that less. Not as much of it, basically.
The concentration is less.
Yeah,
that's why, for example, extreme sportlers go up like hills to train, and when it's effective, they come down, and they use the effect of like hyperinflation of oxygen into their red cells. Yeah.
Yes.
Because the red cells of their blood system learned to act with less, so they're way more receptible, for example.
Yeah. High altitude training, dude. Yeah, it's big part of the sport regime. Yeah.
That's
But so we get for you, it's a density tower, but for us, it's also a density tower because we have buoyancy and density. But the claim still remains that there's a magic force holding gas pressure from ripping off into space entirely. It's impossible to create a gradient down to these low pressures without the pressure equalizing from 14 psi way down across the container. The pressure, it's not, you can't model Earth in a theoretical vacuum. You can't model a pressure bubble that Earth has in a theoretical vacuum. Yes, I know that you're going to say, well, that's because you're on Earth and the gravity's only pulling down relative to where it is, blah, blah, blah. You can't separate
If you know what I'm going to say, then there's no need to have this discussion.
Yeah, but the thing is, I believe you said Newtonian gravity?
Yeah.
Is that right? Well, do you understand that that's theoretically...
But Newton law, whatever. Keep on.
Yeah. You know that that's theoretically over 100 years out of concept. It's out of date. It was Newton himself that threw it out. That's why we ended up going with Einsteinian gravity. The theory of mass attraction, dude. It's over 100 years out of date.
It's not effective?
Yeah, I'll show you a letter. He wrote a letter to one of his colleagues or his peers or something saying that it was
Newton said gravity isn't real.
Well, Newton said that the theory of mass attraction had become inconceivable as a... I'll put it in the text when I find it, dude. Yeah, that's one of the reasons that we come up with...
If you don't find it, I really don't mind.
Where is it?
Because at the end of the day, what I just realized with those debates that I'm following here sometimes is like, no matter if it's round or if it's flat, there's always like a way to like debunk or question the stats that you're bringing up. And at the end of the day, it's just about like what you do believe and what I do believe, and just the way like we can communicate with each other. And even because the point is, I thought it through, like, okay, let it be flat. What is going to happen with me? Nothing else that I'm just doing right now. Okay? And if it would be round, it would be the same. There is no impact if it's the shape of a fucking bowl or a plate or a cube. Yeah. It doesn't matter.
So just accept it's flat then, because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but you remember you started with F. You did start with F, so the question's still on the table.
Yeah, I mean, for you, yes. No. Let me shape that answer in for each and every one of us in this channel. There's already like a point of view or how we look at the world. It's already set. And from that point on, we have to argue which is other, and maybe like proof, or
yes, proof,
what I mean?
Yes, proof. We have to prove it. We have to test it. Yeah, we have to be scientific. And what we do is, because it's a geometric question about Earth's surface, whether it's curving or not according to the model of the globe, yes, we have to test it physically. We have to be empiric and measure over distance and test to see if there is actual physical drop. Now, the place that we would do this for best results, I'm sure you would agree, is over water because of fluid dynamics and its conformity to the confinements and requirements of gravity and effective gravity. Yeah? So we test at distance over water, which, if gravity is curving it to the conformity of the globe at 8 inches per mile squared, there will be a geometric horizon or a point of the water where it begins to curve and drop away from you. You will not be able to see the surface anymore because it is lower than the curve of the Earth. We worked out the maths. We know how far that is. We've tested it. And on every occasion, it's come back as not curving. Flat and level mean flat and level, not level according to gravity curving round a ball. There's no instance where you can actually physically record
and for that
geometric curvature as it should be in accordance with the model.
Exactly. And you're 100% correct. The thing that I just realized while looking with you at that topic is the following. Is like, no matter if it's a flat or a round Earth, it's called sea level.
Yes, sir. There it's, yeah, you see it now, level. Yeah? Level.
No, I don't see it, and I guess, you know what, bro, like, I'm starting to make my argument.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's the reference plane that we talk about, and it's a horizontal, azimuthal reference plane across Earth. We use on it to travel. We use it for celestial navigation. We use it for everything, construction, the whole lot, level.
Level.
Sorry? Level, yeah.
It's round.
Sorry?
It's round.
The ground. That's topography. That's above and below.
I said it's round.
The ground is round.
No, it's round.
What is?
The Earth is round, though.
But that you're just stating a comment because I've explained to you that level is flat and level. That's cognitive dissonance, bro.
There's a level on. Even there's a level on a plate or on a ball. There's both the surface level.
No, that's a different reference to level.
No.
That's referencing level as equidistant to center.
Let's say like the surface has an inch of like, or like you put a plate, or let me call it a stuff, that's 1 meter, and you put it from the surface on a flat Earth, you put it on the Earth, and it's 1 meter up, correct? So when you make the same example on a globe, on a ball, no matter where you put the stick, when it's round, it's still 1 meter from the surface.
Yes, that's that's equidistant, as in not changing in elevation level, but level in itself means not changing in elevation across a planar reference.
Yeah, but I didn't change anything.
No, you're curving it. I'm saying that's against the law.
I'm covering it the same as you covering it.
It's an incorrect reference of the term level.
No, it's not incorrect.
It's an incorrect inference.
No, it's not incorrect.
Well, I'm sorry, it is. It's actually a bastardization of the terminology.
That's exactly where we're going to meet up, and where there's a finish line because you say it's incorrect. I say it's not incorrect.
Okay.
And
if
there is no point of argument if you say this is true and I'm saying that is true. We can't have a discussion, no matter if the round is flat or round. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter.
Let's put it a different way then. Okay, if I want to cast, say I'm laying a foundation, and I want to lay it level. Yes, you understand that reference of level on a foundation or a piece of wood that is flat with no point higher or lower than the other, equidistant to that plane. Yes? Does that make sense? Level? No. Apparently not. Maybe it's me. Did I drop out?
No, you're here.
Loud and clear, mate.
I still think it's incredibly profound that he thought there was just 1 or 2 millimeters of curve across a 10-mile wide lake. I'm just hoping he doesn't breeze past that in the future when he's thinking about this conversation. Be like, yeah, I only, 1 or 2 millimeters across a 10-mile wide lake would mean the world is literally flat.
Well, it's because we're so small and Earthy's so biggy. In that reference frame, that's what people believe. But when you actually look at the math, across 10 miles, you're looking at 66 feet of drop. Or thereabouts, I think. Is it? Or 660? I can't mind which one it is. I'd have to look at the chart. 8 inches. 8 inches. Right, aye, thank you. 8 inches per mile squared of curve. Now that's an exponential rate, and it's good for up to, it's blah blah parabolica, blah blah. It's actually good for over just pretty much about 1,200 at least miles. So, yeah. 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer eye height in feet when you're standing at the seashore. You're standing with your feet in the water, 6 foot high, the geometric horizon, the edge of the surface where it should begin to curve and drop away after that. You shouldn't be able to see it at all. 3 miles thereabouts, at max, maybe 3.5. With refraction.
After his initial statement about the lake, he seemed to steer well clear of the ground and of measurements.
Yeah. Most people are. It's no reflection on anyone else out there. We're not saying we're better or we're more advanced mentally or we're more healthier or anything than anyone else. But it's a cognitive dissonance process. This goes against everything that you've learned, and everything that you've learned has got to filter to the surface in your mind and bubble out of you or be talked about.
Just about the comment from Jado, I wasn't common to the system that you use in measuring. Okay, so for me it was like when you say 4 miles, it's like I don't know what that is.
Oh, so you need kilometers, dude? Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sure someone in the chat can provide you with a chart in kilometers.
Yeah, I said it was. I also mentioned 12 kilometers having 90 meters. That was totally discussed. I mentioned that. You said it was just a couple of millimeters.
I don't know if we've got a Euro measure chart or whatever they call it. If anybody's got it in modern money, please post it.
All he needs to know is that an inch is 2.54 centimeters, and once you know that, you can sort of work out all the measurements.
Sure, I've seen one in funny money, but I'm not sure where it is. I should actually have both of them. I've only got that one really readily to hand. Oh, hello, Scott Mackey. What are you doing? What time is it for you? Here, Scott, you're up in the middle of the night. What's the matter, son? Is everything okay at home? It must be what, anywhere between 1 and 1 and 3, 4 for you, Scott. What are you doing up at this time of night?
It's just after midnight.
There you go, sir. I can hear it in your voice. Are you all right, mate?
Oh yeah,
Are you
fine.
okay? Good.
Got back from bowling with my brother-in-law, and
cool. No, I can't find a metric. Scott, by any chance, would you have a metric chart of the globe, sir, and the drop over distance? Or access to pull it up?
No.
That's what it was. It's 31 kilometers across, or 31 meters of drop across 20 kilometers. That was the one I mentioned earlier.
31 meters across 20k. And 20k is how many miles? 20 kilometers, that must be about like 15 miles or something.
I believe it's 12.
There you go. There you go. Right, got you now. Aye. See, that's the thing. It's people don't understand. They think I'm really smally, Earth really biggie, too smally to experience or see or measure curvy. They just don't get it. It's not their fault. System's very clever, isn't it, Scott?
What's that?
Education system with regard to the heliocentric model and us on Earth, it's actually very clever. It puts ideas into people's heads and it lets them run along quite the thing without having the tools or the abilities to go out and actually check.
Well, as long as what they teach them is actually true, I'm fine with it. So, and it is, so I'm fine with it.
Well, yeah.
So 20 miles is 32 kilometers.
Got you.
And so that's fucking far. And at that point, I would do agree that there's more than a couple of inches. But I'm still not buying the fucking building stuff.
Again, we're back to oops, an anomaly on the globe side. Oops, an anomaly. Yeah.
Well, flat Earth is nothing but anomalies.
Oh, Scott, you sound angry. Why are you angry?
I'm not angry.
Well, what do you mean nothing but anomalies? Start with one, dude.
No, you guys can't measure a single thing.
Well, we measure lack of curvature. Sorry?
No, you haven't.
Yeah, we do. We measure lack of curvature over bodies of water everywhere, dude.
Right. Yeah, but the way you do it is stupid.
Yeah,
so.
What do you mean stupid? Okay, stop slandering and help us be more intelligent then, Scott. What do you mean stupid?
Just grab two theodolites. Put one on one side of the lake and the other on the other side of the lake.
Yeah.
Point zero out the one.
Yeah.
And then point the other one back and see if they hit the same point. They won't. But you guys will never do that, right? Because you'll find your own shit.
Can you explain why? Can you
prove it to yourself?
Explain why they won't? I'm not sitting with you.
Yes, because 0 degrees at one point is not 0 degrees at the other point. Those lines are parallel.
Yeah, but that's azimuth on a globe, Scott. You're taking a global reference frame to do that from, bro.
Yeah, I know, but here's what happens. When you try it, you'll find out they don't point at each other.
Well, what do they point at?
But you guys don't want to try it. You're afraid.
Do they both point over each other equilaterally?
No, because you put the other one where the other one's hitting. So you take theodolite A and you put it at 0 degrees, and you look through it, and you put a marker at the other side of the lake, and you get your walkie-talkie or a cell phone.
Where did you do this? Hey, Scott, we all know how to do that. Where did you do this? What lake?
I didn't.
You've never done this?
No. Why would I?
So why are you telling us to do something you've never done? That's just ridiculous.
Because other people have done it, I believe them.
We don't care what other people have done. We care what you have done. Why are you asking us to do something you've never done?
But here's the thing. If I did it, you wouldn't care if I did it either.
I would
You would
care.
just,
It would
no,
bring
you
a little more
wouldn't.
credence to it.
You
Yeah.
wouldn't. You would just say
But you don't do shit. You guys just ask us to do your experiments. So it's kind of.
You would just say I'm lying, and you know it. Come on, at least admit that.
Oh,
No, if you.
You would
someone
just
else
call
might
me a
Scott,
liar. You know you
someone
would.
else.
Please.
Scott, someone else might call you a liar, dude, but I want to see your appraisal, okay?
You want to see my what?
I want to see your hands-on test. I want to see you go out and try this for yourself, Scott, and see what you record. I won't be calling you a liar.
I'm never going to. But you guys claim to have done it.
Yes,
I never claim to have done it.
Well, I claim to have done it in my version so far as I'm able.
What did you do?
I've observed the opposing shore of a landmass beyond the physical curve of Earth requirements, where I shouldn't be able to observe it.
But observing is not enough. We just figured that out.
Yeah, that's why I have to go back and record it and use lasers and confirm it. Actually, physically impose a visible meter on it.
I would appreciate you would do that.
Just get a theodolite.
You've never done this yourself, Scott, so please stop bringing up theodolites. You've never done it yourself.
Oh, someone's sad. You've never done it either, have you?
No.
Nobody did.
I've not taken theodolites.
Nobody did, but we all talking about. That's the funny thing, though.
Well, I trust other people who say they've done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'll put a
but you guys don't trust anybody. You don't trust each other.
You guys.
Put a post in chat for you, Scott. You know I live in Scotland, so we have a lot of sea locks. Well, this is a sea lock on the same dimensions as quantum array. As BMLSB 69's Black Swan observation of the oil rigs. Same dimensions. This is why I need to go back with a zoom camera and a laser, though. You'll see what I mean. This is only the theoretic that you'll be able to see here. Hang on, where is it?
Has any globe earther ever asked you for a laser test?
Me personally?
Well, it's like, for laser tests don't mean anything to us. You can do laser tests up the wazoo. None of us are going to care.
Mean something.
Lasers
and theodolite tests that you've never done yourself, we don't trust either.
You know, fine. You don't have to.
He's not going to break the first rule of Globe Club. Duh.
What?
The first rule of Globe Club. That's funny.
Trust me, bro. That's all you're bringing, Mackie. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. My friends did it.
No, not my friends. I don't even know these people.
Oh,
Mackie. Drugs are bad, okay, Mackie?
There you go, Scott. Anyway. That's my backyard, Scott.
It doesn't.
Bro, don't bring up personal pictures right now, man.
Yeah, I grew up on the coast too, right? I've seen lots of boats go over the horizon. I watched them disappear bottom up. You guys can't explain that.
Story.
No, you haven't. I don't believe you.
Exactly. I knew you'd say that.
Scott, you're imposing what you think of as that. You're imposing the constraints of the model and the effects of it.
I watched it.
Yeah, it looks like that to you, yeah?
You're saying I shouldn't trust my eyes? You're saying I shouldn't
You should have had a binocular and a telescope, buddy, after that one.
I'm saying...
Not just your eyes.
I can see him just fine.
Oh, no,
you should trust your eyes, Scott, but you should also research what other possible causes it could have for looking like that. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I know. I have. They're all stupid.
Oh, there you go again. Stupid. What? Rayleigh criteria? Is the Rayleigh criterion
just like you, Mackie?
Scott, is it?
Yeah, the Rayleigh criteria, as you guys understand, is ridiculous.
You better dig them up and tell them, bro. Come on, man. Go and tell the rest of science that is. But go and tell the rest of science. It's all science. They're all stupid.
Scientists show their work. You guys have never showed your work. Where's the math?
Yo, Mackie, shut the fuck up. You've seen this a million times. Fuck you.
Mine's in the chat.
But you guys have never once showed your math.
You don't know. You're lying again. And you're doing your fucking leftist tactics here. Go back to communism land.
You guys know you've never showed
gaslighting. Hey, listen. Stop gaslighting, asshole. That's what you're doing right now.
Mm-hmm. You know you ain't showed your math.
No, you're gaslighting right now.
Exactly.
You're gaslighting again.
Run.
That's what you do.
What you guys do?
Run. That's what you're doing, buddy. That's what you do all the time by gaslighting. Run, bitch.
Yeah. See, my work and my map is the same thing, Scott. See?
Mackie, you're fucking retarded. You've been retarded. You're still retarded. It's crazy, Mackie. It's been years of the same bullshit.
I know.
Mackie, what the fuck's wrong with you?
You guys spend years on this bullshit.
Years of this bullshit. Years of your bullshit. This is the crazy part. And you have nothing new. That's the crazy part. You know what the thing of insanity
one
is?
question, Linktree, though. Is it really yes?
I'm not talking to you. I'm fucking shitting on Mackie. Shut the fuck up.
If it
I don't care.
Yes, that you're talking to Mackie.
I'm talking to Mackie, obviously. Who else am I fucking going to talk to? I'm shitting on him.
Yeah, but you're not talking to me, right? You're talking at me.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys are never interested in a conversation.
You deserve to listen. You deserve to be talked at because you're a gaslighting asshole.
Vlad's just miffed because you don't change your game, and it's been how long, Vlad? 7 years now.
Yeah, this guy's fucking on a loop for fucking 7 years, friends. This guy doesn't change. Same fucking tactics, same gaslighting shit. Yo, did you learn that shit from your ugly wife or what? Oh wait, you have to avoid her. That's why you keep doing this shit.
Yeah, okay.
Don't be nasty about the guy.
Though. We have a discussion here. I'm here since 30 minutes or 1 hour. Everything is clean. You don't start insulting people, man. You don't.
Shut up, man. I don't give a fuck.
It's all he has. It's all he has in his head.
Whatever, gaslighter. Keep gaslighting the fire, baby.
Keep gaslighting the fire.
Yeah.
Do you even know what gaslighting means? You know where it comes from?
Yeah. What you do?
Can you explain it, Scott? Please.
I'm just curious if you even know where the term comes from.
I don't care what it's what you're fucking doing, stupid. That's what you do. You actually come in here and it's I bet you get off on this shit trying to gaslight people in here. But you're being fucking coy about it, being like, pretend to be a fucking victim too at the same time. Fucking bitch.
When did I ever claim to be a victim?
Oh, you cry like a little one. Gaslighting asshole.
So me personally, I'm also a Glober. Yeah. But
nobody cares, especially if you're a Glober. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Let me make a point. It's about like the way you communication. Or the way
it's not. Shut you, buddy. I've been in here for fucking. You don't need to teach me how to fucking speak, bitch.
It was like 1 hour. It was
suck my balls
cool here, though. Yeah, nobody is going to definitely.
Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. The hottest bitch in the world.
You know what, man?
Ugly motherfucker.
Walk up to me, man, and you're going to
easily, братья.
Yeah, easy.
Пошел ты нахуй, блядь. Ты не знаешь, с кем ты разговариваешь, долбоеб, сука, ебаная, блядь. Yeah, buddy, you don't know. I'm telling you.
You don't know nothing, man. You don't know nothing about me.
Yeah, I know, buddy.
Come here.
I fucking know.
Come here and then talk, man.
Yeah, come here and then talk.
Yeah, definitely, though.
Trust me. I fucking know. I don't give a fuck who you are. You could be 300 fucking 50 pounds of pure fucking muscle. I'll still fuck you up, you stupid fuck.
Bro, I'm 280 pounds. I'm fucking 6'3", and I'm going to fucking smash you. Shut the fuck
in Russia, it sounds better. It sounds cool.
Yes, sir. You and I had a really good conversation. I appreciate it, man. And it got derailed when you see, like this guy comes in, this Scott Mack, just interrupting everything. But I hope you come back for more conversations in the future. Yes,
I really
sir. When it doesn't get crazy.
If it's better around, though, I really do appreciate it. Keep up the spirits, though, man. Respect to all. Fuck you, Scott Mackey, even if we are on the same globe. Yeah.
All right.
I'm also a Glober, but the way you acting here, that's, bro, you're coming here and saying, I've got facts, you don't have facts, and you don't say facts.
Yes,
and that's the same what they do. And that's why I really have a problem with you. You come here and you say, present some facts. Bro, you don't have facts by yourself. For myself, I say that in front. I said I have no facts, but I'm here to argue. And that's it. And those
Why would
people
you
here
argue?
are
Why
willing
would you
to
argue
argue.
without facts? That's kind of silly, isn't it?
It's funny. For me, it's funny.
Okay.
And it's like, you know, Melanchthon, that's a philosopher, he said, like, we're here to communicate with each other and how we feel. And that's it. That's life for me. I mean, that's the wrong channel.
How long have you been interacting with these guys?
1 hour.
Okay, yeah, I've gone back like 2 or 3 years now.
They said 7.
That was.
No, I haven't been here 7 years. These other guys have been here.
Maybe about 4.
Okay, let's put it down to 2. Okay, that's crazy though. And I really do appreciate that you're here for 2 years interacting with those people.
Well, I've been gone for the last year or so, but
so like 2 years and 1 year gone. So like 50%
well, it was
gone.
3 years and 1 year gone. So.
Okay, but I think people like you and me about the gaslighting and the putting the fuel into the gaslighting. What's the paradox in itself? Because you need fuel
That's not what gaslighting means. That's not what gaslighting means.
Yeah, that's what you said. But it's they need us to have this
gaslighting is from this movie. Gaslighting. It was the idea come from this movie called Gaslight, where this guy was trying to trick his wife into thinking she was crazy.
I do understand.
Okay.
About the woman, about your wife. I'm really sorry, but about the gaslighting. Those people here, the flat earthers, they need us to have a conversation, as we do need them to have a conversation.
Yeah, but they don't want a conversation, though. It'd be lovely to have one.
That's a heated argument. It's okay.
No, I used to try at the beginning, right? But then you soon realize they're not interested in the conversation.
Yeah, but are you like whenever they put in
facts up? Of course.
Yes,
I would love to. I would love to be able to teach them things about this world that I know.
Good morning, guys. Good morning from Texas. I just wanted to say, hey, I just invited my boy Figgy here. He wants to talk to some people that are flat Earth people.
What's up, man?
There you go.
Just invited my homie.
The funny thing is, just had an
conversation going on.
Yo, all the best though. Yeah, keep it up.
But yeah, he was more concerned about the night that I was in here talking about the nautical mile to some people, and they said I was just full of shit or whatnot, or other extrapolation of data. And I guess we were considering, is flat Earth have merit or not? Does it?
Merit. Did you say merit?
Hey, Scott. So we were already having a conversation before you hopped in. Scott, do you see that picture I just shared with the buildings and the sun above it setting?
Let me look.
It should be probably the last comment in the side chat, the most recent one.
What is this? This building with suns.
So do you see how the lower floors of the building are compressing downwards?
Yeah.
So let's say my friend had a theodolite and was at that building and everything's compressing downwards. I think that's what would happen. It's not Earth curve. You're just looking at compression as it compresses into the horizon. That would give an angular difference between two theodolites looking at each other. That building compressing downwards would also happen with a theodolite.
What do you think I'm saying would happen with a theodolite?
That they're tilting back away from each other, which would give a different zenith angles. So if the theodolite is compressing downwards, just like those buildings are, that would also have that same effect. It would also have a different zenith angles.
So if I can show you 1,000 picture where you didn't have that kind of compression effect, what would you say?
I would need a lot more than just one picture.
No, I said 1,000. I can give you 1,000.
I don't believe you have 1,000 of them.
I know. That's how it always goes.
Well, do you honestly? You have 1,000 pictures saved in your phone right now. Is that that are all of a theodolite looking across the lake? Is that what you're saying?
My DM's open, Scott. Send them to me.
The internet's a big thing.
Yes. So I don't believe you when you say you have 1,000 pictures of people looking at each other with theodolite and they're tilting away from each other. That's what's happening. That compression with the buildings is what's happening at the horizon. That's how you get that theodolite, the zenith angles tilting away from each other. It's because of that right there, with what those buildings are doing.
Maybe I'm a retard. Maybe I'll ask. What is the Xeno thing that you're actually talking about? I'm willing to admit my flaws. That's fine.
Well, there's this thing called reciprocal zenith angles. You take two theodolites, you point them at each other, and you measure the zenith angles that they're each making, and they add up to more than 180 every time.
They add up to more than 180 every time.
Yeah, and you only get that.
That's false. That doesn't happen every time. That's not actually true. It will vary throughout the day. You'll get different readings throughout the day. So when he says it happens every time, that's just basically a lie.
No, it's not. But you need it to be.
Scott, you said you had thousands of evidence.
I do not say I have them. I said I can. I said I can show them to them. That does not mean I have them on hand right now, but I can find them.
Did you leave them at home?
Scott, I'm the one that's not confrontational. I'm just trying to say to you, when you get them, dude, link them in my DMs, please. Remember, Scott, you're not at war with me, bro.
I know. I'm not at war with anybody.
I don't know so much. It doesn't really sound like it to most of us.
Well, shit, I'm American. I'm at war with everybody. That's me.
There you go. See, that's fair.
Yes, sir.
So now that we have a reason why those zenith angles could vary, just like the compression of those buildings, do you have any other evidence for curvature?
But you don't. You just said you do, but that's not true.
I just showed you that building compressing down into the horizon. That's what's going on with your theodolites looking at each other across long distances. It's optical compression as it gets closer to the horizon.
That only happens in special conditions with that. What we're seeing there is refraction, right? We know that.
So do you have any actually good curvature evidence?
You can do it from mountaintop to mountaintop.
You've never done this, so and the mountains in the distance will compress down like that building is.
No, they won't. No, they won't.
But I'm showing you a picture of it literally happening right there with that building. Now you're like, no, it doesn't happen. Of course it does.
It seems like a terrible picture, in my opinion.
Fraction causes compression, Scott, right? Did I pick that up? Yeah.
Not only that, I'm actually a little bit concerned regarding refraction. Isn't refraction just the ability to go ahead and distort light waves in a certain metric? Are we using this like a synonymous concept in the actual world? Or is this like the same applicable distortion of light that we use in like a light spectrum?
It's a go-to globe defense for everything they can't explain. When we can see too far and it debunks the globe, they have this go-to word. They say it's refraction or it's gravity.
So refraction has a literal meaning. It's an actual,
we know it does.
Light.
Right, but it's just a word that Glovers throw around.
I'm more interested on how many floors that building has that we don't see the bottom of.
Oh, go.
Wait, I thought refraction made you see the bottom of things. Like
the bottom. So wait, refraction does not show you the bottom of anything. If anything, that you're cheating physics to understand the bottom of something that you cannot perceive.
But isn't that why you see the towers touching the water and the black swan and at Rampion? Isn't that refraction letting you see?
No, that is not refraction. Refraction is a way of light wavelength distortion. That is refraction. We got to go back to some basic principles. And look, I'm a high school dropout, but I still remember the standard tenets of the light spectrum, the wavelength, the colors, the elucidation of the frequency the crest, the trough, the things that actually produce certain rays that we're able to see, and the refraction of light as it's passed through certain prisms and whatnot.
Yeah.
I'm just curious about a appropriate model that explains flat Earth, I guess. I mean, we could.
We don't have a model. We don't claim a flat Earth model in here, so you're not going to trap anybody or trick anybody into this one.
It's not a trap. It's important to understand the fact that the spherical model does a good representation of the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere on tracking stars. Appropriately helps us track ellipses, moon cycles, and so on and so forth.
None of that is predicted. None of that's predicted. That's all post-diction. It all happens over and over in repeating cycles. There's no predictions going on.
Probably not, yeah.
But that more appropriately explains what's going on versus this arbitrary, we don't have a model.
Well, we can give you some of the key elements, but don't go filling in any blanks. That's why we can't model. We can't fill in certain blanks, so we try not. It's hard to model. We'll give you the key elements if you like. You have a go.
I just don't understand why we're neglecting other key elements in this absolute truth of a flat Earth while neglecting so many other elements. Yeah.
Oh, why are you guys neglecting the fact that there's no measurable curvature?
See, that's one of the key elements for us. So you could jot that down and add that to your model.
I think there's no curvature. That is literally the concept of a nautical mile, so we can express the distance traveled overseas.
Nautical miles have nothing to do with curvature.
That is
it's a measurement of the sky, angles to stars in the sky with ground position below them. That has nothing to do with measurable curvature.
To do with how much distance you transit in water as opposed to on physical surface
I forgot
as well.
what it's called, but there's a measurement where we're able to go ahead and extrapolate distance from like the closest thing that we have. I think it might be close to a quasar or something. Maybe not quasar, but there's another word for it. But we're able to use this or like light elucidation to go ahead and figure out like the different celestial bodies that we have presented between us and what we're able to use as like astronomical units going into space. So
what's that got to do with measurable curvature? Where's your measurable curvature? Where is your measurable curvature?
Do I got to go back to the nautical concept? Let me see.
That's not so. No, that's not measurable curvature. We need measurable curvature. Drop over distance across a lake. We need that.
So we're hyper-focused on curvature.
Did you say we could go to the nearest star and measure and take that as a reference? Did you?
Huh? Huh?
Vertrix, can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
You and your friend are at a 10-mile wide lake. You're on one side. Your friend is 10 miles away on the other side. Okay?
Okay.
How much curving drop over distance do you think that lake requires on your globe model?
Curving drop? Hard for me to say on just basic like principal math in the way that I could do it in my head. But I would say that there might be a slight curvature and also like fog of war or a distance available to me where even though it might exceed 10 miles, I still might be able to see like the other end of it. But I might not be able to see over like a little bit of like the peak and or trough. So considering the distance between me and him, I might be able to see over the waters, but I might not be able to see him standing at the sands or at the bankhead of the lake where he's standing when I'm
hold on. You're really dragging this out. How many feet of curving drop do you think the globe requires across that 10-mile wide lake? 2 inches, 2 feet, 200 feet, 2,000 feet? Just take a guess.
Let's see. How should I reapply the nautical mile the way that I've done it?
It's a simple question. How much?
It's not that simple because what you're actually asking for is a long algorithm.
How much curve does a globe require across a 10-mile wide lake?
So you're going to do an appeal to triviality that something is this simple when in fact nobody utilizes this concept of curvature. But when you want to use this information to go
Vertrix,
seriously?
Stop dodging the question. I'm just curious how much curve you think the globe requires across a 10-mile wide lake. What do you think?
Geometric formula, bro. I'll give you a clue. 8 inches per mile squared.
8 inches per mile squared. What does 8 inches per mile square mean?
Vertrix, you're really dancing around. I just want an answer. How many feet of curve do you think the globe requires across a 10-mile wide lake? 2 feet, 20 feet, 200 feet, 2,000 feet?
If you're asking for curve in a 10-mile radii, I'm going to have to extrapolate that data and utilize the meter differential based on proximity, which is going to be something.
Yeah, come on, man. Just give me an answer. Just give me an answer.
I can't do this in freedom units, first of all.
So you don't know? Okay, how many meters does the globe require a cross of curving drop across a 20-kilometer lake?
Get the text chat.
You know what? Tell you what. How about I facilitate your need to be right? Tell you what. How much I need to facilitate your need to be right? That because you need data extrapolation based on a arbitrary fucking mathematical measure right now. I cannot tell you what the curvature is based on what you just gave me without actually doing the math on it right now.
Just think about it. Anytime you've been to the lake in the past, you've been to the lake, it's summertime. How much curving drop do you think is required across a 20-kilometer lake?
So you're just giving me exposition that how much do I need to facilitate this mathematical equation that you're asking me to facilitate. But guess what? You don't even know what it is because you're bringing up shit that has no mathematical equivalent.
How much curve does the globe require across a 20-kilometer lake?
Oh, 20-kilometer lake. Okay. So, what do I have to do in a 20-kilometer lake to go ahead and gather a curvature?
Yeah,
Are we going to do this based on the standard diameter radii principle, where I'm going to go ahead and grab this information?
Hold on, Vertrix, still. So you're wanting to do a 20-kilometer lake, right? So based off of this curvature calculator, it's showing a 31-meter drop, right? But this is also on the premise of you putting a camera right at the foundation of your feet.
Here's the golden. So for $1,000, do you have evidence that 20-kilometer wide lakes have 31 meters of curving drop over distance across them?
There we go.
Show us the evidence.
Give you $1,000, dude.
Sure. If I took a camera at the bottom of put it all the way at the surface level of the lake, and then there was a 31-meter building on the other side, you'd barely see the top of it. Sure, I don't have a direct evidence, but I also don't know.
You don't have any direct evidence. This entire debate is about whether or not the Earth curves.
You guys don't have direct evidence either. Your shit is sophistry. You don't have direct evidence.
So where is your direct?
You have been doing sophistry this entire time.
Wait, no. The point. The point can still be stand. Do you have direct evidence of this?
Yeah, we're not doing a burden proof of reversal. I asked for evidence of curvature. You're not going to turn around and flip it on us. Show us evidence for curvature.
Wait, we just did, and it is explained through math, and this is the problem. Now you're saying the burden of proof is on us when you're the ones.
I asked you a question.
Based on the
I'm just asking a question.
Travis, take it as a concession. They don't have any direct measurement.
Yeah, you guys don't have any. I've been listening. You guys don't have any. Yeah,
Vertrix, bro. Vertrix, can I ask you?
That was good work, Travis. I'm
Thank you, sir.
Yes, of course. Of course. By the way, no, of course. I'm not here to be bad faith. Of course.
I'll pony up the evidence or just concede that it's flat then. If you're going to be so good faith.
Wait. Then you would also have to do the same thing in the concessions of what we also said too. So whose extrapolation of data is more important? Is yours more important or is ours more important?
Wait. Wait, so
there's nothing self-evident about a globe. It's already self-evident that water lays flat on its surface. It's been benchmarked as the standard for level for thousands of years. No, it's not. Okay, this guy. Okay, it's called buoyancy. This guy's an idiot. Okay, because that's not what that's called at all. So we're talking to a complete clown here. You don't.
Okay, so if we're asking blank questions where we want direct evidence for your flat model or theory, sure, whatever. I don't have direct evidence for this question at hand. But then, can I not oppose a question for you?
Well, water's flat. You already have direct evidence of that. That's your whole experience with water. You can never. Okay.
So
well, I mean,
why do we have tides then?
Oh my goodness!
Dude. Because of the fluid dynamics of the ocean, it's a thermodynamic process. We have currents, tides.
That's a red herring, though.
Worse tides, higher storms.
Where's your proof
That's
of this?
Totally beside the point.
Nature.
Because water would be seeking some kind of curve over its surface on the globe. It would be resting with a continuous curve over its surface. It's not doing that. That's what I'm saying is that it's resting level and flat.
Why is it raising?
It's resting level and flat. So the rising and of the sea level and the tides, all that shit is irrelevant because that's with respect to the horizontal base, not the curved base that you think it has. It's not going up and down from a curve. It's going up and down from a horizontal.
No,
total
it's not
red herring. Waste of time.
Not going. Well, it's okay. It's okay to be wrong because
you're wrong. It's okay.
It's based on the mass of the moon, which we can also predict.
God, dude, no, you can't. You can't demonstrate that. Okay, you're out of your fucking mind. You're out of your fucking mind, dude. Tides are a red herring.
Wait.
Tides are a red herring.
What is your counter evidence regarding this? Why is your substantiation of evidence more important than
the
his?
tides are a red herring. We don't have to address it or provide anything counter to it.
What do you mean the tides are a red
Water's
herring?
resting state is that it's going to be horizontal. If it goes up and down,
why are the tides a red herring? So you're saying the tides don't exist?
I'm telling you right now while you're talking through the answer, goofball.
What is the answer then?
Okay, I'm not going to tell you because I just did like 3 times and you talked over it. You obviously don't want it. You want to.
You're just saying that the tides don't exist.
What I can do is turn your microphone. No, I didn't fucking say that. What is wrong with you, dude? Go smoke some more crack and try again. I didn't say that at all. I didn't say anything like that. I said the tides are a red herring. They're not the point in contention at all.
Okay, so what is a red herring? If you're telling me that I'm wrong, then I say you're saying the tides
You're not addressing the point. That's what a red herring is.
No, then be an intelligent man. What is a red herring instead of being a fucking idiot?
There he goes again. I tell him the answer, and he talks over top of the answer.
What is a red herring?
I just told you twice, and that's all you're getting.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. You talked over it.
No, stop fucking lying and answer the question, you idiot. Stop being a fucking idiot.
You're the idiot asking questions, talking over the answers. You're the fucking idiot in here. Christ almighty.
Red herrings are fallacious misdirection. Look it up, man.
What the hell's the matter with you? Okay, we're not talking about tides. Tides aren't in contention. Water going up and down, not in contention. What should be happening is if it's on a globe, water should be resting with a continuous curve over its surface. It's not doing that. Seeks an even, level, flat, horizontal surface. Address that. Don't tell me that forces are acting on it, causing it to go up and down, to move, to do whatever it's doing. I'm talking about it. I'm talking about water in its resting. I'm talking about water in its resting state.
This is important about resting state.
I'm talking about water in its resting state. Show it curving in its resting state. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Why?
Yeah, you are. Show it in its resting state curving. Tides are a deflection from that. That's why I said it's a red herring. Listen up. Show it curving in its resting state. Go ahead.
I could show you tons of pictures, but you're going to dislike them or have an excuse.
Don't read my mind. Don't try to forecast the future. Just go ahead and show your proof.
I mean, what about the windmills that we see go smaller and smaller? What about the power lines that we see go smaller and smaller with these iconic?
I don't know. Post one of your iconic examples. Let's see.
These iconic pictures, which I'm sure you've already seen, and you're like, oh, well, I got this.
Okay, post the most iconic one. Let's have a look at it together. We'll go through it.
You mean Soundly's Pontchartrain attempt at cherry picking? That would be a tiny Earth dude.
I would like to say any pictures presented need to have a viewer height, target distance, and claimed curve amount. Just basic stuff.
He specifically picks Pontchartrain because the atmospheric
Can that not be imposed on you? Can you show me a perfect picture that shows me the direct distance, that shows that the full extent of the model at the end shows the whole entire model, proving that there is no curvature?
Okay, models wouldn't prove what's happening in reality.
No, I didn't say model. I want a picture.
Yeah, you did say model.
I want a picture of what you are saying is an absolute truth.
I want doesn't get, bro. There isn't one. It's not feasibly possible.
Oh, it's
I thought we were waiting for iconic pictures. I thought we were waiting for iconic pictures.
Yeah, the burden is on you guys because it's already self-evident. It's already a self-evident fact that water seeks its level. That's common knowledge. It's a self-evident fact. That's what we're all experiencing and dealing with as a baseline experience. So go ahead and prove that something other than what everybody already experiences is actually the case.
We can give you pictures in part that defy the metric of the globe by tens of miles, hundreds of miles, thousands of miles.
Oh, I'll be right back.
That means, I've just got to read my DMs.
It means, my shift's just ended. Oh, mummy's calling. Chicken pot pie time. Funny how they're more interested in Spergen than actually listening to what you're saying. Staying on track with the conversation.
Oh, sorry, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some alcohol, but if anything, y'all are not interested in the conversation. If anything, a lot of the positions that you posited have been brought back to you, and instead of having something to engage with the antithetical that has been brought and opposed to you, you've just literally been a repository for the same shit that you've accused your opposition of. You guys are no better than the people that you accuse of being wrong. It's just quite
sounds like coping.
Oh, there is no cope because anybody else that is listening can
Sounds like some projection, my friend. That's pure projection.
And you know what? And with that, I'll be right back. I gotta get more alcohol because I can't deal with you fuckers without alcohol. I'll be right back.
Cope-jection. You'd be better with water, dude. You don't need alcohol to deal with reality, I'm afraid. It's not a good concept. Not a healthy mindset, bro. And with regards to your temper, I would say, put plenty of ice in your drink, son. We get it. You're angry. You don't like the fact that we're saying what we say. The story that you've been told has to be real because it's a story that everybody was told. Sorry. Not the way it happens. Not reality.
So when you see a sunset, what do you see?
I see the sun going away far enough beyond the point of atmospheric occlusion, whereby the light is attenuated so far, it's so much that it can't actually light the air around me anymore, and it is become twilight or dusk, and then night.
Wow, you see a lot, huh?
Sorry?
How did you when you watched the sunset, you saw all of that?
Well, I now accept that as what I see, as opposed to what I used to think, Scott, was it going
What did
down.
you used to think?
I used to think the Earth was turning, and it was because the Earth was turning.
What did you say? But you said it was going down?
Well, it has the impression of going down because it's extending closer to the geometric horizon in your eyesight.
Okay.
It's not actually getting closer to the ground in either model, Scott, or either theory.
Okay. So if we go back to just what you see it going down, right?
No. I perceive it as getting further away.
When did you start perceiving that? Because you just said a second ago you used to think it went down.
No. I used to think, yes, but I perceive it now as lowering in perspective towards the horizon.
Wouldn't it just
does it look like it's getting smaller?
Sometimes, yes.
What does it usually look like? What does it look like most times?
Most times, well, these days in Scotland, it's hard to actually see it properly. And if you're asking about actually on the horizon, yeah, I grew up on the West Coast, and that's what I used to observe, especially out from the islands, or if I was out on the water, out at sea. Yeah, I did used to see that, yeah. But yeah, well, how do you mean? Yes, it appears to go, look, you think that it's right, you think that it's Earth turning, right? So
no, forget what we think it is. What is it? What does it look like?
Bro, right, let me talk. Earth is presenting its geometric horizon, and that's getting in between you and the sun as you're turning backwards away from the sun. That's a heliocentric model. That's what I used to believe, yes? Thinking that the sun's going down. That's the terminology that we call it. It comes up in the morning, it goes down. But that's your celestial angle. It reaches its zenith, Scott. That's why we get celestial noon wherever we are, and we can base time zones off that and have lunch and sandwiches and then maybe a pint of beer.
I'd like to ask Scott a quick question.
You noticed how you went into a whole bunch of stuff other than what you see. You went to an explanation of what must be happening. I just asked what you see.
Scott,
don't know that picture. Just what do you see?
What I see is the sun moving away, dropping angularly in perspective towards the horizon as it gets closer to the point of occlusion. Not
okay, so you see, do you see the sun getting smaller?
Sorry?
Do you see the sun getting smaller?
Sometimes I have done, yes.
Yeah, I've seen hundreds, if not thousands of sunsets. I live in California. I'm on the coast, right? Grew up surfing. And I've watched, I can't count how many sunsets. It has never appeared to me to get smaller. Never.
Well, see, you've got a different metric in the air quality to me, Scott. You're the West Coast of America, yeah? I was the West Coast of the UK, Scotland.
So if I watch these thousands of sunsets and it's never appeared to get smaller to me, what should I infer from that?
You should infer that it's a different type of air quality and you haven't been able to observe that. You've always experienced some sort of you could infer or you could research the fact that you may have inferred some sort of a lensing effect due to the atmosphere. That it's actually, it looks like it's staying the same size when in actual fact it's being lensed.
Well, how do you know it's getting smaller? If it looks like it's staying the same size, what makes you just assume it's actually getting smaller?
It doesn't shrink in size, Scott. It gets angularly smaller sometimes.
I know, but what makes you assume it's getting angularly smaller when that's not what I see?
Well, because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't happen, bro. That's the black swan
theory. I know,
theory.
But why do you assume it does?
I don't assume it does. I've seen it. I've seen it seem to shrink. I've seen it seem to get bigger on the horizon. Both ends of the scale. Same with the moon. Supermoon on the horizon, much, Scott.
Yeah, I watched the moon set a few times too, and it never looks like it's getting smaller.
Really?
I watched the moon rise more than I moved. Come to think of it, I've seen more moon rises than moon sets, and it does not get smaller. It does not start small and get bigger. It's clearly not coming from a distance and getting closer.
A significant amount of my working career, my adult life, working across night shifts, i.e., seeing sunsets and sunrise, moonrise and moonsets. Right? Mm-hmm. And I have seen it, Scott.
But what is it normally? What is it mostly?
How do you mean mostly?
Most of the times, does the sun look like it's getting smaller? Most of the times.
Most of the time, does it look like it's getting smaller? Across certain months, yeah, it can do more than other months. Yeah.
It's weird how you just want to answer this question. You know the answer. Come on.
Well, Scott, you're asking me to think back 56 years here.
I know. You can do it, though. Have faith in you.
Oh, that's the thing. I'm wondering what sort of category of my memory that you're looking for here.
Just what do you see? It's real simple.
I see it change across the year. It can be different from day to day.
Yeah, I have never seen the sun get smaller as it's setting. Never.
Scott, have you ever seen the sunset above the horizon?
I don't even know what that means. Yeah, I guess I've seen it set over mountains. I've seen it go behind trees.
What? No. All right, sorry. No. Not over a geographic or a geometric horizon. Not over a terrestrial horizon. Out at sea, when you're looking away out at sea, the sun appears what you would say to go down, right? I would say it's getting further away, reducing angularly and height in your vision. But the sun gets to a certain point and it seems to just disappear behind a horizon in the sky or a geometric line in the sky that's not the actual where the water appears to be. You ever seen that?
No, I've never seen that.
See, atmospheric conditions that you haven't experienced, Scott. I've seen lots of that.
Well, just because there is... But so should we come to our understanding of the world we live in by the anomalies or by the normals?
Well,
by the norms.
That's the thing, Scott. What's been classed as the norm has omitted a lot of the anomaly or reclassified a lot of the anomaly wrongly, i.e. refraction did. Why is it?
I mean, we can explain why the sun might appear to get smaller if it goes behind a cloud, for example. The cloud will block it out as, and at the start, the cloud's rather thin and it appears to block a little bit of the sun, but as it gets thicker and thicker and thicker, the sun appears to get smaller.
Angularly, it's much more dense there. If there's a heavier weather system on your side of the cloud than mine, of course it's going to occlude far faster,
Yeah, but on a clear day, it looks like it just goes behind the water. That's what it looks like.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, not always, Scott. Was that an Australian voice? What have you seen in Oz? Was that an Australian voice? Who said no, it doesn't?
I have a question for Scott when you guys are done.
I'm happy. I'll talk to Scott whenever you want, mate.
It was Travis.
Oh, no, right, okay. No, I thought it was well, there's an Australian voice. What have you seen the sunset do over Waterdeep?
So I posted an image of a high altitude moon setting. Scott, do you see that? It's probably the last picture in the voice chat. I can link the article it's from NASA. So that's what I see. And that's what you can also, when you zoom into the sun, that's what we see. We see the sun and moon compressing into the horizon. They're not going below a curve. Do you see that picture, Scott?
I'm trying to find what you're looking at.
It's the very last message in the voice, in the side chat. The
last one is the
most recent one. The most recent one.
Buzz is the last one. You sure you posted it? I see the one you posted at 25 after the hour, and then I see one from Toby Dog at 26 after the hour, and then Kiwi Buzz at 31 after the hour, and nobody else.
It goes Travis. It goes the last one's Travis. Then
9 new messages. Where's my new messages?
What chat are you in, Scott? Are you in the right chat? Are you in politics chat, Scott?
I see Travis is typing. It says right there, Travis is typing. Oh, it went away.
Right, there you go. There you go.
Why are things not showing up on my phone?
I tagged your name in it. You don't see that?
No. Hold on. Let me drop and come back.
Okay.
My phone's screwing up. Let's see. Killer question.
The government are cutting you off, man. It's the government. Get the tinfoil hat on, Scott.
Okay, click on messages. Oh, there they are. Can you hear me?
You see that moon setting, the time lapse of 5 images, then the sun setting below it?
Yeah.
That's a high altitude image from NASA. I can link the article if you want. But that's what I see when the sun is setting. The sun and moon are compressing into the horizon, not going below a curve.
So the fact that you posted a picture with the sun behind some structure, you're saying that's compressing.
Do you see what the moon's doing?
I do, but I've never seen that in my life. I don't know what
it's
that
a high
picture is.
altitude image. I can link it. It's from NASA.
I've never, well, why should I look at that image and ignore the 1,000 moon rises I've seen with my own eyes?
Because
Which one
it's
should I
just
believe?
personal testimony. I need to see some evidence from you instead of like, well, this is what I think I saw. I'm showing you something from a source that you trust. So you see how it's compressing into the horizon, the moon? That's exactly what the sun's doing. We can see the rounded edges on the bottom, and the sun and moon are both getting flat.
That looks like nothing that I've ever seen.
Exactly, Scott. You haven't seen this.
I know, but
why would it perfectly compress on the horizon as opposed to just compressing from distance in the sky?
Angular
I don't know.
thickness
That's
of,
just what it does. What it does.
of atmosphere.
That's
what it does.
It's weather. You're looking angularly through thicker and thicker atmosphere. And I know people are going to be wetting their pants because I've used the word atmosphere, but they can go away. It's a generic term. Doesn't imply sphere or curve or nothing. Air. Thicker and thicker air, angularly, is occluding the light. We know this. Part of science, guys.
But why does the shadow that the moon takes when it comes over the mountain that's to the east of me, why does that obstruction look just like the mountain?
You got a pic, Scott? I'd like to see this, please. I don't know what you mean by shadow, like. I don't understand.
You guys have never seen the moon come up behind a mountain.
Oh, I live in Scotland.
Never?
Show us some pictures or video that you took instead of this personal testimony.
I live in your land.
I don't take videos of this stuff.
I can't.
Why would I?
I can't post pictures. So.
Well, personal testimony doesn't cut it here. You know, you keep saying you saw this, you saw that. Well, we need evidence.
I live in Scotland, Scott. I've seen the moon come up behind everything, mate. And I do mean everything.
All right. This is why I think you need evidence from me. Just go look. I mean, go look for yourself. Don't trust me.
That's not going to cut it because we don't trust you. And
I know. Go
when we
look
do
for
go
yourself.
look ourselves, it's flat.
Scott,
It's flat.
It's not
large bodies of water at rest.
Wait, so when you go look at the moon rising, it's flat?
What, the water or the moon?
The moon. Well, the water. If you go into the ocean, you can see the curve. You just look.
That's a lie.
That's an inference.
I can't help you guys can't see. I mean, it's clearly curved. That's why there's a horizon.
Oh, the horizon's not.
If it wasn't curved, there'd be no horizon.
The horizon that you claim is the horizon is not geometrically where it's supposed to be.
It doesn't matter. It's the horizon. It's the curve.
You are inferring it's curved. Scott, listen. The horizon is where the sky touches the floor in the periphery of your at the edge of your vision. It's angular compression.
No, it's not. It's the curve of the earth.
Well, why isn't it geometrically where it's supposed to be?
It is if you do the geometry right.
No, so we're doing it wrong. What's the correct version?
Yeah, you are. You got to include refraction in your calculation. You're leaving out a really important number.
So when you see the moon rise over the sea and you're sitting in the water with your eyes above the water and the geometric horizon is supposed to be 1.22 miles away, that's actually bringing up the the curve of Earth at thousands and thousands of miles away, Scott? Is that what you're saying refraction's doing?
No, that is not at all what I'm saying. I don't know how you got that's what I'm saying.
It is.
No, when I talked about the moon, I've talked about it coming over a mountain so far in this conversation.
We're talking about the curve of the Earth, the edge of water, the edge of the water.
But that's a different. So if you're talking about the curve of the Earth, now or the edge of the water, it's now a different conversation. So you don't need to bring the moon into it.
It's funny how you ask and I'll do what he sees during a sunset. Now you're calling what looks flat curved.
It doesn't look flat to me. It doesn't look flat to you either. You just need it to be flat.
Yes, it does, Scott. You've agreed with this before. We've got you to concede that it does look flat, that it's horizontal.
No, you haven't. I've never said that.
Yes, we have. Yes, you have. You've agreed in the past that in the x-axis, it looks flat, but you think that it's curving in the z-axis because it ends and you can't see the bottom of things in the distance.
Yep.
But you don't actually see the curve.
Yes, but that curve in the z-axis.
There you go. See? Yes, you agreed. You agreed.
Yes, it is a circle. The horizon forms a circle. Yes, I agree to that.
Yes, but the other axis, Scott.
How on the flat Earth does the horizon form a circle?
No, not that axis, not the circumference of the periphery of the horizon on a 360 degrees. Yes, if you were standing on water or an island, yes, that theoretically it would be a circle, Scott. Yes, where I am,
how does that do that on a flat Earth?
Around me. Yeah.
How does that work on a flat Earth?
It's the same thing, dude. What are you on about?
You and McToon sound like brothers.
Whatever.
Because the horizon is a matter of perspective. The circle is you turn your perspective, stand in one place and turn your neck, turn your head, turn your position in a circle. There's your circle. The limit of your vision, off on the horizon, off in the distance, the limiting circle of vision.
But that limit of vision thing is not a real thing. That's just something you guys made up.
Optical.
No, there's no limit on our vision. We can see forever.
Nobody here made it up.
Yeah. What if you see the sun? What if you see the sunrise at the bottom of a building, and then you go to the top of the building? All of a sudden, you see it again.
That's not exclusive to a globe. That would happen on a flat Earth too.
And you're changing your angle to the sun through changing atmosphere. So therefore,
yeah, you're right. I am going up higher to see the sun around the curvature.
No, you think it's a curve of Earth, dude, but it's actually down to the atmosphere.
Oh, just perspective. My bad.
And perspective, yes.
Yeah, perspective.
So if you're under a row of streetlights going in the distance, and then maybe you see 10 or 15 of them, then they seem to disappear in the horizon due to perspective. If you raise your elevation, you're going to see more streetlights. They're not coming over a curve. So that's what's happening with the sun as well. You're just raising your elevation.
Something way, way farther than us, than a couple streetlights in the street.
Not 20 streetlights going down the highway into the distance. You raise your elevation, you're going to start to see 30, 40 of them. They're not coming from over a curve. You're just raising your elevation, which increases your angle of view. So that would happen on a flat Earth too. That's not exclusive, and it does not prove a globe.
What's interesting is that's the
show me it with the moon.
Is
there any examples of that with the moon? What if there's any examples of that with any other star? Because you think the sun is a star. So show me it with the star.
The stars rotating with.
No. You know where you see it go down below the horizon, and then you go higher, and you can see it again.
Well, a lot of the
stars. Instances of it? Is there any instances of that with the moon?
Where the moon rotates?
No, where you see the moon set, and then you go like to the top of Burj Khalifa and see it again. You can watch it rise. Watch it set again.
I'm sure there are plenty of instances of that. Yeah.
Yeah. What about stars?
Well, stars is a little different in terms of our availability to see it based off of the sunlight. But sure, stars would be in the same boat on the horizon.
Are you saying that with certainty? You're saying sure, but you need to be sure of that.
Do I have video proof? No.
Okay, thanks for being honest.
I'm still looking for video proof of what you guys keep harping about.
Which would be?
Taking a picture on surface level of a lake and being able to see a building the arbitrary distance that you are claiming against us for you.
Okay, no problem. 2 seconds.
We can see further than the curvature would allow. It's not arbitrary. It's the globe math that we're checking.
There's theory and practice. It's an independent observer. The guy's not the flat earther. It's across a body of water when it's at rest.
Yep.
Yeah, if there's a full explanation goes with it.
Yep, I can't explain.
But the question is, can you see as far as the flat Earth would allow? And no, you can't. Not even close.
Yes, you can, Scott. Yes, you can.
Really? You can see as far as the flat Earth would allow, huh? How far would the flat Earth allow you to see?
I'm tired of listening to Scott derail new speakers. Scott, you can tell us how far that is and tell us how you came to that, or you can just shut the hell up.
Or you could explain why every ocular...
So Scott just lied. He doesn't have any metrics. He doesn't know how far you should see on the flat Earth, quote unquote, and he has no way of getting to that non-number that he didn't give us. So that's enough from you, Scott. Don't interrupt again.
And he can't explain why every ocular device has a limit.
Just silence people. It's all good.
No, he's trying to silence you and us from being able to speak to you and new people. That's what he does. He keeps cutting in and derailing the convo with random shit that he can't back up. He's been in here for 2 years and you're telling us we're silencing him? Giving him way too much leeway is what we've done. Anyway, back to your conversation. You're welcome, dickhead.
Hey, I tagged you in a 4-minute video, Figgy. Would you mind taking a quick look at it? 4-minute video. It's short, Figgy. I tagged you in it.
Oh, I got plenty of videos. Oh yeah, I can't link anything yet.
Just give it a watch real quick and tell us what your thoughts on it are. It's only 4 minutes.
Okay, so just a quick 20 seconds into the video, I find it interesting how you are elevated to either your height or whatever you're standing on, as opposed to the camera being all the way flat on the surface.
So when you watch it too short like that, you make yourself look like a jerk off. He brings it down 6 inches above the ice, basically sits it on the ice. So instead of chiming in 20 seconds early, why don't you actually watch it when he drops it down to the ice, okay?
Just tell you that the actual height of the eye or the height of the ocular device factors into the distance, so it's measured on that. I like the ice one. It's great.
Can't believe somebody would be in this conversation for multiple years, like Scott says, and then he asks us to explain a sunset. Like, he's heard this 50 times. He knows what flat earthers think is happening when sunsets.
Just doing it to disrupt a new conversation.
Yeah.
This is why we think Scott is. He comes in at funny times. It's like he's on shift, and it's his modus operandi. It never actually changes. I don't want to allege that he's some sort of operative, but it seems to be his format. So yeah, he blows his own chances and just has done. Keeps doing it.
They don't even think they're seeing the sun.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's already set. like how long before it disappears, or is it after it disappears?
Like 8 minutes or so, and there's some crazy arguments about that, like mountain shadow. Yeah, there's a lot of anomalous things going on with that one.
Yeah, mountain shadow's great on the clouds. That's brilliant. I love that. It's beautiful, eh? I'd like to know what Scott was on about, though, when he said about the moon shadow coming up over the mountains. As I say, I live in Scotland. I've seen every version of it. I'd like to know his claim on it, what he thinks he's seeing. That's the problem. People just think they're seeing something because they're taught it. It's the current model. Model doesn't mean fact. It means theoretical paradigm.
Yeah, it's pretty, mentioning the moon rise and moon set, that's a pretty epic thing to watch on the ocean. I've seen both of those here in Hawaii, and the moon just coming at you just like the sun does on a moonrise. It's pretty incredible to watch that.
Kind of lucky because it's quite a narrow island, really, Scotland. So I've lived and worked on both sides of it. So I've seen the sunrise and set and moonrise and moonset, and it's just incredible over water. Absolutely incredible.
Very cool. Very cool.
That does something wild. That's what I was saying earlier. The supermoon. People say that there isn't an atmospheric lens, and are you telling me that the moon's that close to Earth that it's that size when it's rising on the supermoon? No, I'm stupid. It's not Star Wars. It's not you know what I mean. It's like, we don't live out in that like 3 moons and all that stuff. Like one gets too close to you and gravity goes wackadoodle. Yeah, atmospheric lensing. We know it happens. We can prove it happens. We can actually replicate it very simply with optics, with a Fresnel lens and a candle or a light source. It mimics exactly what we see in a lot of ways. It's just, yeah. But no, it's got to be going behind the ball. It's spinning backwards.
I'd like to know how our light source 1,000 times bigger than the object that's illuminating will have a thin band reflection on the surface of the water.
Yeah. Oh, joy of joys, I'm going to jump out. I've got half a herd of sheep in my garden. I take it the farmer's left his gate open again. Yeehaw.
Yeah, they want to talk about sunsets. The Earth is supposed to be completely engulfed in a huge ass area of light, right? Like completely engulfed.
Yeah, the whole ocean should be golden if you're at the beach. That's what I would, the whole thing should just be shining like the sun across the entire ocean from your view.
And why is it not as illuminated when you can still see the sun? As at midday, like it appears to be near the horizon, and it's already like significantly darker. You can tell, right? Wouldn't be atmospheric occlusion now, would it? See, they're allowed all this stuff, right? We're not. We're not allowed to. We're not allowed to have reasons. We're not allowed to have like wonkly donkly light. We're not allowed to have bendy warpy space time and all sorts of weird stuff, right? They can have as many different excuses and band-aid patches for their fucking shit as they want. I don't get it. It's double standards. And and they press us for this stuff, and we're not even making claims about it. That's the weirdest thing. We're not saying anything about well, this is how we know the Earth is flat, right? Like, it's their shit. They're saying that this stuff proves the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah, but you flat earthers don't have a map.
The NRMA handbook got me by pretty well for a while.
Yeah.
You gonna check that out, Figgy?
Sorry?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I'm trying to think of why it would be doing that.
Maybe because the Earth's not a globe.
What's interesting how it just doesn't follow up with a lot of other evidence, and then it still doesn't explain a lot of the other questions I proposed that have been unanswered.
Hold on, wait, what other evidence?
Yeah.
A lot of evidence I've seen in terms of other instances of horizons, especially with distance. Sure, this one is pretty decent. I'm curious if the light has something to do with it as well, making it more noticeably easy to see because of the light being shot. But I also don't know the direct location, which I'm trying to find. You said it's in Canada?
Yeah. Sorry, I know the name of the lake.
Rock Lake.
It isn't. I'll send you a link to our server if you're not on it already. Jump in. There's a big section all about light tests and laser tests. Jump in, have a look. You're more than welcome. Vicky.
I also don't know if I don't have direct confirmation on if it's the full distance of the lake or not.
Yeah. I think a few other people have maybe done some exponential or exponential work on it. Like mapped it out or like made graphics of it, possibly. Ancillary, well, whatever you want, call it.
So, Figgy, there's a screenshot from that video, if you can see it in the side chat there. And there really is no explanation for it. Because if you're going to invoke refraction and just say, well, let's say it brings up the light, it's supposed to be 7 to 8% is what physicists will say. But anti-flat earthers will say, oh, it's going to raise it up 100 feet. But one light is 32 feet below, the next one is 20, then the next one 15. If it raised them all up 5 feet, they'd all still be under the horizon. They wouldn't all meet up at eye level like that. Do you see that picture I shared with the distances they are supposed to be below the horizon?
Yeah, but I still don't have a full picture of if this is the actual full distance of the lake or not. I don't have direct evidence that it is that far. Like this person could have just gone halfway down the lake and then done that.
Oh, there's a much longer version. This 15 minutes or so. This is the kind of the highlights of all of it. But I could share with you 100 different versions of this type of long distance observations that show no curving drop at all.
Is that the ice one? I think I've maybe got the whole thing somewhere too. Where am I? Politics.
Dr. John D has another awesome one that's like 3 or 4 minutes long with the windmills in the distance, and it's a really good one.
Someone else thinks that, and that one seems more clear issue with an incline of where the camera's at versus the distance of what he's observing. This one seems more reasonable.
I like the John Dee one because it catches the ships on the horizon. Well, what you think of is beyond the horizon, and then you realise it's ships out there, and he uses a ship tracker to take it even beyond the windmills as non-curving, and then he explains about refraction and what you think you're seeing. There's slight mirroring and stuff, and he explains how refraction isn't curving all of that away out there up to flattened level. Well, that's kind of why I like that one, the Rampion one.
Does he have a? What's the name of his YouTube channel? I know I need the exact name because if I just put in Dr. John D, I'm going to get all the other crap that they won't show the actual. Does anybody know the actual name or have a link?
Is that not the? Which? Sorry, is that a link from? Is that a repost from?
Oh, right on. I think I see him. Yeah, thank you.
All his details there. He's quite happy for people to contact him. Legibly, maturely. He lists all his, I think, his email and various things.
Right on, Toby. Thank you for all those links. I'm about to save all of those into my notes and check them out. That looks like a little gold mine right there.
Sweet. More than welcome. I've linked to our server in your DMs. You're more than welcome to jump in and have a look. Voice verification over there is just jump into a voice chat or VC verification and somebody will jump in with you, run through the rules, and you're good to go. But you don't need to do that if you don't want to. It's not a cult or a club.
Yeah, that looks great. You got 3 miles, 7 miles, 22 miles, 30 miles. You got all of them in there, Toby. That is good stuff.
Which one do I have? Life is short. That's a peach. While I'm passing it.
trying to think of how much those lights would illuminate above their designated location.
Sorry, dude, I missed that. I was sort of doing. What were you saying about the lights and their location?
I'm wondering how much the lights would illuminate above their designated location.
Illuminate above? You mean like diffract upwards? As opposed to
Illuminate.
stretch outwards?
Illuminate would be the correct terminology.
Yeah. Yeah, because they're not actually, I don't think, are they lasers? I don't think they're lasers. So they're not columnated light. I've almost got the Ice Swan, the wiki thing about the Ice Swan, but the internet wants me to jump through silly hoops. Your connection is not private. Go away. Advanced. Server cannot provide that it is wiki 24/7 flat earth. Okay, blah 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 blah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Our wiki did at one time get attacked and taken down, so it could have been a nefarious link. I'm sure there is a little video or full thing about it. Where am I? Right. That's the same one. Rock Lake. No, I can't find it. Ach well, Earth must be a globe. Sorry, can't find it. No, was that it? No, that's that one again. It might be one that's been lost when we lost stuff to that wiki takedown. Somebody must have the original though. I'll have to get some, well, who was that? Indio. I think it came into Indio. He might have it on a different database somewhere. Why is it everybody stops shouting when I start talking? You all go to sleep.
No.
Bunch of boring gits. Or is that the Globe's way of trying to get me to shut up and go away? It won't work.
All right, you sons of bitches, I did it. I came back with alcohol.
Hallelujah.
All right, Figgy, what'd you think of these flat earthers?
They have a very interesting video, but
Interesting video. Wait, you got a video? All I got was dick pics. What is this horse shit?
I also found another calculator that is much different, and it's calculating at a different percentage too.
Would that be Walter Beslin's calculator?
Actually, kind of dope. Yeah, Figgy's pretty much the brainiac in our group.
I'm trying to study the differences in the equation and why it's much different.
If it is Walter Beslin's calculator, he puts a refraction slider in, but actually what it does is changes Earth's radius.
I'll just take it to 0. It doesn't matter.
Oh, nice. Well, like I said, if you
take out refraction, and
if you intrigue my friend Figgy, well, I mean, it must be worth. He's the brainiac in our group. We play some games together, but he's the smart guy in our group.
What kind of games do you play, dude? Mind games or
World of Warcraft?
Far out. Are you a clan? Are you a clan?
First, no, yeah, I used to be in his guild. I joined a new guild recently. Yeah, but Figgy's always been our number guy. He's always been the dude that's always been good with numbers.
Man, it's always nice to have somebody that can math and math easily.
Dude, you know how much this fucker has to help out all the retards that can't do math?
Listen, it's like the whole thing about math is like once you get arithmetic, right? Nobody explains what all the weird sines and cosine, tan, all this nonsense is, and why math is formulaic the way it is. They don't understand it's a language, but nobody teaches the fact that it's just in our language.
Math is all concept.
It's so scary. Yeah, but some people get it. And yeah, I went back to high school and then college teachers with maths and references to flat and level and planar. And they were like, yeah, what you're reading is correct. It's the correct terminology, the correct data set, the correct application. And I was like, right, thank you very much. That'll do.
That's crazy.
I do understand it, but the deeper parts of it, that's beyond me, man.
Between you and me, I still feel like my greatest pitfall is that I became a bouncer when I was 19, or I started doing other jobs when I was young, unfortunately, or security work. But man, I wish I could have been able to pursue the collegiate realm or something. I wish I could have done it, honestly, in my mind.
I'll have to police your language and ask that you use the term doorman, because bouncer may inflict that you have the idea of harming someone by bouncing them out the door, dude. So
okay. Look, I'm not trying to do tricks on it. Okay, get the fuck off of me, you piece of shit.
Bro, the door's a great place. I've worked the door many a time.
Yeah. What I was gonna say is, believe it or not, I think because one of my favorite characters when I was a kid was Iron Man. It's not because he had special powers or anything. I just like the suit. That's why I like Power Rangers. So I resolved when I was a little kid, my dream was to become a mechanical engineer. Now that I'm older, I'm like, yo, mechanical engineer, that would have been a great profession to go into. But everybody treats mechanical engineers like fucking idiots. Bro.
Yeah, because you can't computer. I know.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, mechanical engineers, all their science is based on pragmatic or physics based on it's all movement. So it's all movement based math based on structure based concepts. So turns out mechanical engineering is not even bad. It's actually really good. But yeah.
Do you know the strange thing is you can computer all you like and you can math all you like, but you can't engineer all you like. You can have one without the other, but the other without the one. An engineer can build a machine, make it do something, and have a product without all the deep maths, without any of it. You work it out physically, geometrically, function-wise, figure out what needs to do what, and just build it. Yeah, but mathematics and computing. Does that actually do anything, bro?
Yes and no. Only reason is because what you said too is that I swapped over to computers. I worked for a video game company called Activision, but I didn't work for Activision. I was outsourced by a third-party program called Man Group, where I worked for Activision, and I did work on games, and I did do like entry-level. Well, no, I already did entry-level coding. I didn't use coding. What I used was an exacerbated way of inputting information into like a very strict database, or like their database was a strict acquisition of data, where it's like we need opaque monikers, we need things that where bugs are submitted, and you have to submit bugs based on a certain hierarchy or things considered within the game. I worked on Call of Duty Season 2 and Season 3, and I swear to God, why my dog is looking at me going, "Arr, arr, arr." Bro, what is wrong with you?
You've got a dog?
Yeah, I got a purebred Connie
Corso. Sorry, mate, it's me. Tell it I said hello. It knows there's another dog out here.
Here, tell you what. Watch this. Yeah. All right. Do you see me, fam? Is this
the Earth is not flat. 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 The Earth is not flat.
Dog that won't stop screaming into my
Earth
mic.
is not flat. The Earth is not flat. Earth is not flat.
Oh, you blew it.
Earth is not flat. 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 Earth is not flat.
No, that's two.
Okay.
Earth is not
That's
flat.
nice.
Earth is not
nice.
flat.
That's nice. But look at this dog. But look at this dog.
Earth is not flat though.
Why?
Earth is not flat.
Why?
Earth is not flat.
Why?
Earth is not flat. Earth is not flat.
Why though? Why
Earth
not?
is not flat.
Why?
Why you
Earth
do
is not
this?
flat.
Why you do this?
Why not?
Earth is not flat.
Why not?
Earth is round. Earth is not flat.
I got muted for dumber shit. How are you gonna get in here and do what is this horse shit?
Earth is not flat, buddy.
Should not be a moderator. I don't know. I think if there was a moderator.
Dude, I'm a moderator. It's cool. Trust me. Sigma.
Earth is not
it's
flat.
Cool. Why? See,
Oh wait,
why
you're
Sigma?
a cool moderator. You're a cool moderator.
But the Earth is not flat.
But why?
But Earth is not flat.
I agree with you, fam, that the Earth is not flat. But
Wrong. Wrong.
What do you mean wrong? I agree with you. The Earth isn't flat. I'm on the side that the Earth is still a globe. What do you mean is wrong?
Nope. Earth is not flat.
I just agreed with you and I'm wrong? Okay. Well, this is quite the conundrum.
No, you didn't agree.
What do you mean I don't agree? I just agreed that the Earth is not flat.
Earth isn't flat.
That's what I just said.
You just said the Earth is flat.
I said the Earth isn't flat.
No, you didn't. If you want to take it back, that's fine. You could take it back, I guess.
I don't gotta take it back. I don't gotta take it back for your bitch ass. I already know what I said.
Sigma,
Well, if you want to take it back, that's fine.
Sigma, he is on your side, mate.
He thinks the Earth is flat. He just said it. Unless he wants to take it back.
I'm a flat earther.
I think Sigma's just here to troll.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm here to tell you that the Earth is not flat.
Why?
Okay. I agree.
Because I said so.
Now what?
Wait, what do you agree with? Who said what?
He thinks that the Earth is flat, this Vixtry guy, Vertrix, and I'm telling him it's not.
No, Vertrix says it's a globe.
No, he didn't. He said it was flat.
You misheard him, dude.
And he agreed.
I said it was flat. Me, I'm the flat earther. There's others here, but
Wait, what do you mean flat Earth? What is a flat earther? What does that mean?
It means that we know Earth isn't a globe because we've tested it.
A flat earther is somebody that
Are you like a fallibilist when it comes to knowledge or something? Okay, retarded.
No. A flat earther is somebody that utilizes the standard mathematical equations based on contemporary physics to say that the Earth
that's a
cannot
lot of
be
big
globe
words. I'm
because,
good. I'm good.
We're not able to go ahead and dissect the information available to us to go ahead and utilizing the mass and the structure for current contemporary.
Dude, I know you're Vertrix. I get that you're like a flat earther, dude.
Too many words, bro. Too many words.
Yeah, for real. Facts, I agree. Like, he's a
Say
flat
a lot
earther.
without saying anything.
What the
I agree.
fuck? I'm trying to put this together in the most easy way I can.
No, you're an idiot.
You just
No one
said
likes
what a
you.
flat earther is without actually saying what a flat earther is. Using too
Exactly.
many syllables and saying nothing.
I heard the earth is flat because when I walk across the street and I see it, the water fall off the earth.
Why are you getting mad because you're a flat earther?
Again, you failed to
Yeah, you always
characterize
fail.
a flat earther.
You know what sucks? I want to sound like a Cockney, like British guy, like the orcs from Warhammer 40k. I feel like that would be dope.
Yeah,
you know
no
what would be
one
dope?
cares.
You know what would be dope if
You
you
have any
left
globe proof, bro?
Study Jason Statham in Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. That's a good Cockney
Jason
accent.
Statham, bro, that is that is.
Yo, Vertrix, you lost all your aura, bro. Just calm down.
Do you have any globe proof, bro?
Facts.
What do you mean lost my
You
aura?
said earlier, right? You were
I
gonna go
never
get-
had aura.
Good that you know. Now, do you have any
Wait,
proof
did you
that the
not
Earth
say
is
earlier
round?
that you wanted to go get hammered so you can come in here and tolerate us or something?
Who said that?
Huh?
Vertrix said that?
Right?
Vertrix,
Earlier,
you need
you
to not...
left to go get alcohol, right? So you can come in here and put up with us or something like that? Right?
No, it had nothing to do with putting up with you guys. I just wanted to.
Yo,
keep friends and
Vertrix,
enjoying the evening.
Vertrix, you need to lay off the alcohol, bro.
Any
You need
excuse
to
to drink, of
You need to stop drinking.
Well, while you're in here, bro, like, do you have any proof? Anything that you can, like, provide to the room? Any value? Or we're just going to talk
Substantiation of
like
why
a
the
drunken...
Earth is not flat. I mean, I think I already started with certain concepts.
Oh, I must have missed it there. I must have missed it.
Yeah, I know that was earlier, but even my friend Figgy is in here, but he's dissecting.
Yeah,
some
he's
of the stuff
embarrassed
that you
of you.
guys showed him. That he's putting it together. He's
Your
he's a good
friend's
friend of
embarrassed of
mine.
you.
So
Yeah, he's
you mean to say, like, while you're here, you're just going to yap and...
Well, yeah, of course I'm going to
Okay.
yap to this guy that just showed up and just kept saying the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat, or the Earth is not.
I didn't
flat,
do
the
that.
Earth is not flat.
I didn't do that.
Yeah, that was a troll.
Guy comes in here, does what he does, and says I didn't do that.
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't do
Yeah,
that.
we get a lot of trolls, and we kick them out.
I'm not a troll.
So hopefully you're not just trolling.
I'm genuine.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm just counteracting the shit with bullshit.
He's not. No, he's not a troll. He's just angry, bro. This is natural.
No.
I'm not
talking about him. He was referring to that guy that just came in here and started blathering, right? Well, he left.
I didn't blather. I didn't leave. I'm
Right.
still here.
Wait, you see,
And then
he's still
me-
here.
Is he? He's not.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I've been talking.
Oh,
the
he
whole
is.
time.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
See, I fucking told you, bro. What you're trying to you're so ready
Vertrix
to
over
blame
here.
me.
Vertrix over here dealing with Sigma, and you're just like, fuck you, Vertrix.
He left.
I know what
He
the fuck.
No, relax, bro. 'Cause he left initially after I muted him, and then I
That's
guess he
not true.
came
I didn't
back
leave.
silent.
No, I didn't. I haven't left. I'm
No,
left at all. This guy's an idiot.
No, wait, I got
you, bro,
unmuted. I got
bro.
unmuted, and I said, all right, cool, whatever. I'll go ahead and deal with, like... No, I got unmuted. I said, okay, that's cool, whatever. That's fine. Because I could see why you muted me. I'm like, all right, I got to chill
No, I
out.
didn't
Let me not do too much. But then I
didn't
did
mute
say,
you,
all right,
dude.
I'll be right
I'm not
back. I'm
talking
going to go
about
get
you.
some alcohol.
Yeah.
Of course you're gonna drink.
That
Of
was
course you're
earlier.
gonna
That's
drink.
fine. I'm talking
Of course
about
you're
this
gonna
Sigma,
drink, Vertrix.
you know, goofball. He
I'm not a
left.
goofball.
and
I'm a
came
serious
back.
person.
Right?
No, I didn't. I literally did not leave the call once.
That's what I was talking about.
This guy 20k ups. He lost.
You're
all his
referring to
aura,
him, right? And I just said, yeah, we deal with those, and we try and move on, right?
I didn't leave the
So I'm
call.
asking you, can we move on, or are you just going to yap? That's all.
No, we can't move on.
Why?
Anyways, yo,
If you're
Vertrix.
asking me, I'm not invested. I'm not invested in the conversation. Of course, we can move on. This is like this isn't the conversation. This is FUBAR. Of course, we're gonna move on. This is useless.
Dude, you don't even know what
That's my
FUBAR
point,
means.
right? Like I stepped in because you're saying a lot without saying anything.
That's
I'm
not
asking you
true.
if you have globe proof, and you say you
That's not
don't. So maybe we can move on to somebody else who actually
not
have
true.
that globe proof,
Yeah, I have globe proof.
perhaps. Or old dude. I mean, if you enjoy talking to the guy, you can talk to him if you want. I just thought, hey, why, right?
Bro, I am not the bad. I'm not the bad
Not that
actor here.
You are the bad actor. You're a terrible person. I hope you
Vertrix,
die.
not you, Vertrix.
It's not
Yo,
my
Vertrix.
fault that I. It's not my fault that I like big titty 2D anime bitches. Okay, that's not my fault.
Bro,
Of course you like him because that's the only bitch. Bro, what a bitch die.
This ain't the place. And yeah, I would like a conversation, but if Derpy could like chill out a little and have a conversation, that'd be cool.
Well, I agree with that. That's fine. I just brought that up as a joke, but I mean, I defer all the conversation at this point.
It's just like we asked for decorum, dude, because we're live streaming and on YouTube with 2 streams, and that gets split out further. So technically,
if that's what you're doing, if that's what you're doing, then I defer everything, and I will not go ahead and be a rabble rouser in this regard.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much,
bro. Listen, Vertrix, I own you.
Are you his mom?
So regarding myself and capitulating to your ideals, this gentleman is still allowed to be an asshole?
Yeah, I am. I can do whatever I want. I own you.
He thinks that, but he can't. Look, watch this. Look at that. See?
Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, that's a win, brother. Turns out being a nice person isn't so bad after all.
Was Sigma being obnoxious in the chat or something?
See, look, it goes off as well. See, look. Oh, he left. I think I tried to. Oh, there he is. See, there you go. It goes off as well. See, it's not our choice, guys. If you want to like step outside the bonds of legible, reasonable conversation, then it's not up to us. Like, you make the choice to mute yourselves or get yourselves kicked out of here. Sorry.
Well, no, it wasn't that. Is that I tried to treat with him, but the guy that came in, he came in hot, and then he just kept being like egregious. And then I don't know how I got caught up in that. I'm the person being egregious. We started going back and forth. I'm like, wait a minute, bro. I was like, yes, I agree that the earth is not flat. And he was like, well, no, you think it's flat. And then he just kept going at me, and people are like, wait a minute. Like, I was the bad guy. Like, wait a minute, hold on. I was trying to have a civil conversation. This dude just showed up, and in the first 2 minutes, he said, the earth is not flat. The earth is not flat. The earth is not. He wouldn't stop.
That's why we let it roll, mate. We want honest exposition of how people would react to this, as well as what we are saying. We're not just trying to record you for a gotcha, or we win, and dance around and rah-rah skirts or some weirdness.
No, I know that because I've been here before. I've been here before. I've hung out with you guys. You guys aren't assholes.
This is the point of it all. Like, it's also to do with people that come to this in a rebellious way. It's like, trolls don't necessarily get banned, mate. They get wrecked. And I noticed you mentioned Fubar earlier on, and yeah, trolls get wrecked. The troll gets pulled apart, the mask gets ripped off, but you kind of got to let them dance a bit for that to happen, and his fell off, and he was almost talking. Almost.
Yeah, then you could say I bought the bait. Yeah, I went after his ass. I bought his bait.
Good on you, dude. You're part of the deal. Thank you.
Yeah. But the fact that even one of my best friends is in here and he's treating with you guys and everything is civil, sounds to me like, yeah, this whole place is fine. But again, the dude just showed up. As soon as he showed up, he just said, the earth is not flat. The earth is not flat. The earth is not flat. I think he said it like 30 times or more.
Yeah, but he kept going. Yeah, we get that. He got to 9 initially, I think 7 or 9 initially, but then he stopped and took a breath, and that resets the counter, so he blew it. You know what I mean? That's it over then. He just didn't get it for the next 30 minutes.
That's fine. But I do agree too, like, still from my position, without being disrespectful, I don't think the earth is flat. I still think it's a globe. But I was not being an asshole like he was.
Well, we don't think it's flat either, dude. We don't think it's flat by any way, shape, means or form. It's not a mindset. It's not an idea. It's not a cognitive model. An imagined theorem.
Well, no, that's the thing. That's why we're here to discuss it, for an open discussion. To be honest, we can open up a dialogue and not just make disparage each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody gets shot, eh? Oh,
and honestly, this is why I like late night politics, drinking, hanging out, being in here like that, and the fact you got one of my best friends in here too, and he seems like he's hanging out with y'all. Y'all haven't kicked him out, yeah. So I'm like, yeah, it sounds like we're all just getting along normally.
I mean, dude, in my time, I haven't heard anybody be obnoxious except that Sigma guy. So there's no reason to kick him out there.
You didn't kick him.
They just muted him for a little bit.
I think you just server muted him for a second.
Maybe it was the Dick Brother.
Tell you what, I'll grant Nat. I have no idea what the dude's name is. Either way, he got server muted because Sigma.
Oh, him. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he just got server muted, and it seemed like he just left because of it.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
It's the way. It's part of the path in this whole thing. It's not that you become mind washed by us or anything like that, but there's a process called cognitive dissonance that people go through. It's not any reflection on mental wellness or anything like that, but it's pretty much the same for everyone, man.
That's actually, I consider cognitive dissonance something similar to that, but to me, cognitive dissonance is also people that have a worldview. But when you challenge their worldview, they have two options. They can either adjust and figure out that, oh, wow, my worldview was wrong. So now they have to go ahead and start like, kind of like Ayn Rand's objectivism, where they have to start cutting through contradictions to start figuring out what is reality. And then the people that deny things that actually challenge their worldview, they double down on the denial of reality, and they engage in cognitive dissonance where they say, you know what, even though something has challenged my worldview and it sounds right, I have to do reckless abandon to believe what I believe, because I'm still going to believe that the pastor said there's a pink pony in the corner of the room, even though I don't see it. So to me, cognitive dissonance is a reckless abandon of any conception of like a third dimensional paradigm to understand the world in which we're engaging amongst each other.
You know what, Vitrix? I get the feeling you'll be mod someday.
I don't think so. I think I'm actually pretty fucking stupid.
I'll disagree with that one.
Figgy, it's only because you deal with me on a day-to-day basis and you think
it's interesting. These videos are actually really intriguing.
Really?
It's making me think about something, and there are a couple things that I noticed that are a little concerning. It also made me double check the calculator I was using, and I tried using a couple different calculators, and they're a lot different, supposedly. The first video shows the 4 different lights. And what's concerning about the lights, and you can even see it from right to left on the different lights, is how much they're illuminating above their probably projected area. And just like the one on the far right, it protrudes quite a bit higher with the yellow light than any of the others. And then it obviously goes at an angle, because they're farther away, of you seeing barely any light of the red one. And when I use this calculator, utilizing the kilometers plus, he did a really good job of putting the camera down to like 1 meter, and I put it down at 1 meter, and it seemed like the lights were at 1 meter. It does create a scenario where it should be hidden about 10 meters. But I am also curious if those lights illuminate 10 meters above their designated target. So it is interesting seeing some of these images, how it corresponds similarly, assuming that everything is correct. Now, the laser was also even more interesting, because laser is a little bit more direct, right? But then I found something extremely concerning about the laser video, and it showed him walking in front of the laser. And it showed him quite a bit lower. And it's concerning because it makes me think that the laser is 10 or more meters above the water, which really skews. And putting that into the calculator shows that they will be seeing each other, especially with atmospheric refraction. So that video seems very concerning on its legitimacy.
Can I ask you something? When you say account with atmospheric refraction, what index are you providing to actually get that result?
I am calculator, and again, I am no crazy scientist, as I do not believe anyone else is in here. And I am utilizing a tool that unfortunately I cannot 100% understand, but does provide information.
A refractive index of a cloud or something?
This is, and even taking the refraction out, it's still kind of alarming on its potential height that we don't necessarily know about. And it would be more advantageous if the laser was appropriately lined with the surface of the water, as opposed to being 10 feet high.
Yeah. Why don't we check something out, right? Let's take your worst case scenario, right? You're saying it looks higher, or it seems higher than it's presented to be, or okay.
Correct. Well, so if it looks like
we take that value, right? Let's take a look. Right, so let's say what it looks like it's 10 feet off the ground or something instead of 2 or whatever.
I would say they did a good job with the camera. They put the camera down to 3 meters. I took that into consideration. The laser is potentially, in my opinion, 15 meters above the water. Seeing him full stand, seeing him full stand in front of the stand, down on the bank, he seems like he's propped up, and it was 15 kilometers. It was 10 miles, and using that testthecurve.com algorithm, even with taking the fraction out, it shows that it is potentially 0.34 meters visible.
Okay.
I do believe,
but it seems like you're just pulling that number out of thin air, right? You're like, oh, it doesn't look right. It must be, or it's probably this random number.
No.
I think
I could prove some flaws in the test. Let's just put it that way.
There is actually one of the FE core tests that's done from quite a ways up the beach.
Unfortunately, I can't post pictures in this, so I will go ahead and just DM the one picture I see of the video, him clearly in front of it, quite a bit down, below on the bank, with this laser propped up very high.
Yeah. There is an elevation above the water, but that's where, if you plug in the matrix, you're accounting for refraction. Denies the direct.
No, I even took the refraction out with the potential.
So they're definitely propped up. They're on like a ledge or something.
Yeah, and that's just concerning in a test,
Yeah. Well, what do they?
I understand the utilization for it, though. It makes sense to have that ledge to go ahead and extrapolate down.
Yeah. I'll put it in the text, right, just so everyone knows. But do they or do they not account for this, or at least attempt to account for this? Like in their
for time's sake, I don't 100% know.
How do they say that?
I think they do a good job of changing the camera down, but I don't think they did a good job of explaining the laser's height.
Okay, so you did or did not check what they stated the laser height is?
I did not check, but it's alarming.
So,
it's alarming. It's alarming nonetheless of a simple fix that they should have done versus the test that was provided.
Well, here's the reality, right? If their math, right, which you have yet to check, accounts for this, and they make the claim that the results are not what would be expected if we're on a ball, and you're challenging that without actually checking their math, I mean, you sound a little bit paranoid, bro. Like, you think you ought to do that before you criticize?
if it is anomalous,
like if it, for example, right?
I mean, I feel like I would appreciate the test more if they just put it at the water line. I don't understand why it needs to be propped up.
Okay.
I just think the experiment itself is
I guess
flawed.
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Why? Any height, right? Any height will have a respective tangent, right? No matter the height.
Let's just take the curvature calculator out of it. You guys don't believe in the curve. I will be ignorant enough to be on the same foundation, and ignorance is not an insult. It's just a lack of information. It's like, let's take the calculator completely out of it. And why would the test not be appropriately calculated at the surface level if you guys are the ones that are claiming it's completely flat?
Hang on, dude. For all we know, okay, it seems like you didn't look. I didn't look into this, so I'm not going to make a claim about it. But for all we know, they went to that spot because there's a nice solid foundation primed to hoist their device on that just so happens to be inland about 10, 20 feet and then happens to be up by 10, 20 feet or whatever the hell it is. Right? I don't know that. But it doesn't matter. Because you're the observer height, the observer height, no matter what it is, okay, it will influence where that particular observer's horizon should be if we're on a ball. So if their horizon is way before, okay, the distance or the spot over a certain distance that they're expecting to shoot at, and the curve is significant enough from that point.
We can't do curve.
Doesn't matter.
Take curve out of this.
Can't take the curve out of it.
Why are you playing with?
I'm stepping in your shoes, and the point is to extrapolate the information that you want, and understanding that the water level is completely flat. Why would they not have the camera perfectly to level with the water and see the laser perfectly level the water?
Here's the point, dude. Like I said, they may have their reasons for why they put it there. Okay, but if it's accounted for, I don't know. Now, here's the good news, right? There are others that are closer to the ground than this. There might be shorter distances, whatnot. There's different ones, right? So if you're pent up on this one, I'd encourage you to check the other ones. Now, the problem is, as you stated before, you didn't actually look into the map. You're kind of just, fidgeting. I don't like this because it might be this. How about you go check before you shit your pants? Right?
I mean, I don't need to check anything. I'm just taking in this information and I'm challenging you to say that this is flawed.
The problem is you're making a claim that it's flawed, but you haven't checked anything, so you have nothing to challenge. You're just like, I don't like it. It seems weird, but I don't really know if it's actually weird. It's just not. It's a little unorthodox or it's different than how I would do it if I were doing it, right?
Sure, yeah, and
that's all you're saying. And you're allowed to do that, but I mean, are we really expected to take you seriously?
Sure, and I really expected to take you seriously when I ask questions and I get no feedback or evidence?
Biggie.
Dude, which questions did you ask? All you did was bitch.
My question. No, I did not bitch. My questions
were simply... All you're doing is complaining about their setup, and that's not your ideal.
You did. This is the information that you guys posted for me, and I took my own personal opinions on it, and I just shared with them. Now, I've explained... I've asked questions about Tide, and I was bigoted away as a red herring. I want to ask questions about... the moon phases. I want to ask questions about seasons. I want to ask questions about so many other things, and it's like, we're only going to talk about the perfect level water.
No, gotcha. No, we can talk about that. Okay. The problem is, all this stuff that you're talking about, preceded me being here. All I know, all I've heard so far is you bring up the laser thing, and you're complaining about the laser thing, and you even openly stated that you didn't really check what their results were. You just don't, like it. It's not your ideal the way you would do it. So therefore, you're questioning it, but you didn't actually check what they presented. Like, that seems a little weird, bro.
Oh no, not positive.
Not gonna lie.
You said, but positive what was provided prior. Now that you're here,
I took the information and I took my own personal extrapolation of the experiment and understood the flaws. But you're disregarding that just because I am opinionated.
What flaws? Hang on. But you're making a claim that it's flawed, but you didn't look at the particulars to make the claim about any particular thing that's flawed. You're just like, it seems weird. It's not your ideal.
It is 100% flawed.
Yeah, this is about the third time.
Wait, I'm putting myself.
What's flawed about it? That they're higher up?
I'm putting myself in your shoes. I don't care about the curvature.
Don't put yourself in my shoes, dude.
Why? Why would you elevate?
Hang on, dude. Wait, hold on a second. Okay, my shoes are not to be lent out. Your challenge.
But I want to try on your shoes.
20 cups your roboting, bro.
Wait, bro, we can't deal with you. 20K,
you didn't make any claim roboting as to which part of roboting is a problem.
Yeah,
oh, am I?
20K, you're roboting really bad.
Yeah. Give me a minute, guys.
Gotcha.
Give me a minute. Figgy.
You're clear.
Figgy, right. Listen, Figgy, if you scroll back in chat, Figgy, there's a thing called the FE Core. That is the PDF that goes along with the video you watched. You only watched one of their tests. Yes, it was done elevation across water. They've also done other tests. They did one with a stepper laser, which hit 3 consecutive targets as the laser panned across from one to further right and then further right again. And they all hit their targets. There's
I'm glad that you brought that up because I remember seeing that one too.
Sorry?
No, I'm glad that you brought that up. I remember seeing something too regarding that laser optic. That was one of the big things that even with some of my friends that we were trying to deal with, and without being disrespectful, is that we tried to gauge with that where they said that they saw the laser application or whatnot, that they did see some drop, but the drop was in the absence of some sort of the mathematical claim to the is it the radii or the diameter for the curvature? Something regarding that. The thing that you said, I remember seeing something about that, but it seemed as if the Earth was curved, it seems like the Earth may curve way harder. At a way further distance. Basically, what I remember seeing about what you stated is that it seems like that the Earth's curvature requires longer distance for it to curve, more than it does based on the standard science application that we use. It seems like that the Earth may be more elongated.
Bigger. The Earth may be bigger.
All right, I'm back. Am I still roboting?
No, you're good.
Am I still roboting?
No, you sound good.
No, you're good.
Good. Okay, where were we?
Well, basically, before you joined, dude, Figgy was cool. Figgy was in the background watching these videos, okay? So he's only come in. He didn't know about he wasn't really going into the depth of the other FE Core things, and he still hasn't seen the other laser tests. But he is quite cool.
Yeah, okay.
He's not being an asshat. Don't think that by any way, shape, or form. Yes, I agree with you.
That's fine.
Research the data further. Yeah, there are some that are taking it elevation, but it still defies the geometric of the globe, and that's why we can't just drop the curve. We can't leave the curve out. That's the whole point of the conversation.
Yeah. There's no need for him to try and provide a hypothetical, putting himself in somebody's shoes, or try and recraft the narrative or whatnot. Here's the data. Here's what they got. Now we got to talk about that. Right now, if you want to challenge
wait, that's a disservice. That's not what Figgy was doing when he said he's trying to put himself in other people's shoes. He's trying to make sure that he's doing it based on your parameters to make sure that he's not being disingenuous.
Okay. I'm not so sure why he's even bothering trying to speak like that. The point is, in their results, they say they're yay high, okay?
They're shooting the thing out to X distance, and they're hitting a target, or they're not. Blah blah blah. Whatever it is, right? He's challenging it. Oh, I don't like it because they're too high. Oh, it seems weird. This, that, the other thing. But he didn't talk about what they actually wrote. Okay, he didn't challenge any particulars in there. This is why I'm kind of frustrated because, dude, this stuff that you're challenging, it's kind of like your ideas in your own head that you would prefer this, that, the thing. Like that's not what we got.
So he says it's 7 feet above water.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that doesn't
Fantastic.
look like it's 7 feet above water, does it?
Fantastic. I don't know. You tell me. Is it? Is it not?
The whole man's standing in front, down at the bay.
Yeah, but dude, keep in mind, right? I mean, you can challenge that if you want. The thing is, the camera taking a shot of the laser and the guy in the background. The guy's far out, right? So a little bit of an angle, a shallow angle, right?
There's also the beach to be considered. The angle of the beach. What you think of as 7 feet isn't a cliff. It's angular over a distance of beach as well.
At the end of the day, I might not agree with you guys as far as like the Earth being flat, but I will say when it comes to the curvature of like the troughs and the valleys, and when he does come down to the beach, when he hit the realms of the beach, that is probably the closest like lowest points that you can hit, where it might be like a derivative distortion based on where all the fall off goes to where it starts hitting sea level, to where it might actually create a distortion based on the implication of data associated with it. Because when you start hitting the water, you have to get to your lowest point to hit the water associated with the land. So I will see that notion as well.
The whole point here, okay, is before you start bitching, you look at the full claim.
Start bitching. Nobody's bitching.
The guy was bitching. Your friend was bitching. Oh, it's too high. It doesn't look like it's actually really that low. Or and then he confirmed it finally at 7 feet. And now he's saying, now he's saying it doesn't look 7 feet tall.
No, you're mischaracterizing it by calling it bitching. You're just being rude about it,
dude. Is it stated to be 7 feet tall? Yes. Right. Okay.
Okay, so now I will challenge that.
So
where is the picture?
So are you making the claim that there's probably...
Okay, so where is the picture?
Hang on, dude. Do you mean to say that you think they're lying?
Yes.
Okay.
Where is the picture where it shows 7 feet from the water?
I don't know. There may be a photograph of a measurement. I really don't know. The PDF's quite a big document. Have you looked through it all?
Like, if we want to get to the facts, sure, I'm making assumptions. Sure, I can look like an asshole because of making assumptions. But then let's just double down on where is the evidence that shows that it's exactly 7 feet off the water. If we want to,
have you not seen the video? Have you not seen the video?
I have watched the video. I've sped it up. I've tried to watch it all. I do appreciate that they did one of the camera video up high, and then they brought it down to 3 meters, which I appreciate.
Okay.
I also have found a calculator based off of my assumptions, sure, where it would more appropriately be seen, even from that distance.
Yeah. Have you looked through the PDF?
Which PDF? There's a lot of things.
It's posted just after it. I've also posted another couple of laser tests. One's by the same guy, John D.
John D. Oh, and then I also explained a little bit about what I'm concerned with the lights that Travis posted, which also.
Yep.
I do like the lasers. I think lasers are a really good idea. You said John.
But you did say that. Sorry, excuse me. You did say that the lights would have to be how high?
Based off of the calculations I did, the light from the last one had to be illuminating about, I think it was 9 to 10 meters, and based off of the one in the front, that it seems plausible.
Possible, yeah. So what you think is that is actually what's illuminating upwards from the light. That's not actually the light itself that you're seeing. That's just part of the illumination.
I would assume that the especially at night, which is when it was taken, how much are the lens and or our naked eye could receive the light off of the top end of the glow versus the middle of the glow. And that's why it's more interesting to know how you do see a difference between the one that's closest to us 5 miles away versus the one where you barely see the top edge of the glow at 8 miles away.
Well, if you actually zoom in on it, you will see that. I mean, I know there is a better footage, but I can't find a working link for it. You will see that it is actually the bulb. It is actually the light that you're seeing. What you're seeing there isn't very good resolution. But yes, it's not the top of the glow of the light peeking over the horizon. That's actually the bulb in the dark. And at night, this whole claim of refraction? Where's your refraction claim at night from? What's causing this refraction at night in cold conditions when it's optimal for extremely low refraction, according to the boundaries of your conditions of refraction. The whole thing negates the fact that it might be false because of the claims that it might be false.
Yeah. Long story short, whether we agree or disagree with that, I feel like lasers are a better form of testing than these lights.
Got all the laser, all the time you want to spend on this. I've put a couple of really good ones in the chat for you. We've got on the server. We've got
there's tons.
Possibly, I don't know. There might be hundreds of laser tests, but now there's certainly tens of laser tests from all over. That's and the ones in the chat are some of the biggest ones, or some of the maybe closer to the ground ones.
What I will say is that I'm glad that this is like actually a really good, humble, good discussion. I'm glad this is a fair faith discussion.
Another thing that I just thought of that is concerning about potential laser lights, and again, this is just a quick assumption. I don't. You can just take it for word of mouth. I don't give a shit. Part of my language, but there's a certain level to making sure that these lasers are at a pure right angle as opposed to being angled up.
That's why columnators are used, yes. And yes, there are atmospheric conditions that can draw it up. But if it draws it up, then it loses resolution at distance and therefore can't be seen after a certain point if looking at it from the other end of the laser. If it's drawn up, it'll be drawn up out of your field of vision and you'll lose resolution of it in the night sky.
The point at hand that is concerning about a lot of these tests
if I can add to that, if I may quickly. Right. Yeah. The thing with the idea that the laser is pointed up, okay, in most of these tests, the whole point is the laser is basically hitting the target, right? They're able to see the source of the light at the receiving end. That source of light should not be visible, right? Now, if it's angled up, right, they might see a little like a laser beam zip over their head. Okay, that's not happening anyway. You follow?
Unless
now the thing is angled down. If it's perfectly 9 degrees and it's hitting the receiving end at the same elevation, more or less, than the sender, okay, that's the whole goal, right? But the claim is, rather than, it's still a ball and the light is bending downwards so that it basically meets at the same height at the receiving end, that's really the big argument, right? That's where the whole refraction thing comes in. Everything else is more or less accounted for. If it's angled downwards, well, it's too bad. It's going to go straight into the water, right? And probably refract in there and then deviate and no one's going to see shit. If it's angled up, it's going to zip over their head
something that they would expect anyway, and they don't receive that. So the big crux of the argument boils down to the whole refraction business.
Sure.
Go ahead.
The problem with it being angled up is if the target it's shooting at is too elevated. That's why I like the closer we are to the water, the farther the longer stretch of water with a laser, the more appropriate the experiment is. Disregarding
it really depends.
Curvatures.
It really depends on the particulars, dude. Right? If you're 1 foot off the ground, right on the shoreline, you would expect the geometric horizon to be 1.22 miles away. If you're 6 feet off the ground, you're expected to be about 3 miles away. Period. Can be accounted for. So anything beyond that, 5, 10, 15, 20 miles, anyway, that's all beyond the, apparent edge of the horizon. And then it's just about calculating what the actual deviation would be from a particular drop from that tangent line. Go ahead.
So, going outside the box, again, I don't necessarily care. Going outside the box is maybe the calculator's wrong. Maybe the calculator's wrong to a certain extent. If the water is completely level for a certain period of time, wouldn't you want to test the longest distance at 1 meter, not worrying about the calculator?
Well, which calculator are you talking about?
The curvature calculator, but that's what I'm saying. Completely disregard it and just hyper focus on a.
So maybe the calculator is badly implemented. The math is math, right? Are you aware of how it would be calculated from base principles? Do you want to see how? Are you interested in seeing how it's calculated from base principles?
I have an idea based off of these two calculators that I'm looking at.
Okay. Yes. Would you like me to send you the raw derivation?
Sure.
If you want to dump the calculator altogether, go to 10 miles, measure the distance from the laser to the surface of the water. Go to 20 miles and ask yourself a basic question. Is the gap bigger or equal or smaller? That's it.
Or do you stop seeing the laser?
Well, in this case, they can still see it.
I will apologize. This is the same gentleman that I argued with yesterday or the other day, where when I accidentally spilled my bottle on my PC and fucked up all my computer upgrades, it was this gentleman where we were arguing back and forth.
All right, Vicky.
Yeah.
See in the chat?
Hey, don't worry about it. He's my friend. He's the guy that actually tries to keep me chill.
All good, dude.
He's the guy that puts me in keeps me chill.
Don't worry about it. So here's the thing. These calculators, they basically have this implemented into them. Okay? They use what's called a parabolic approximation, just because it's easier to communicate, right? They approximate the curve using a parabola. Okay? So this is the full derivation from base principles of where that parabola of best fit would come from. And then on the last page, you can see plugging in the actual radii, or the radius that is claimed. Okay. And then from there, you can estimate the drop from a tangent, the drop distance from a tangent line. Okay. So in these calculators, they all, or the ones that I've seen, mostly use something like this. Okay, 8 inches per mile squared. Okay. This is where it comes from. So the part about these calculators, though, is they add to that their fanciful refraction business. Okay. Now, if you don't trust that part, because that's where it gets wonky, because these models, how they actually implement refraction or how they calculate it, there's many different calculators because there's different refraction models. But this is the pure geometry. So if you're concerned about that, feel free to explore and whatever, and then disregard the refraction part, because that's actually where most of the contention comes from. where are they getting this refraction index? Right? They use a slider to fit the observation to the model. It's a backwards engineered index to make themselves happy. It's like, oh, well, the conditions out there must be such that, the refraction index would be this, without providing any of the humidity, temperature, or air pressure data points to justify that index. Okay? So you can disregard that until further notice. The important part here is the geometry. So if you want to check that out, it's fitted with, some calculus and shit like that. I did this all myself, so if you have any questions, I'll walk you through it. Oh, I forgot something. Let me add this as well. So this is the, I think is that it? Yeah. So this is the distance to the horizon calculation. It's coming 3, 2, 1 using basic Pythagoras. So this is why I was saying to you earlier.
We're using a hypotenuse? Sorry, I had to say it.
In this case, asshole. Oh, you like the word hypotenuse, yeah?
No, yeah, I'm sorry. I had to be an asshole. I had to. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's a funny word. But yeah. So in this last one, there are 3 images. Yeah, you use some Pythagoras to get the distance from the observer to the horizon. This is where the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet comes from. This is where, if you're 6 feet off the ground, you can check the last image there. You would see 3 miles, up to 3 miles, in a purely geometric sense. Everything else is built on this type of shit. Feel free to double check.
Three miles at 3 feet with what distance?
Sorry, repeat that?
Sorry, 6 feet above, we have a distance horizontal. So they're saying at 3 miles is when you'll see a drop?
Is where the surface would start dropping away from you. Because everything before that you can see. Everything beyond that you can't.
I am going to say I'm glad that I got to invite you to this Discord because, you actually get to get a discourse, man. I'm glad I invited you.
Yeah, this is good.
Well, I'm only glad because I invited Figgy because he's my mathematically inclined friend. Like, he's a min-maxer. Like, everything that we do, because we both play World of Warcraft, like, all he does is that he focuses on what is going to give me the best output no matter what I do. He's a fucking freak with numbers.
Right on.
Sounds like he's just good at micromanaging. Probably plays Supreme Commander like an absolute weapon too.
So first of all, Supreme Commander might be in my field. I play RTSs. I don't know if Figgy plays RTSs, but first of all, I play StarCraft 2. I play Stellaris. No, that's my shit. I play Dawn of War. Hold the fuck up.
Right. Anyways.
Nah, brother, I'll run a fade on you. If that's what you want, brother, we can do this. And also, Warhammer Total War. God, such a good game. Did you hear about some of the new releases that are about to be like
OG commander or whatnot. Yeah, I can't wait.
Bro, never mind that. Get on with Red Dead Redemption 3. Now, move it.
Red Dead Redemption 3? What the fuck? That doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, why not? Why not, dude? Get back to work.
Nah, you know what? I think I'd rather stay overweight, fat, unemployed, got no bitches, and play video games instead of play Red Dead Redemption 3.
Saying get back to work and get it coded. Hurry up. Jaldi. MC.
I appreciate the joke, but honestly, I don't know. I can't beat you at code. I'm an entry-level coder. I'm not that high-level coder.
Bro, you can beat me at code, trust me. Bro, dude.
You can't beat. I don't know,
me.
man. So I got certified through Udemy, and like, what is your coding paradigm? I've only learned C++ on the Unreal Engine 5. All of my coding, I've always worked on Unreal Engine 5.
That's too bad. That's too bad. That's too bad, dude. You're boxed into a framework, huh?
What do you mean I'm boxed into a framework? I mean, that's what was offered. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, you know what pisses me off?
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you. Can you write a simple terminal or console application in C++?
Of course, for a standard UI, it depends. Like, what is our header? If we have a standard header, I could easily put in shit. What do you want? Do you want booleans? If and FL statements? Like, what do you want?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So if you do that,
I got a question for Flat.
Entry-level coder.
All right. Good stuff. I've been doing it for 10 years, so I feel like...
Oh, great. So I'm talking to a champ, and I'm a fucking retard. That's awesome.
Don't worry, dude.
No comment. But anyway, someone said they've got a question for Flat Earthers. Please speak, that person.
What is your theory of gravity? Because I could see that maybe the Earth is the whole planet's accelerating at 9.8 meters per second, or do you hold that related to mass? What's your theory of gravity?
I don't think we have a theory. It's already proven. It's based on wavelength.
He's not asking you.
Oh, that's true. Sorry, my bad.
I mean, Archimedes' principle pretty much defines it well enough, don't you think?
Ooh.
No, I'm asking about the theory of gravity.
Yeah. Buoyancy and density mediate object densities within their medium.
Specific gravity.
It's not wrong. It's a volume. It's a consequence of volume.
Okay.
That's interesting.
So, if you had a flat Earth, would the sides of it be drawn to the center, or would the center be like zero gravity because all the other mass cancels it out? How's that theory work?
What makes you think mass attracts mass?
I'm not saying it. I'm talking about attraction. I'm talking about gravity, not attraction.
Then why would things be at the edges, drawing things at a different angle if you aren't invoking mass attracting mass?
I think he's assuming event horizon.
I'll sort of. Are you familiar with Lagrange points?
I understand. I understand what they are claimed to be. Now, how about this? General relativity works on a developable surface if flat Earth is a cylinder that extends nearly infinitely down.
Your cylinder Earth?
No. Let's say you got the developable surface, which is the flat part of the cylinder that we all live on. But the mass extends almost infinitely down. Now the vectors would then therefore be effectively parallel to each other and perpendicular to that surface.
Okay, and for something having the density, say, of dirt or water, what would the gravity be at the surface if it was infinitely long?
Well, would be what it is.
Black hole territory.
Because you require a density component, which I think you're forgetting now. But listen, the whole point of that was to just give you an idea that we can come up with stories. I don't believe this is true.
I don't want ad hoc. I'm just wondering if you guys had a theory of gravity.
Well, now you're asking for something ad hoc, so no.
I'd rather speak to the other Australian. He doesn't have a list A.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not participating with your loaded questions.
I was asking him. Please don't participate at all.
Which Australian?
Oh, sorry, I'm doing a heroic raid right now, and actually, I'm not an Australian. I'm an American. What the fuck?
Exactly. What is an Australian?
I'm dead.
Pretty sure I heard another Australian speak.
Yeah, it totally wasn't me. It was somebody else.
Matrix.
Yep.
What's up?
Okay. You hold that gravity is related to mass, right?
No, I don't hold that gravity's related to mass. But you can strawman me if you like. I'm in a good mood, so go for it.
No, as a question, do you hold that maybe the Earth is accelerating through space at 9.8?
No, I'm not a Yumi.
It should be, isn't it 9.6?
9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah, there we go. 9.863. Yeah.
No, I'm not an upward moving earther. I'm sorry to disappoint you.
So, what is your theory of things falling, if you drop something? Like, what's accounting for that?
Buoyancy and density. I don't have a theory of gravity. Why do I have to have a theory of gravity?
Because you live on a planet where there's a phenomena of gravity?
There's a phenomena of gravity. Things go down when you drop them. So what's the causational mechanism?
Yep. Do you have a theory on that?
No, I'm asking you, what is the causational mechanism?
Oh, it's just space curvature because of mass. Why?
Space curvature.
No. Yeah.
Oh, so it's just a mathematical formula that you've just gone, you know what? This guy describes it good with his mathematical formula. I'll just use that.
Well, it's a relationship between mass and this effect.
So you still don't know what the causational mechanism is. Awesome. So what's your theory?
Well, that it's related to mass. Distance cubed or something like that.
No, wait, hold on. No, it's more than that. The formulaic expression is actually derived based on Einstein's theory of relativity, which was recently proven back in 2014 or 2015, I believe, where we were able to actually graph the ability of gravitational waves, where we discovered that waves are actually discerned by... gravity can be discerned through waves. So through math, or based on theoretical math and the application of force and massive bodies, we're able to discern that. That's why other fucking planetary bodies or whatnot that have a force of mass or application, they have what is essentially a greater mass that creates these spherical things because it's in a third dimensional paradigm, which creates spheres. That being said, this is also the same elucidation towards where you can understand where Saturn, a lot of the moons that Saturn used to have, they hit what was called the Roche line. Based on the Roche line, you can also discern that that's why Saturn has a bunch of rings, because all the moons are the rocks that inhabited the orbit of that Roche line. That's where Saturn got their rings, because the Roche line distorted all the applicable mass right next to it that created the rings for Saturn. That's where a lot of that comes from. And I hope I'm not too long-winded with that, but I do know that to be true as a truism. You can say I'm wrong, but that's what I know.
It also coincides with the concept of the moon and how it is the direct correlation to our tides.
Yes, as far as the Earth goes, yes.
Given what you said, to me, I'm not sure if you're trying to sell me Rockwell, Retro, Encabulator. All of that I didn't understand at all.
He was agreeing with you.
Somebody mentioned the moon. The moon doesn't correlate with the tides in any way, shape, or form. Check out the tidal node data with regard to moon phases and stuff. It's all over the place.
Well, the moon phase is one thing, but the rotation of the Earth is another.
Saturn's moons were destroyed by the Roche line because they were too close to Saturn.
Yeah, yes, dude, that's Saturn. That's where we land. We're trying to head back to Earth, please.
Well, there's solar tides and there's lunar tides, and so their relative position, but the tides are more correlated with Earth's rotation relative to the Sun and Moon's relative position. So a little bit complicated.
I will grant you this. I am not familiar with solar tides. I do know about sunspots and different things.
But it was the point at hand with the mass, right?
You're a little space boy, aren't you?
Yes, agreed.
I think the way the tides work, that if you had a solar eclipse at exactly midday, it would be low tide. It's weird. Like the tides are.
That's why I said check actual tidal node data and stuff like that.
Solar eclipse being low tide? I'm trying to think about it. I want to agree with you. I just want to make sure that I agree with you.
Story of the moon and tides.
But if I think about a lunar eclipse, then that would mean high tide, right? Because again, the only reason that we have tides, it only has to do with the gravitational pull from the mass of the moon, because they're not orbited in a standard rotation. It's all elliptical. That's the only reason we have tides, if ellipses.
Yeah, so is that why we have 4 tides sometimes in some places a day? Sometimes weirder, or 3 tides over the course of 24 hours?
And other places have none?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's because you've got a solar. The sun produces its own tide, and the moon does. And when they coincide, you get a. Never mind.
Sorry, I was only going to say, why aren't massive lakes and massive bodies of water that are, not part of the ocean? Why aren't they affected tidally in any way, shape, or form ever? Again, I would say go back to tidal node data if you think that it all, follows this merry pattern of the moon's here and it does this, or it's in an ellipse and it does that. The data for the tides doesn't correlate. The actual data doesn't correlate to the theory. I've put some stuff in the chat about, you were talking about gravity. Newton himself wanted out. He knew that it wasn't mass attraction and openly admitted so in a letter to one of his buddies or whoever in the science community. After him, the Bremen drop tower, it shows how Einstein was wrong about everything dropping at the same speed and been forced to Earth. It actually doesn't. The hammer and feather trick, or the feather and the bowling ball thing, that's a scam. It's a trick. We've actually got an expose on it. It's been deep dived. All these things are on our server if you want to jump across and have a look.
Well, not just that. So let's think about this in the the realm of practicality. I remember being younger and in high school, and look, I think we could all forgo this, right? Because I've done this myself. Is that I remember seeing that articles were proven right about Einstein's theory of relativity regarding that gravity was actually measured in waves. There was a theory basis, and when it was proven true, I don't remember, was it 2012? I remember being in high school when it got proven true. So I'm also trying to quip with the idealism, or not the ideals, but idealism, but the concepts of contemporary science that we utilize that, okay, now we're able to also discern this, but this is also the other issues that we have where we might even have black spots, where even when we look at stars in the sky, we don't even know if we have a black hole between the stars that we see that might distort the light, or have a light distortion between what we're seeing and the accumulation of light that is caught on their event horizon or whatnot. But as far as Einstein's theory of relativity goes, we can measure gravity in the form of waves, which creates a weird nuance regarding this, is that if gravity could be measured in waves, what is the application of waves that creates this waves of distortion? And it has to be done in a third-dimensional paradigm, which means it doesn't utilize an X or Y axis, X, Y, and Z axis, because we live in a third-dimensional paradigm. Utilizing that information, we can extrapolate that this is a complex formula, that this is why planets or other celestial bodies create spheres. And another reason why I would say the Earth may not necessarily be flat, when from all this extrapolation of data and what we can see from every complex formulaic standard applied to stars, gaseous planets, or anything around us.
Yeah, but mathematical formulas aren't reality.
Gaseous planets.
They may not be reality, but they're the closest thing that we could do to discern reality around us.
Surely
No,
we could
measuring it directly. Sorry, I'll do.
No, you're right. You're perfectly right, dude. And I was just going to say you measured about gaseous planets. Now, there's a perfect example. Again, to you've got a lot of claim about the stars, right? So it's a lot of it's observed, but one of the claims is that it's gaseous planets. Ergo, something like Earth, possibly terra firma, maybe not. Some of it's claimed to be gas giants. In fact, now
No, you're right. Okay, I can agree with that. I can easily agree with that.
Yeah, so theoretically, what we can test here on Earth is natural law on Earth, and what we can't ever find is gas pressure.
Two things that I could agree with you on this. Well, two things that I could agree with you on this is this, and it might sound simple, but you know what? Maybe it's an Occam's razor concept. If you think about it, it's that if we're going to talk about celestial bodies and we look at like gaseous giants or whatnot, I think the number one for me is what is it? Jupiter. The thing regarding that is that you could say, okay, I could see the utilization for like a spherical or globe concept. However, the Earth is different because we utilize the different aspects of our atmosphere to our subsphere, astrosphere, mesosphere, the stratosphere. We have different aspects of the way that we do this application. The only difference is that we're consolidated we are a planet with a physical body that could technically, you could even say, and I think this could be fair too, you could say if we're on a rock and we're not a globe, you could at least say we're on a rock. So at the very least, you could even say that maybe we might be like a frigid rock or like some of the shit is fucked up regarding the rock. But you still cultivate, regardless of what's surrounding the rock and the mass and the gravitational pull regarding it, is that it still creates like some sort of subsphere or stratosphere or the atmosphere that we utilize around the sun, where it might cultivate a sphere around us. And then if I were to take it further to your point, is there a realm where, if it does do that, is that enough to facilitate a semisphere? And when I say semispheres, what do we call that? Like a half circle, like a gemisphere or whatnot? Yeah. You know what I mean?
Semisphere or dome, yes. Yeah. Well, theoretically,
I feel like that would be fair.
Yeah, it's a fair question, but theoretically, no, because it still implies the laws of gas pressure, whereby if you've got a vacuum, the claim being 10 to the negative 17 torr, well, if you've got any kind of gas pressure next to that, it's going to just disperse into it. We're claimed to have 14.7 psi at sea level. Now, the antecedent for gas pressure...
Good point.
Yeah, the antecedent
that's a good
for
point, because sea level is really interesting because that's a unique thing that we have too.
Yeah, well, the antecedent for gas pressure is a container, bro. And if there is a vacuum,
one thing that I want to ask you. I guess that's one thing that I want to gauge with that. Considering sea levels or whatnot, how do we still gauge this? Would you still call this if we're gonna do the absence of the globe or whatnot? How much can you run with the idea of like gravity? The idea that the proof of gravitational waves or whatnot. I guess I'm more or less concerned is that if the Earth is this, how far can we take this? And
well, that's why you take it.
Of course, I'm just going to ask you something basic because anybody's going to ask you this, and I'm pretty sure you've heard this before. All right, so what is the center of the Earth? Okay, you can't tell me the center of the Earth. Well, if there's no center of the Earth, then how am I able to discern?
That's going to be our answer on your own questions, dude.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just trying to like do it logically, put it all together. I'm not trying to be a piece of shit. Trust me.
It's okay. No, that's why I was asking you. Yeah. If you want answers, just ask questions.
I'm only asking that because in the scenario in which I agree with things is in the way that I look at the world or the universe is that we have extrapolation of data around things around us considering the universe. So I'd say we are a globe, but the only thing that also throws me off is that considering we are a globe, we have some unique fallacies that exist within our our time scenario. Why is it that we're able to map the ocean, yet we're not able to let's say, explore the ocean. We can map the ocean, but we cannot explore the ocean. You know what I mean? Like, we have some weird frontiers that exist in
humanity. You can map its currents and its surface, yes.
But we can't explore it.
What's between land masses, yes. But the depth and the pressures involved, we are not capable of doing that. The military do actually have a lot of it. They do know a lot.
Yeah, because sea pressure is so crazy. It's almost like sea pressure is more difficult than going into space.
As you're on the subject of the ocean, do you know what the ocean floor is called?
The what?
The ocean floor.
Yeah, the ocean floor. Well, when you say the ocean floor, you mean the Mariana Trench, or you mean the actual ocean floor?
That's a trench on the floor. That's a trench on the floor. Do you know what the general term for massive areas of the ocean floor is?
Oh no, I have no idea.
It's referenced as the abyssal plain or the abyssal plain.
The abyss. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard of that.
As an endless plane. Endless, no depth, no depth change up nor down. You get to a certain point and you stay there. No elevation change up nor down. Nor
Isn't that the craziest part too? Because if you're in the abyssal plane, you can't tell what up or down is. It's so it's so dark.
Yeah. Well, yes, you can. Up and down, still up and down.
Well, remember, the abyssal plane is like kind of like space. It's a third-dimensional space. Up or down, left or right, like it's complex because you can go anywhere.
It's the bottom of the ocean, dude. It's not like your theoretical idea of like floating about in Narnia.
Okay, my apologies. What I meant when you when you said that is that when you're at the abyssal plane or when you're so deep down where it's so dark that you cannot derive light. So I'm thinking like the creatures that live in the absence of light, because I feel like if you're that deep down, the only reason that you don't know how to float up is because you don't have anything that's going to take you up. So you don't know where up is unless, you know what? You bring up a good point. I think the only way you can tell where up is, you have to release oxygen particles in the ocean and see where the oxygen particles go to see where up is. That's the only way that I think you can figure that out.
Well, actually, the only way to reference up is from the floor.
Oh, but you have to hit the floor too, so that's another good point.
Yeah. But then again, you do have your own vestibular system that tells you whether you're upside down or not. And the fact that you would like crash into the roof of the submarine, yeah, you would know you're upside down, dude.
I want to agree with you on that because I've also done some things. Like, have you played with like let's say a VR headset or something? Because I did one where I was put into like a weird situation where you go into space, right? And I was working on like a spacecraft and I tried to repair something. It was just a simulation. And then like the Earth blew up in front of me while I was working on like one of the spacecrafts in space. Then the spacecraft got hit by debris from the Earth blowing up. I got tilted left, right, and center and I started spinning in the middle of of space. There was no
fill over the coffee table and kick the dog.
Well, I'm only bringing this up because this might sound weird. In a VR situation where you know how we talk about like in your ears, your what's that liquid in your ears that gives you your balance, your equilibrium?
Your vestibular system. Your vestibular system. Yeah.
Yeah. When I did that so it was just what would we call that? Like a damn it, what do you call it? Like it's not a it's like a simulation. So when I did it in a simulation, I almost threw up because I was spinning. And I almost lost my balance even though that my liquid in the ear my equilibrium was still there, but my mind tricked me and made me think that I needed to throw up, which is crazy.
Yeah, you should try a VR headset and a motion rig, in a driving simulator motion rig. It's phenomenal, bro. That's different entirely the way.
You know what it reminds me of? The Turing
It's different
test.
to being thrown around in space.
Test?
Sorry?
What's his name? Edward Turing? Are you familiar with the Turing test?
It was Alan Turing, but
there we go. Alan Turing. Thank you. Yeah. So the Turing test is where you grab those people. Have you seen people when they try to gauge people that are space explorers or that are going to be astronauts? they put them in this little vehicle, and it starts spinning like in a centrifuge, and it spins faster and faster and faster. The Turing test by Aaron Turing, what this gentleman said is that was another application of force applied physics. Where
no, wait, that's the wrong test. The Turing test is for AI.
The Turing test? The Turing test came before AI.
No, the Turing test was whether or not you can determine whether or not an AI is.
The Turing test? No, wait, hold on. We might have to do this. Hold on.
I think you're using the wrong term. Turing test is whether or not an AI is, intelligent based on its responses not being distinguishable from.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, we might. Okay, we might have to do something here. I want to make sure that I'm not lying out of my ass too. But sorry, I just pulled a World of Warcraft boss. My bad.
Yeah, the G test on the centrifuge for what you could stand at pressure.
The Turing test. If you type in Turing test, yeah. I swear to God, I'm not lying to you. I swear to God, Turing test.
No, I know what you're talking about, dude. Yeah, I do know what you're talking about.
A Turing test is from the movie Ex Machina.
No, it's not from that movie. No, that movie.
No, I know, but it's that
not a movie. It's not a movie.
That movie depicts it in that movie. A
movie might depict.
Well, they don't. They don't fully. I guess. I mean.
Yeah, it's basically whether you are fooled into believing something is AI or not, or human.
Yeah, it's whether or not an AI can fool you into thinking it's human over text or voice discourse.
So
really, that's a Turing test. I still thought it was.
It was a test proposed by Alan Turing, who invented arguably the first computer, helped decrypt the code to win World War II.
Yes,
I'm glad that somebody's here to go ahead and make sure that I'm not lying out of my ass.
It's not lying. I think you're just miswording or citing the wrong name.
That's why I'm glad. So make sure that I'm not lying out of my ass.
Again.
Yeah, it's like the ability for AI to convince people that it is also human, and if it does, it's past.
Yeah, so he's wrong, but he's describing the centrifuge test.
Yeah. Which was also part of Turing, from what I remember, but
no, it's not. No, it's not part of it.
It's all right. No, it's all right. I'm able to take some L's. I'm not afraid to be wrong. The only way to figure out that you're right is to make sure that you're not wrong. And also, forgive me, I'm doing a World of Warcraft boss. My apologies.
Patterson Air Base, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Centrifuge has interchangeable cockpits. Ooh, yeah. Up to 9 Gs. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not seeing who developed it. It's only the modern blurb I'm getting. Maximum peak 20 Gs she goes up to. Maximum G onset rate 15 Gs per second. 16 G profile 60 minutes. Interesting. Very interesting. No. Blurb. Careers, get social with. Oh, careers, get you. Job in the army. No thanks. That's the wrong question. Who invented it?
What's this horse shit?
What? I'm old. I'm old.
No, the game of. What the fuck? I lost to a Death Knight! What is this horse shit? I lost to a fucking Frost Death Knight, bro? Man, suck my dick.
Bro, we're live, eh? Mind your language, please, or I'm going to have to mute you. No offense, eh?
That's fine. I got angry, my bad.
So the person that had the idea, I found it on Wikipedia, if that matters to you guys. It's called Edward Philip. And the first person to implement was it was the Soviets that implemented. So the idea came from a guy that's, I believe it's, let me see where he's from. Probably UK or the United States, to be honest. Or not. Oh no.
Errol Clark, James Hardy, 35 up to 1950s.
Edward Philip, so he was French actually. So it was a French guy. Then the Soviets grabbed that concept. So the French guy proposed this in 1869. Then the Soviets grabbed it in the 1930s, Pavlovsky and Fedorov. And then there were like a guy called Andrew Schofield that modernized the idea and developed it.
Yeah.
So you guys can Google this by looking at geotechnical centrifuge modeling. That's.
Thank you. Okay. Thank God. Okay. I knew the centrifuge. Oh, thank God I'm not crazy. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Okay. I'm not a fucking idiot. Okay. I'm an idiot, but I'm bad at explaining.
That's okay, Dave. You're just hammered.
Yes, I may be.
If you can't explain natural phenomenon that everyone else can explain and predict.
Well, that's the thing. It's not natural phenomenon. It's discovered phenomena. And it's done through different scientific methods that were done, or the extrapolation of data has already been done. I'm just trying to reference off the top of my head what I do recall regarding these things. So look, I'm willing to go ahead and say, and this is the one thing that I will say, is that yes, I am willing to go ahead and admit that I can be fallible. I know it comes off the top of my head, but there's got to be some reference material where when I say something, it may be potentially wrong, but there's a substantiation of where I say it, why it's wrong, or might be a half-truth. I'm not trying to lie to you people, and I think that's the most important part, because I'm not trying to lie to anyone. But I am willing to admit that I'm a fucking idiot, because at the end of the day, if you think about it, I'm talking about concepts that are really hard to deal with. Like some of these concepts in theoretical physics, understanding of the conceptions of the world, either like
don't waste your time with
shit is difficult.
Don't waste your time with concepts. Deal with reality.
Okay, wait. I got a question for anyone who's a flat earther anyone who doesn't believe in gravity. Why do things always move downward?
Is gravity
are you asking?
If you don't believe in gravity,
wait, what are you asking? When you say believe in gravity, what are you asking if we believe?
That gravity is a thing.
Well, okay, what is gravity? What is gravity?
Or you could say it's the bending of space-time, but as we observe, the force attributed to mass.
Okay, so do I
mean, do you know what gravity is?
Bending of space-time. Okay, could you show us space-time?
You don't know what gravity is?
Well, you just said it's the bending of space-time, so let's see if I believe
I said one of the
bending of space-time.
It's the attraction of things. I mean, I was going to say...
The attraction of things, so not the bending of space-time.
That have mass energy. I mean, caused by, argue, the bending of space-time, but...
The attraction of things...
Wait. Do you know what gravity is or not? Do you know what gravity is or not?
Well, it sounds like you don't know what it is.
No, do you know what gravity is or not? Like, yes or no?
Well, it depends how you're defining.
Yes or no. Do you know what it is or not? When people say gravity,
you're the one that brought it up. You said it's the bending of space.
Do you know? No, it causes traction between things. Do you know what gravity is or not? Do you know what gravity is or not?
Okay, what's attracting things?
Do you know what gravity is?
The attraction is the attraction.
No. Hold on. Do you know what gravity? Hold on.
What's being attracted to what?
Look. I asked a question originally about whether or not you believe. I asked a question about whether or not.
Dude, stop going full blown.
This is how you guys lose yourselves. This is how you guys lose yourselves in 5 minutes. Do you believe in gravity? What's gravity? And then you spiral. You don't even know. It's the bending of space-time? No, that sounds retarded. It's the attraction of things. What things? I don't know what's being attracted. Then you start spazzing out. What you actually mean is things fall to the ground. Okay? So we drop a rock and it falls to the ground. Does that tell us that the Earth is a big spinning ball in a vacuum? No, it does not.
Laws of attraction.
Can you answer my question? Do you agree or believe in the mainstream scientific understanding of gravity? Yes or no?
I don't have beliefs. No, I don't believe in the bending and warping of space-time. No.
Okay, wait. Okay.
Do you have any evidence?
Do you believe that mass? Do you believe that mass attracts other things? Like that. The greater the mass,
mass attracts other things. So let's say you're standing next to a bus. Are you attracted to that bus?
Will be outweighed by a larger attraction.
I mean, the fatter Latinas ass, the more attracted
okay, I guess I don't believe in that either. I don't see things attracting to other. When you go next to a mountain, are you attracted to that mountain?
No, it's about again the center of gravity.
So I guess no. It doesn't sound like there's any reason to believe in these.
So can I respond to this? Can I respond to this? Wait, let me respond to this. So you're attracted to the mountain, yes, but the force is actually
to the mountain. Okay, how do you know you're attracted to the mountain? How do you know that?
Because
by extrapolation.
Yes.
By extrapolation. Okay, so let's say you're standing next to a mountain. What does it feel like? Are you attracted to the mountain?
Oh boy! Wait! No! Wait!
Here we go.
Yeah, exactly. Wait. So let me spiral really quick. Do you? So if I
ask me a question, come on, tell me how you're attracted to.
No. Give me time. Come on, guys. Come on. Give me shared ability. So let's say there I run 0.001 milliamperes through your body. Do you feel it?
Why are you asking me a question?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
Okay. Thank you.
Because it answers
what's that got to do with the shape of the ground?
Thank you. Point taken. Thank you.
Well, that was a funny question. You just said you were attracted to a mountain. So how are you attracted to a mountain?
No.
Do you feel the current? Do you feel the current that I just said?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
That was your question, Cyclone.
So
respond to that. Don't gish gallop. Don't go shift. Respond to that question. Respond to that question first.
I'm not making a claim about feeling currents. You said you are attracted to
a mountain.
Question.
Can you answer the question?
I've asked what your evidence
the question?
is.
Okay. I'm going to answer your question, Cyclone. I'm going to answer your question. And then
you got muted.
Can
you answer the question?
So JJ, you were the one that was talking to Cyclone.
Yeah, and I'm curious. Can you give an honest? If you're honest, can you answer that question?
I'll entertain.
It'd be great if the people talking a lot actually understood the subject that they're talking about. That'd be great.
That's okay.
If you're honest, can you answer that question? Because I don't think you're being honest right now.
Yeah, well, I think you're not being honest because you're making claims, and then I'm saying, "What's your evidence for the claim?" And then you're asking non sequitur questions back to me.
Wrong. You asked a question. Can you feel attracted to mountains?
Exactly correct.
We asked you a question.
He said, yes, I'm attracted to a mountain. He said, yes, I'm attracted to a mountain. And I said, okay, what's your evidence? What does it feel like when you're attracted to a mountain? Tell me about it. And he said, oh, well, if I put 0.1 milliamps through you, do you feel it? His implication being, no, I don't feel it, meaning no, I don't have any evidence for it. I'm just going to make the claim for it. So no, that's not evidence. That's not an argument. You don't get to turn a question onto me and act like your absence of evidence is somehow evidence of your claim. So Francisco, do you want to try again? How do you know you're attracted to a mountain?
So I'm going to explain. So the same way that if I run if I have like a big voltage and I have like some sort of a resistance, I can know that.
Well, that wouldn't be the same because you would know. Wait.
Sure, I'm saying.
You're attracted to a mountain.
How is it? Can I explain, guys? Come on, bro.
I can measure the amplitude of the voltage that is going in my body.
Wait, Necros, wait.
Yeah, it's measurable.
Guys, you're asking a question, but don't allow me to answer. Like, right?
So that's the point. That's the good point, Francisco. You can measure the
value. Yeah, mute me, please. Yeah.
No, Francisco, that's a good point. So you can measure that.
I haven't responded. What point? You have been dragging for 10 minutes. I haven't responded.
Oh, wow. This is a spiral, isn't it? How do you measure your attraction to the mountain exactly?
Can someone server mute Cyclone so Francisco can talk?
You guys stop spazzing out? No, he's getting help.
This is so troll. I haven't said anything.
So, Francisco, how do you measure that attraction to the mountain?
We all want to hear what Francisco has to say. No one wants to listen to you say.
Guys, I'm going to run my clock.
Yeah, we all want to hear the spiral. I agree.
I'm going to run my clock for 1 minute, and then you can go. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. So just as I can get like a few resistances, get the voltage, and learn the proportionality of the Ohm's law, and from there I can extrapolate a result, I can also measure gravitational waves from different bodies and say, okay, if this is like this, then for smaller bodies, it's going to be like that. Exactly. So you get a formula, and then from that formula, you test that formula to see if it's reproducible, and if it is, we assume that it's going to be like that for smaller bodies. There you go.
Irrelevant. I'm not assuming that there is a current in my body. I can measure it to verify it. You are assuming that you are attracted to the mountain.
Do you think you can measure any current in your body? Do you think you can measure any current in your body? Say yes or no.
You're talking about gravity.
Say yes or no. Wait, say yes or no. No, Necros, yes or no on this point.
What has
Yes or no?
electricity got to do with gravity?
Yeah, see, this is what you guys do. You ask a non sequitur question, then we ask, well, because your idea of gravity, which JJ came in trying to say it's the bending and warping of space-time, then he changed it to mass attraction because he realized that just saying the bending and warping of space-time sounds retarded, because it is. It's an imaginary concept. Then Francisco came in trying to save the day, Captain Save-A-Ho. Oh, I am attracted to a mountain. What's your evidence that you're attracted to a mountain, Francisco? Well, if I imagine that gravity exists and I do calculations just like I can when I actually experiment with electricity and current, which is actually real, so not at all the same thing, then I can just claim that it's real and true. So nothing that you've said here is any evidence for anything whatsoever, and honestly, it's quite laughable, which is why he's screaming and spiraling. So come on, guys, we need something actually serious here. Can we get to why you guys believe Earth is a giant spinning ball? Can any of you do that?
I mean, have you seen planets from a telescope?
Planets from a telescope. What about
it? So you can see their property like they're spheres, right? They rotate around their axis.
No, you can't define a 3D sphere from a telescope. That's monocular. That's a
wait.
What?
So, if I may, one thing that I would say is fallacious in this thing is that I would feel like for the individual that is saying, "Are you attracted to a mountain?" First of all, that is like redundancy, and that is just ridiculousnly. Why would you be attracted to a mountain as a mass state when, in fact, the whole entire mass of the landmass or the entire like globe that you're?
Come on, you're attracted to big girls. You know
it. Flat Earth will abstain from globe.
You say that,
what we will say is that.
Hold on, Vertrix. You say that's ridiculous, but the guy said he is attracted to a mountain. So I agree it is ridiculous, and I put that ridiculous question forward because I know you ridiculous globeheads are going to agree and say that you are. And that's exactly what he did. So you can't slam me for posing a ridiculous question more than you can slam him for agreeing to it, can you?
Oh no, sorry. I was not doing that at all. What I was saying is, like you said, the most fallacious thing that anybody can say is being attracted to a mountain. If we're going to use the standard mass state or gravity, you can't be attracted to a mountain because the mountain is already attached to the the giant landmass that you belong to. You cannot be attracted to a mountain.
But you guys,
thank you for your honesty.
What I will say, though,
you guys haven't even been able to define gravity to begin with.
What I will say, though, is there's an interesting conundrum here that if we wanted to do something in like a small group like experiment, right? Is anybody familiar with the concept of quarks and like the when you break quarks or the splitting of quarks and the friction provided by quarks?
Well,
this is interesting because even if you know about like
in the concept, though, I'm interested in empirical measurement.
Wait, this is empirical because actually, if you grab quartz, so if you grab two quartz materials,
but that's part.
I'm not saying this isn't for attraction, but what I am saying is that we could see where.
Yeah, I'm saying a lot of nothing.
Electrons do transfer. So if you grab two quartz minerals and you actually you chafe them against each other, or have you actually rubbed them, or if you want to say, like, I don't know, provide friction against two quartz materials, what happens is that there is a exchange of electrons that transfers between both bodies.
Okay, that's fine. But how does that tell us
and
that we
it
live
creates
on a
light, and it's a transfer of electrons.
Hold on, dudes. But then how does any of this tell us that we live on a giant spinning space ball?
I'm not saying it has anything to do with that. I was just trying to help out the individual who was trying to...
I'm not interested, because this is the debate. You guys think we live on a giant cartoon spinning space ball. I'm asking for evidence.
Well, first of all, don't talk shit about my cartoon spinning space ball.
I will talk shit about your cartoon spinning space ball. It's a ludicrous fantasy. I'm looking for some evidence. Now, I'm going to have to unmute some people because so far no one's got anything.
What's your evidence for flat Earth?
Right, so let's see.
I'm coming from a position like I don't know.
Francisco, you're on the JJ, you're on
JJ, can you...
What?
JJ, can you post my pictures, please?
Let's see, all the spirals at once. Okay, so I'm looking for some evidence for the spinning cartoon space ball.
What picture?
I send you in the DMs, JJ, because I'm banned in the chat.
So who's gonna go? Who's gonna go? Who's got the dynamite evidence?
I have something to say.
Wants to go.
Yeah, I mean, like literally the phases of observation of planets as we see them in telescopes.
Yeah.
All right,
like you can literally witness this.
You're looking
like
at
what do you think a lunar eclipse is?
No, I'm talking about when we're talking about the Earth being a spinning space ball. That would be the ground beneath your feet, not lights in the sky. You're trying to prove that the ground beneath your feet is a giant spinning space ball.
But do you accept it? But do you accept that what we see in the sky are space balls?
Do you accept what's in the sky is not the ground beneath your feet?
No, but do you accept that?
I don't need to accept your claims. No. I don't need to accept your assumptions or claims about the lights in the sky.
Like, do you?
I don't need to.
It's not an assumption. Are you recognizing reality?
Hold on. If your argument relies on me believing your assumptions, if your argument for the globe relies on believing your assumptions about lights in the sky, it's not an argument for the globe. So let's try
what do you think is happening there? Like, what do you think is in the picture I just showed you?
So those I took with my phone. I took those pictures with my phone, by the way. So it's
what do you think you're looking at?
Oh my God! I'm asking what evidence you have that the ground beneath your feet is a giant spinning ball.
Can you answer the question?
So
the evidence is.
Can you answer the question?
The photo, right?
All right.
I took those. So to give some context, I took those pictures with my phone. On my telescope.
Pictures of what? Okay. Pictures of what?
No, I don't want to name it because I would already be using the paradigm. So I'm asking you, what is that?
What are you talking about? I'm asking for globe evidence, dude.
No, but what are you seeing there?
Okay, Francisco, what we would like you to do is tie those images to proof that the ground is curved. How can you do that for us, please?
So, do you understand?
Because if you see planets.
Oh my God.
Okay, you go.
Francisco, JJ, the premise at hand with these individuals is it doesn't matter what's in the sky. That's just pure observation. We are trying to.
It's not.
No, but I'm responding. Wait, to be clear, I'm responding. Wait, to be clear, guys.
We're asking about the nature of the surface of the Earth, right? Is the surface of the Earth in the sky? Yes or no?
Okay. To be clear, the reason why I showed it, bro, stop using the glitches.
Actually, focus on what we're talking about here.
Okay.
So this was.
I know it's tiring for you to realize that you don't actually have.
No, it's because you don't allow me to talk. You only allowed me 30 seconds non-stop. That was the only time.
We've asked you a very clear question,
exhausting,
and you're going non sequitur again.
Because you never. So you ask a question, I say yes or no, and then you just ramble again. Because I can never explain nothing.
My question, Francisco, was how do you prove that the ground beneath your feet is a spinning ball?
Okay, that's not the reason why I sent those pictures, right? I sent those pictures because you guys were talking about planets.
So again, that's the problem. See, this is the problem. I'm asking a question, and you are blatantly avoiding the question and bringing up a non sequitur point, and then when I bring you back to it, you say, that's not what I'm answering. Well, that's the question. So if you're not answering the question, why should we let you ramble into non sequitur nonsense? If you don't want to answer the question, stay on mute.
So the reason is you provide 10 different claims. I'm responding one at a time, and then you ramble for 10 minutes.
10 different claims, Francisco.
So why did you talk about the planets? Why did you talk about the planets?
No, I'm not talking about the planets. They did. I'm talking about verifiable observation and measurement that the surface beneath your feet is a giant spinning ball. Have you got it in your head yet? Do you understand? It's very simple. It's actually what you're trying to argue without actually providing evidence for it.
It's the LIGO gravitational waves an observational fact or not really?
What?
If I may, actually, I think Figgy actually did harp on something that was really interesting. There is that outside of
let's not drag. Let him respond to this. Oh my God.
Okay.
He asked me a question. I respond
for a minute.
He asked me a question. I responded.
Again, non sequitur, Francis.
How is it not? Oh, how? I'm talking about gravity.
Where is the spinning space ball in what you've just said? The ground beneath your feet being a curved spinning ball? Exactly.
So all you care is about.
You see, I'm not gonna lie. That's not bad. That's a good point.
Yeah.
How is it? So all you care is the shape. You don't care about gravity and anything like that, right?
Yeah, I don't
that
care
exists.
about baseless claims about things where you assume a globe. I'm looking for verification that your assumption of a globe is actually correct.
Yeah, but when I say things
like you beg the question, when you go, oh well, if the Earth was a globe, I would expect to see this. I do see this, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's begging the question. That's a fallacy. So
why were we discussing about gravity? So why were we discussing about gravity?
Let's do it like this, Francisco. Do you know what the claimed radius of the globe is?
I would say like in miles, probably 24 or 25,000. I don't know, like maybe around that.
No, that's the circumference. Okay, so that's the circumference, right? Okay, so they give us a definite size. We can go with that. They say the radius is about 3,959 miles. So that necessitates a specific rate of curvature across the surface of the Earth. Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so over 10 miles, let's say, how much curvature does your globe belief necessitate?
I don't know the math. You probably have to Google it.
Okay, well, that's what you need to prove. That's what you need to prove before you say, oh, well, look at the moon. Oh, well, gravity. Because all of those arguments are assuming this rate of curvature. Yeah?
I was responding to all of the claims that you were providing, by the way. I didn't bring gravity over.
Measurement. Don't talk over me. So this rate of curvature that is specific has a very, well, it's got a specific rate due to the size of the ball that they claim it is. This is what you need to evidence and verify. So over 10 miles, look it up, Francisco. I mean, you're sounding like you think you're a very smart guy, and I'm sure you are. So it shouldn't be hard for you to figure out how much curvature your globe belief necessitates over 10 miles. So could you do that?
Sure.
Good. Thank you. This is how we'll actually get somewhere, right? Because it's all well and good saying, oh, but what about the stars? What about the moon? What about gravity? What about atoms? What about electrons? If you don't actually address the fact that your assumption for all this relies on a certain size of ball, a certain rate of curvature, if you just assume that and you never actually verify it, then you've not actually proven anything.
Gravitational waves do not. Gravitational waves, to be clear, gravitational waves do not depend on the Earth being a sphere. By the way, this is a lie. For everybody else, this is a lie. It does not depend. Yeah, I'm gonna Google it.
You're talking again, so I assume you've got it.
No, I was just saying that you were spreading
photos of
misinformation
Earth
there.
from the satellite. Like, buddy.
All right. All I'm interested in is that rate of curvature over 10 miles at the moment. Then, once you've proven that, then only then can you start to make arguments where you say, because I know the rate of curvature of the surface is this, meaning it's a ball of this
So are
size,
you
I can
disregarding the visual
To
evidences?
say that this is happening,
I hate to be this guy,
Oh
but
my
this is something
God.
I got into an argument with the other day before I actually destroyed my PC and all its components. Utilizing being like in a naval fleet or anything, or what we utilize for like naval like nautical miles or whatnot. is a substantiation of what is supposed to be the curvature of the Earth over the large bodies of water or the swath. This is something that we typically utilize in like the U.S.
they don't use any curvature.
Not you. You play computer games and you're jobless, remember?
No, the military treat the Earth as flat and motionless too. No, the military treat the Earth as flat and motionless too. They use things like long-range laser line of sight targeting for up to like 100 kilometers. So no, they're most definitely treating the Earth as flat. So no, that's you just saying, oh well, the military assume it's curved. No, bullshit. Francisco, what's taking so long? Man, a curvature over 10 miles? It shouldn't take this long for a smart guy like you.
I mean, I don't want to spread misinformation, like saying that the gravitational waves depend on the Earth being sphere. But thank you.
Spread misinformation, so give us the correct information. How much curvature do you
I'm looking for it. I don't want to spread misinformation, so I'm double checking everything.
Right.
There you go.
Okay. Wow, he's being sure about it. That's fine. Ice JJ, you can be unmuted if you can tell us how much curvature there should be over 10 miles, since Francisco's taking his time.
80 inches, assuming equal elevation. I might be wrong. Look. Am I wrong? Look, can you answer any of the questions I asked you?
Oh, you can't do it either.
I just gave you a number.
The deflection is.
Where did you get that number from?
From my recollection, it was 8 inches a mile. I might be wrong.
Oh yeah, no, that's wrong. Okay, well, go and check as well. Maybe you guys can work together to figure out what you believe and what you're arguing for. See, this is the amazing thing. You guys are in here yelling at me.
Can you answer
You guys are in here. Nah, don't start talking over me. You guys are in here yelling at me for not believing in the globe. When I asked you the basics about what it is that you're arguing for in the globe, you guys don't even know.
I mean, I've been in this channel for quite some time, and it's interesting how the only small information I've been able to gather from this channel is a couple laser videos, and hasn't explained anything that I've expressed.
Haven't you gathered that there's no curvature of the surface of the Earth?
I've gathered that a lot of these videos are potentially flawed.
Okay, well, have you gathered any evidence for curvature of the surface of the Earth?
I'd rather you show me evidence that it's flat and explain so much more evidence on why I should believe you.
Well, surely the fact that there's no measurable curvature would be giving you a hint.
Well, I've already expressed that some of these videos are flawed, so...
Okay, well, dismiss all those and show me the verifiable measurement of curvature, and you're done.
How about this? I will stay at a neutral stance, and I want you to prove me why the Earth is flat.
Well,
besides laser videos.
Well, flat Earth is the default because that's what's experienced and observed by every human being on Earth for all human history. So the positive claim is that it's actually a curved spinning ball. That's a positive claim. When they show you a cartoon ball in space, that's a positive claim where they're claiming there is a specific rate of curvature across the surface, which necessitates that large bodies of water.
So, what is the proof of cartoon disk in the space?
Rate. So let's see some measurement of that curvature that the Spaceball cartoons claim to be showing, please. And if you can't, then why would you believe it?
Because we have photos of the Earth.
Okay, you have images which claim to be showing a specific rate of curvature over the surface. Now, could you show that those claims are backed up by some verifiable measurement in reality?
Okay. On the flip side of this, if the Earth is flat, where's your model?
I don't need a model. The Earth is just flat as it appears and it's observed. Yeah. It measures flat. It measures flat.
I would love to
why
see
would I need a
more
model
information.
if the surface measures flat?
If we are so compelled with science and information to be able to prove that the Earth is flat, I'm led to believe you.
That's just measurement of the surface. It has nothing to do with model creation. It doesn't need a model. You can't model reality, dude. Well, if you want a model, you could just fill up a basin of water and put some islands in the middle of it. There you go. Flat water with Earth in it.
Yeah, it levels.
There you go.
It levels.
Yeah. So the water is flat, just like it's observed and measured to be. There you go. What's the problem? What more do you need? Do you want us to do some cartoon Photoshop images like NASA gives you?
any explanation about the constellations? Again, the moons,
No,
the
but that's not the
seasons,
Earth.
Hey,
rotation
Figgy.
around the sun.
Hey, Figgy, why is it you want to know about everything other than the ground?
They just want to assume about the ground.
Because
and speculate on the lights in the sky.
If I'm to believe the Earth is flat, why
You don't have to
I don't want you to believe it.
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah.
already
correct.
see it.
If I
Figgy.
want to believe
Figgy, do you believe the grass is green? Figgy, do you believe the grass is green and the sky is blue?
Sure.
No, you experience it. You know it. Just like you know it's flat. You only believe it's a spinning ball. You never experience that, so it can only be a belief.
I want to
Based
take
on images you've seen.
I want to take my knowledge past my senses to science, which is the core foundation of knowing, the
Your
quite
knowledge
literally
past
knowing.
your senses. Listen, dude,
And
science doesn't exist without the senses.
I want constellations.
Do you know what the first step of science is? Do you know what the first step of science
How can
is?
we have a civil conversation with you interrupting me constantly?
Well, you're saying I want to go beyond my senses and use science. That's contradictory on its face. Science depends on senses.
I think my senses are flawed, and I want to go past that to a controlled
How could you
experiment.
understand anything in reality if you don't accept that your senses can understand reality?
Does he have any hands?
The question at hand is I want to know why there's seasons. I want to know why there's stars and constellations. I want to know why the northern sphere is different from the southern sphere. I want to know why the moon is rotating.
So you're in the wrong room. You're in the wrong room.
I want to know how you guys experience it in a flat Earth.
Get out of
here. We experience
But
it the
are you
same way
admitting
you
that
do.
the Earth is flat, so we can welcome you to the flat Earth, and then we can research to explain all those things that we don't know.
No, I've been yelled at to get out.
Yeah, no. Wait.
One question at a time, Figgy, please.
You want explanations for things like how season works, what is the sun, what is the moon, what are the stars, where they are, what is the distance to those things, and what they are. So, do you admit that the ground underneath your feet is not curving first, so we can research together, we and you, what are those things and how they work?
Why does the first stipulation have to be correct as opposed to us just understanding everything at once?
So you have just to verify the thing that is verifiable, which is the ground underneath your feet, if it is curving or not. So you want to jump to the explanations of other things before knowing the ground underneath your feet, what it is. So you want to assume that the ground underneath your feet is something. You can't do that and just try to explain those things dependent to your assumption. It doesn't work like that. You need to verify what is the first thing, what is the earth, what is the ground that is underneath your feet, is it curving or not? Not curved is flat, by the way, by definition. The surface that is not curved is just a flat surface. So you want to verify that first.
I love the information you provided me. I am led to believe that there is a foundation where, the Earth has some plausible confirmation that there is flat in certain areas on certain subjected situations. However, I also see flaws in which you guys have been deceived potentially, and I want to further investigate my evidence that suggests all these other things that are tormenting me on my beliefs of having a flat Earth.
The other things that you don't know, that you can't verify, and no one can verify, like for example, what is the sun, where is the sun, and why it's doing that in the sky first. So are you claiming that in the globe model, you know what is the sun, or you think that you know that what is the sun, and you just believe what they told you?
Let's put it this way. I have been proposed, you know what, say influenced, lied to, I don't care. I have been proposed a model, and this model reflects a multitude of factors that all align. And when you have a claim that the Earth is flat, this model is completely irrelevant to all these other factors I'm seeing. And I would love to
the
see
model that you rely on is presenting to you a curving surface of the Earth, like the Earth being a ball. That's the model that you are following. In reality, when you go outside and you verify the surface of the Earth, you find that it's not curving at all. And that will create a problem in your model. So it's not us, it's just the reality and how it presents itself. It's not curving compared to your model. Your model shows you that the ground underneath your feet is curving and creating a geoid like a potato. It's not.
I mean,
Vicky, if you want to see the evidence to all of your questions and have endless resources, jump over to our server, mate. There's actually gigs, terabytes worth of every. We go into every subject and we split it all up in a huge A to Z like a library. Jump over and have a look at your pace today. It's all there.
Someone else can speak. I don't know where Psycho
Like, for example, for me, if I take your model, if someone presents to me that model that you are believing in, that you are following, that you agree with, if someone present me that model, I will just compare this first thing, which is the Earth, the thing that I can first verify. I can't verify the moon, I can't verify the sun, I can't verify those things. I can't go to those things to see what they are and why they are doing that in the sky. So what I can verify is the ground underneath our feet, the surface of water, the dirt, the ground, and what we find, it's leveled out. It's really level.
You have
and
tools. You have tools to see sun. You have tools to see the moon. You have tools to see the Jupiter.
Yeah, I can see them,
and you can see. Yeah, and you see them. And what do you see? A sphere.
They don't view.
Yeah, I see. Okay, if I see a sphere in the sky, that doesn't mean that the ground is a sphere too. If I'm standing on the floor,
what is the probability?
Just listen. If I stand on the floor and I on the floor in my room and I heads up and I see the light bulb in the ceiling, I won't say, "Oh, the light bulb is spherical, so the floor must be spherical too." That's stupid. And that's what you are doing.
Yeah, that is. No.
It's
completely different.
Not only that, you're assuming it's spherical. You're assuming.
No, I'm not.
No.
Have you seen moon? Have you seen the moon?
The moon is
Have you been to the moon? Have you walked on the moon?
I've seen the moon.
I've seen the moon, and I've seen the pattern of the light and shadow.
Yeah, so
do you think it is a sphere or half a sphere? Or half a sphere with the cone in the back?
What?
Gentlemen, wait, let's investigate this, right? So, Knight, you look up and you see what you're calling
I look from a telescope and I see moon. Yeah, that's sort of that.
You see the moon, right? So I can look up and I see the moon also. And I'll tell you what I see, right? I see a giant white circle with little patches of gray all over it. Okay? How would
you explain the pattern of light and shadow on that?
I'm not trying to. No. I don't need an explanation. Okay. I need verification that it is indeed a sphere to begin with.
Because a sphere would behave in that way.
You're going to reject the evidence that we might have.
Hang on a second, sir. Wait, please. Right. So how do we verify that it's a sphere, sir? Right. So we can propose one idea that it's a sphere based on certain characteristics. Fine, fantastic. How do we confirm that?
I mean, first we can look at it like.
Yeah,
we can.
Thank you very much.
We have satellite. We can send a satellite. Like they have already shown that it is a sphere.
Okay,
and
cool.
Second of all, you can also see it with your own eyes. Right. Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
You can also see it with your own eyes. When you see a sphere, right?
You repeat. No, you keep asserting that. I told you. I see a giant white circle with little patches on it.
Okay, and there are characteristics.
Okay, you can test it with in your home.
And there are
home. You can test it in your home. Take a test.
I'm going to finish.
Wait.
No, sir, you're
You are interrupting me right now.
No, so you're gonna let me. No, thank you very much. You're gonna let me finish. You're gonna let me finish my thought. Right. So instead of repeating yourself, right, provide a means to confirm the suspicion. Right, because we suspect that it may be spherical indeed. Right. So we're going back, let's say, hundreds of years, 1,000 years, what have you. Right. First time we consider the possibility that these things above us are these giant balls. Right. We look at them.
What do you mean with
we
right?
acknowledge their character. I'm going to finish my sentence, please. I'm going to finish my sentence, please.
You muted him.
Sir. No. Yeah, I know. No. Yes, sir. Do you want to shut yourself up, please? Right. So again, right. So we go back hundreds of years, right before we had any projectiles or whatnot that we can go up there, right? Assuming we actually do in the manner that is proposed. Right, we look up, we see this giant circle, white circle, sometimes different colors, right? We suspect that it's spherical based off of its particular characteristics. Fantastic. How do we confirm that before we go ahead and invest billions and billions and if not hundreds of billions of dollars into equipment that is supposed to go fly up there and land on it, right? Because we don't want to be so stupid as to waste all this money on a faulty idea, right? Right, so how do we confirm that it's a giant rock in the first place? Go ahead, Knight.
First of all, I don't have access to media, so I can't
No, I didn't ask that. I said, how do we confirm that it's a giant ball before we? Sorry, go ahead.
I was about to show you a photo of a ball in light, right? So
go ahead. Yep.
But I can't show you like media and stuff. So
that's fine. So here's the funny part, right?
Send him in DMs.
But you can DM it to me if you want. But I have an idea of what you're talking about, right? So the thing
Who's
is,
talking,
right?
By the way,
20 cup.
It's 20 cup, right?
Right. So I think I have a suspicion what you're. I think I suspect what you're going to send me there. I think I've seen this before. Right. So the cool part is that can also be shown, right? That hold on, let me see what you're going to send me first before I talk too much. Just to fill in the air there.
So can you explain the first photo for me? Yeah, just forget about the moon photo. Just
Right. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. So this is what I was talking about, right? These particular characteristics that give the impression that it's a sphere, right?
Yeah,
we do see something.
Hello, I am Andrew Tate, and you are a fucking nigger.
Thank you very much. Right. So what I was getting at, right, was indeed okay. They do look very similar. So I'm just going to post it in the chat.
No. I'm not talking about the moon right now. I'm just I'm interested in the sphere right now.
Yeah. I get that. Yeah. So the specular reflection, right?
Yeah. The terminal,
all that stuff, right? So fantastic, right? Now it's not a perfect replication of this, right? We understand that, right? Because this sphere, for example, it's very smooth, and we see that particular spot, right? That little shiny bright spot, right? All this stuff. So we recognize that they're not exactly the same, right? So
the light source is very close.
Yeah. So well, exactly, right? So we can tell, right? But the point here is, right? If one were to posit that, hey, okay, this thing up in the sky, it's sufficiently similar to this. To anyone's particular liking, it's suspiciously similar that we want to therefore confirm it before doing anything crazy, right? It looks like a ball. It may actually be a ball. How do we confirm that it to be a ball? Okay, before we do anything crazy. How did we do that in the past, right? You don't have to come up with anything novel. I mean, supposedly we did this, right? Wouldn't you think? What did we do?
Cool.
What did humanity at large do?
I mean, they maybe look up in the sky with their telescopes that they have created. I don't know.
Well, that's the whole point, sir. So when you look up with a telescope, right, you get more or a higher resolution, right, a higher degree of precision, okay, or whatever, in perceiving these characteristics that we just spoke about as being highly suspicious of it being a ball, right? So you just get more granular. Okay, fine. It looks like a giant rock. The big question is, how do we confirm it? How do we know for sure that it is indeed a ball, and we can confirm our suspicion?
Because it is confirmed by many scientists, by many.
Oh, here's a ball. How did we do that in the first? Right, you keep
because we send people. Because we send people into space. Because we have satellites. We have space stations.
Sir, we must have confirmed all of this. We must have confirmed that before we sent people up, right? You forgot my question. My question was, what did we do to confirm this before we did anything crazy? I.e., spend billions or hundreds of billions of dollars in sending all sorts of equipment up there to supposedly land on something that we think might be a giant rock. How do we know that it is indeed a giant rock? For the third time.
So this is a scientific question that you want from me, right?
I'm not asking a scientific question, sir. This is not a scientific question at all. If I ask you, okay, I put an apple on the table. It looks like an apple, right? How do you know it's an apple? You're gonna grab it, look at it, inspect it. Okay, it's got some shape to it. You crack it open, whatever. You're not doing science there per se. You take a bite out of it. Right? It's not science, bro. It's more of a geometric question than anything. Right? So the thing is, right, you're utilizing what's up there, your suspicion that it's a giant ball, and then saying, oh, well, that's a giant ball, so we must be a giant ball. But you must confirm that it is a giant ball up there first. And even then, your logic's flawed, right? Because what's up there is not necessarily the same as what's down here, as Necros was pointing out to you. Right, so if you want to venture down that route,
it's more probabilistic.
Okay. So how do you quantify that probability, sir?
Because
thing in the sky being round.
Yeah.
Sorry, how do you quantify that?
Because
every single planet,
whatever we see in the sky, it's round. Whatever planet, whatever stars we see, it's round.
Okay, again, so these are all circular.
Our planet must be round.
Again, right? So we can acknowledge, right, that when we look at all these things, we see these giant circles or tiny circles.
If an apple grows on a tree, you would suspect that.
Sir, but hang on a second, right? Again, right? Everything else that you just said, what we talked about, what I mentioned about the moon, applies to them too, right? So they look eerily similar to what we would otherwise suspect as being balls, right? But we have to confirm it first, right? Then you can probably make other steps. The problem is you're still stuck on the confirmation, right?
Because it's got the same property of light.
Anything yet, because you haven't proven anything.
It got the same property of the light as in the sphere above in the photo.
I understand that. We already went over that, right? It looks eerily similar. It looks eerily similar.
Not eerily similar. It is similar. It is applied in the same principles. It looks eerily similar.
The problem, sir, you're losing the plot, man. You have to confirm it before doing anything drastic or making any logical leaps. How do we confirm it? That's it. It's very simple. Now the problem is, supposedly it had been done in the past, right? You're not doing anything new. You don't need to bear that burden. Supposedly we did. So are you aware of what was done to confirm this? For the fourth time, man. It's a very simple question.
Yeah, sorry boys, I got a phone call about 15 minutes ago. I don't know where we got to in the chat. I presume we're no further forward in proving the ground.
I've shared another photo with you of the moon.
A little bit. I mean, Knight is proposing that, we see balls in the sky, and that must mean that we're on a ball, right? So I'm asking him.
I've shared another photo with you.
It's fine.
Just concede the ball in the sky and let him make a logical conclusion about the Earth.
If you want to. Yeah, you want to go there? Go for it.
I mean, this is such a long-winded non sequitur, dude.
Yeah.
You guys do
then
the
go for it.
Thing again?
It also coincides with the fact that we see even moons around other planets similar to our own.
Okay, but what if the ground isn't curving?
Yep.
Heavy sigh. I know.
Don't say that.
Throw the whole wrench.
Just the same
Spanner in the works. Spanner in the works. If the ground isn't curving, it doesn't matter what you believe the lights in the sky are. The ground isn't a ball.
Then give me a model of flat Earth.
Oh, I don't need to give you a model. I just need to point out that there's no curve. And it can't be a globe, can it?
If there's no curve, how does it work? That's all I want to know.
Well, it works by it not having any curve. It's just a topographical motionless plane.
That defies everything we visually see.
No, it doesn't defy what you see. What you see is a motionless topographical plane. What are you talking about? Remember, they tell you it's too big to see the curve. You can't experience any motion. So you do see a flat motionless Earth by default. So no, that doesn't contradict what we're saying. That is what we're saying.
Wait. So on that topic, do you guys at least concede that if you zoom enough into a circle that you see a straight line? Does anybody concede this?
Say what?
I'm not saying it's this by default just because.
Say your question again, Francisco. Repeat your question.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Oh my god!
I didn't hear what the question was. Please repeat the question.
You always yell, bro. Always. So my question,
Francisco.
Okay, so I don't have to yell. Can you please repeat the question? All we heard was something about zooming in. So I'm going to let you have the floor. Just go again, bro. That's all we want you to do.
Like flat Earth is unemotional though.
So I'm not saying that this is a necessary conclusion of like whatever. But I'm just asking you if we grab a circle and we zoom in enough to one of the sides of the circle, do you think that you will eventually see a straight line if you zoom in enough?
Oh, that's a weird question. What do you mean, like a geometric circle drawn on a piece of paper or something?
Yeah, sure. Not a piece of paper, because
if the planet is big enough and spherical enough, is there a point where it might seem like the surface is flat?
Yeah. You could say if you're on a ball of a massive size, it could seem flat to you. Yeah, that's fine. But then saying
I just wanted to get that.
Okay. But then we have to go further than that, don't we? Because
no. Wait. I agree that this doesn't conclude that the Earth is round. I'm just pointing out that your guys' arguments, like for example, what you guys were posting in the chat, that just because we see flat doesn't necessarily mean that it's flat, or what you guys were saying vocally also.
We're not saying that.
So this is also a false argument, right?
Flat, but because we're not saying that just because we observe it to be flat, that's the end of the discussion. We're just pointing out that is what's observed. So it's not logical to just assume something else. I mean, that would be the starting point, right? And then if you can say, look, we can prove that although it looks flat, when we measure it over this distance, we can verifiably measure reliably in each occasion that it's actually curving in this degree. That's what you need to do.
This was just a response. This was just a response to multi-clowning about like, oh, we see flat and you guys are saying it's curved. That's just a response to that.
Yeah, hold on. That's just I would explain that's just evidence. It looking flat is evidence. The proof is that it measures that way. The evidence is it looks. Yeah, hold on, sir.
Oh my god!
The evidence is that it looks flat. The proof is that it measures flat.
Wait, right? AV, do you agree? AV, do you agree that for the example that even Cyclone just agreed that for a circle or like a huge mass of like a huge spherical mass, if you zoom in enough, it would appear flat. So this would be also an evidence for being spherical. So it's actually not an evidence at all because it doesn't. It shows both. It shows both. By the way, Kirosan is muted for no reason. Can you guys
hold on a minute. But the observation that's being done by both parties, that even if you think it's a bigger sphere or it's a bigger ball, it still looks flat. So the evidence is it looks flat. So you would have to agree that it looks flat.
No.
Yeah, you would.
Hold on.
Wait,
Just
let
me respond to this. Let me respond to this. Let me respond to this.
He's right. Just because something looks flat doesn't mean it is flat.
Hold on. Just so that I'm not mischaracterized, no, it's not valid to say that if the ball is so big it can look flat. That's not to say that then flat observation is evidence for a ball. That's completely incorrect. There is no evidence for a ball based on it looking flat. Your question was, could it be such a massive ball that it could look flat? And I'm saying that could be a possibility. It's not because it doesn't measure that way, but if you were just talking about that geometric question, then yes. But that's not evidence that it is a ball, or could even be taken as evidence that it's a ball in isolation if you're just talking about it looking flat. That's only evidence for it being flat. Okay? That's just me clarifying what I was saying.
Yeah. That's what I was...
Okay, so clarify. Wait. Let me other side it. You guys already said your side 2 times. So the other side, what I'm saying is that this evidence happens, it's a property of both models. I'll call models just for the sake of it. Okay, I'm not actually saying you guys have models. I'm just saying it's an evidence, it's a property of both. By the way, Kiro-san is still muted.
Well, he didn't. Right.
Can you guys unmute him?
Right. They would claim that the part of the ball is that it looks flat, but that's not an argument for it being.
No. It's an evidence. It's an evidence because it's a property of both of the models.
No. But the flat is not evidence of curve.
It is in perspective. It is in perspective.
No. You could say that it could still be curved despite it looking flat, but in and of itself, the observation of flat is not supportive of a curve.
Again. It's evidence. Okay, evidence doesn't mean evidence doesn't mean
it's evidence of flat. Observing flat is evidence of flat. If you observe curve,
this is not true. This is not true. You just agree that it's a property.
No, I'm saying that you could imagine.
No.
Such a big ball that it observes flat, but observing flat in and of itself is not evidence or support of a curve.
I see the misunderstanding here. So in a big mass, you will always see flat. Always, by the way, you will never see curve. This
right. And if you only see flat, then you only have evidence of flat.
No. It's a property of a big spherical.
No. You don't have a big sphere yet. You only have an observation of flat.
What are you?
You don't have a ball yet.
You can literally do a simulation with a big sphere. Like you can even go on Google Earth or something, or even do it on Blender. You can do it on Blender. I'm saying it's a property of both, so it's evidence for both.
Knowledge of it being a ball already. We're just talking about you observing.
It's not proof. It's not proof. It's evidence. If
you observe a surface to be flat, it in no way evidences that the surface is curved.
You can literally do this on Blender.
Dude.
Yeah, but you're not on Blender.
What are you talking about?
To Australia. Something to say.
Can I say something very fast?
You don't.
This is a property. It is a property by default.
Don't repeat it. Stop repeating the same thing. I want to say that it's not a property of a sphere or circle and a flat line or straight line. No, flat is a property of the straight surface only. The curved surface is always curved. What you are trying to say that it will appear, always appear. It's not a property because measurably, using geometry, the curved surface, you will always have a drop over distance. You will always, no matter how big the ball is.
Nobody's talking about that. Nobody. This is a tangent. We're obviously talking. No. Guys. We're obviously talking about perception. We're obviously talking about perception. A perception of the big mass. It's that it looks flat. It's not that it is flat. I'm not saying that.
Okay. All right. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's just clarify.
It's a property.
Yeah. Hang on a minute, dude. You don't have to interrupt me when I'm speaking. All right. Somebody needs to mute their mic. I'm getting feedback.
He's muted. Good.
All right. So the observation is the Earth looking flat, right? Is that correct? Because we are all on even keel when it comes to that. Because you're saying that it could be just a bigger ball. It just looks flat. Are you saying that it looks flat?
I'm saying that locally
it looks flat, just like it looks flat if it was flat.
Okay.
So, yeah, it just
all right. So everybody's on the same page when it comes to that, right? So you're saying that the evidence of the Earth being a globe is that it looks flat. Is that correct?
It looks flat locally. Yes. That's
okay. So now, all right. So it looks flat. So what's the next step to get us to where you're proving now the proof, right? The proof that it's a globe. So not the evidence, but the proof. What is the proof that the Earth is a globe?
So the sequitur for this evidence that in locally it looks flat would be to zoom out, so go further out of the Earth and see if that changes, because that's what.
Okay. Wait a minute. Well, no. I'm talking about you.
Yeah, I would have to go further away, like to go to space.
Have you validated the proof?
No, but I'm not using this evidence as proof. That's my point.
Yeah, so
you guys are. I'm not.
Yeah,
you guys are.
No, it's evidence and then proof. The evidence is that it looks flat.
It looks flat locally when you're very close. Yeah, when you're.
Yeah. So thank you for agreeing with us. Now, what's the proof that it is a globe?
My point is that you can only say if it's a globe or not once
you're not answering my question, sir.
I am. I'm telling you that's the only way.
No, the proof.
Is to see. I'm telling you, it's to see if that changes. If it changes, it's because if your perception changes, it's because it's a globe. If your perception
No. We're not talking about perception anymore. We're not talking about perception. Perception is when you're observing, right?
Yes. That's what we're talking about. Observing.
Now we're stepping away from observation. Okay. We're going to measurement.
So measurement is observation. They are connected. Interconnected.
No, dude. Listen, it's okay. Mute your mic whenever you're not talking.
Yeah, you're getting feedback, Francisco.
Yeah, it sounded horrible.
All right, so Francisco, what we're talking about is observation first, right? We're both saying that we're seeing a flat Earth. You're saying that it's a ball, though, and I'm saying that it's a horizontal plane. Now, we go from observation to now measurement. We're going to test whether or not the Earth is curving per the idea that the Earth is a globe. Now, we're going to either figure out if it is or not. You're saying zoom out. What you really mean is leaving the surface. We're not going to leave the surface to test the surface. We have to stay on the surface to test it. Whether or not over distance there will be any drop according to a curved surface being on the surface of the Earth. So that's what we're doing. Now it's not time for observation, it's time for measurement. We're going to test whether or not the surface is curving according to the size of the Earth being a globe. Now that's what I'm saying that needs to happen.
Hold on, Miggy. Let me just jump in here very quickly, because I asked this to Francisco about half an hour ago, and we're getting back to the same point. So remember, Francisco, I asked you how much curvature is necessitated by this globe over 10 miles, and you said you were going to go away and figure that out. Did you manage to figure that out?
I think it's at like 67 or 70 feet, or something like that. I don't know.
Okay, great. Carry on, Miggy.
Wait. Can you guys unmute Kirsten? He has been muted for 10 hours for no reason.
Well, hold on. Let's get to this point first, because now Francisco.
Wait, but can you unmute him? Can you unmute?
No. Don't worry about the other guy. We're talking to you because you were talking. So you've 67 feet, let's say, of curvature over 10 miles. That's the globe claim. So where's that been measured?
I don't know. How is it measured?
Well, you tell me that's your claim, isn't it?
That's a problem.
I think they just calculated it. No.
Hold on. Francisco, this is the problem within academia and how you've been proposed that the Earth is a globe. There's no way to test whether it is or not. The only observations we have, right? We're doing the observation that the Earth looks like a horizontal plane, and whenever we do line of sight testing, it seems to be that we're hitting a target that's further past the idea that the Earth is actually curving over that distance.
Can you send me those laser tests?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's. I mean, hey, are you a part of our server, by the way? You can look at all the information that we have on the server. There's like plenty more that we can give you in the time period that you're in here. So you can go do a lot of research in our server. There's terabytes of information you can just look through. But yeah, there's plenty there. But that's the problem, though. We're hitting targets. There's targets that are being hit, that shouldn't be because of line of sight. Like it should be obstructed by the Earth's curvature. This is the problem we're saying is occurring.
Sorry, Miggy, just quickly, could I clarify, Francisco, so are you saying that 66 feet of drop over 10 miles has never been measured?
I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying I think it's a calculation. I don't know.
Okay, but for Earth to be a globe, it would have to be real, right?
What is this question?
Like, for Earth to be the globe that you're arguing for, there would have to be 66 feet of drop in physical reality over 10 miles, yeah?
And not necessarily. The calculation can be wrong.
No. Oh, so it could not be a globe. It could not be a globe like you're arguing for, then.
That's not what I'm arguing. I'm saying that the calculation
That is what you're arguing.
can be incorrect.
That's the globe.
What?
That's the globe.
Wait,
yeah, the 39 mile radius globe.
He's saying that there's variance. There is variance to appropriately evaluate a proper.
Is that what you're saying? Are you saying it could be?
Yes, I'm calling out Eisenberg principle. Yes.
Okay, so what could?
Well, I agree with you guys. Y'all have a good night. Everybody have a good night.
What percentage would it vary then?
Bro, okay. I mean, I can Google this. I guess.
You have to because now, see, this is where we're getting. This is where we're getting into the meat.
But no, you're being unfair, and you're asking me to give you the uncertainty of the measurement. This is unfair for the discussion.
No, I didn't ask you to give the uncertainty of the measurement until you said that could be uncertain, because the globe model.
It's a property of physics.
The globe model, the geometry, a ball of a certain size necessitates a certain rate of curvature, which you've just stated would equate to about 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. But now you're saying it's not been measured, it's just calculated, and it could be wrong.
What if there's a different way to measure it?
Well, what is any way of measuring it? Who has ever measured it in any way?
Another way to measure it is by appropriately evaluating the shadows.
Appropriately evaluating shadows.
Yes, so you evaluate shadows over a long distance area and understand the differences in the air at which your shadow is portrayed from the sun.
What?
This is the first iteration of how
the shadow does the shadow drop 66 feet over 10 miles? Is that what you're saying?
No. We're not talking about curvature Earth.
No, we are. This is what you just said.
I'm saying a different way to be able to measure the Earth, not the curvature.
The 66 feet. That's what we're trying to measure, because you're claiming it's a curve.
You're being a globe would channel to debate.
Yeah, the Earth being a globe would be a curve.
These guys would have a curve. Constantly cut you off,
dude. I'm talking over here. So the Earth being a globe would have a curving surface that you would say comporting to the Earth being a globe of the size that they say it is. So the size of the Earth being radius, diameter, circumference, all of these metrics that they've given us would conform to that measurement that you would do over a distance. So that's what we're asking for. So if you're not willing to try to figure out how they've done that, then you're not doing a service for providing evidence that the Earth is a globe, like you say or think it is.
And see, this is the problem, right?
I'm trying to tell you there's different ways to come up with this measurement.
Well, this is the problem. This is a problem, right?
The problem is you
guys want to argue for a globe, for the globe, which necessitates and has very specific geometric properties and values, right? But what you try to do is you try to claim, like, you don't want to deal with the specificity of your argument. You want to keep it vague and nebulous. And the problem with this is
you're trying
to make it unfalsifiable, which is pseudoscientific and which is demonstrable of the fact that you've not actually got evidence for it, because when we try to hold you to the globe claim, you're trying to get out of it and say, no, it might not actually be that. It could be anything else. And that's just disingenuous. You're trying to make it unfalsifiable. You need to stick to what the globe model is actually claiming and then prove that. But so far, we've got you to actually acknowledge what the globe is claiming, but now you're trying to say, oh, it could be wrong but it's still the globe. No, that's a contradiction. If it's the globe,
we're not looking for new ways. We're not looking for new ways to do this, right? We're looking for established ways in academia. What ways have they figured out that it is a globe? You guys are conjuring up new ways in this call. Don't do that.
Guys. Let me point.
From academia.
Wait, let me point this out. I'm not sure if this will be like a bad analogy because maybe you guys don't believe in molecules, but let's say that wait. Let's say that water has like a very specific molecule mass, right? If that molecule mass is like wrong by some uncertainty factor, does that mean that the molecule that the molecule is not?
This is bullshit that we have to listen to this like analogy. Why can't you give us something that is established in academia that shows that the Earth is curving like they tell us? Show us somewhere that they've established this. You don't have to conjure up some kind of analogy or think about a new way to measure the Earth. Is there some way that they've already measured the Earth? Can you provide us that information, sir? Any of you guys that are coming in here trying to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe using all kinds of dumb ways? Just show us one way that it's been established.
You have to see the problem with saying, oh, it's 66 feet over 10 miles, but then as soon as we ask for evidence for that, you're doing everything you can to try and avoid that it's 66 feet over 10 miles. So which is it? Like you got 66 feet. Where did you get that from? Because you're now saying that's wrong.
I never said it was wrong.
Okay, so
I didn't say it was wrong. I never said it was wrong, by the way.
Okay, so it is 66 feet of drop over 10 miles in reality. So why is that
I suggested is there is another way to measure the Earth.
No, we don't care about that. We want the established way.
I understand that you don't care about that. But
you're trying to conjure up something right here in this call.
Your flawed experience with lasers.
What experiments? Listen, we're talking about. Hey, hold on a minute. I don't know what your name is, but you need to wait. Awesome. Can you show us somewhere that they've established that the Earth is a globe? Yeah, that's all we get. People just come in here. They want to say what they want to talk about. Some dumbass analogy that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, but I just want this. I just need you guys to validate this 66 feet of drop over 10 miles because now we've actually got something on the table. Now we've got something we can test. You've put your money where your mouth is. Right, it's a globe. It necessitates this specific amount of curvature over this distance. Prove that. Where's that been measured? And if it's never been measured, why are you arguing for it?
Crickets.
I'm trying to argue for curvature of molecules.
So why are you arguing that the Earth is flat?
Because there's no 66 feet of drop over 10 miles.
No, but I'm not saying it's a globe. Then I'm just saying it can be any other geometrical it can be a cube. It can be a cube. Did you measure it?
It would be a flat surface. So welcome to flat Earth.
Shirts in the back, drinks in the way. That's hilarious.
Wait, guys, just unmute Kero-san though. He just wants to speak.
No, hold on, Francisco. Hold on. I'm just quickly.
His handler.
It's telling that because you arguing all morning, and it just takes for us to actually get to the numbers that you're claiming for you to basically concede that it doesn't exist. So that should be telling you something, that as soon as you're not allowed to just waffle on vaguely about electrons and gravity, when we actually get to the hard numbers of the geometry being claimed, you guys basically have absolutely nothing. You say, oh, it could be wrong. It's never been measured. It's just been calculated. You can just look at shadows. I'm not saying it's a globe. It could be a cube. Think about it. That's it. Over. Done.
Yeah, true. Can you unmute the guy? He's been muted for 1 hour. He didn't say anything.
Who?
Kero-san.
Why? What's he got? Do you know him?
Yes. I met him in I'm transparent. I met him in a modern debate. I think he's pretty good at debating.
He's good at debating.
Yeah,
so do you think
unmute him.
Who's measured? All right, Kero-san, you're up. Who's measured 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles?
Sorry, I was just trying to mute me. I wasn't. I just want to apologize, 20 Cups. I wasn't trying to interrupt. I was speaking locally here to someone else, and I thought I was muted, and I wasn't. So I apologize.
All right, all good.
All right, so
just remuted him.
Yeah, I remuted him. So unless he's going to have something to contribute, you're advocating for some guy who just wanted to waffle.
Well, that's all right. Now, he was saying cups. He wasn't trying to interrupt earlier. So, Kero-san, we're
hilarious,
looking for this 66 feet of drop over 10 miles measured. Do you have that? Do you know who did that?
I mean, we do have examples of it happening, right? So, like, I mean, but we don't have to go there because I'm sure we can talk about it before then. But with something like surveyors, they account for drop for long for large
So
construction projects. They account for that drop and they observe it.
Okay, so let's see a verifiable measurement of this curvature then.
I mean, okay. So if we have a long bridge and we have two towers that are built to a plumb line.
Who did? No, who did?
The people that built the people that engineered and built the like long bridges.
Okay, hold on, are we talking about 9/11? Yo, 9/11, it proves the Earth is flat. Because if it was flat,
No, he's bringing up the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge argument, which has been around for about 10 years.
No, there's others.
Before.
No, I don't care. I don't care for you speaking vaguely about bridges. Show a measurement.
Fuck.
Can we hear the bridge
We
argument,
can't just
please?
speak on it conceptually.
No, not conceptually. Like a documented measurement, method, tools, data.
Yeah, they measured the distance of the towers, the bottom of the distance between the bottom and the distance between the top. The top is farther apart, and if they're both built along the plumb line, then that would be evidence of
Show the measurement. Show the measurement. Show the measurement. Show it.
Yeah, and the water is level underneath that bridge. The water is level.
Yeah, hold on a minute, guys.
No, we're not even talking about the water.
Show the measurement. Show the measurement. I'm going to keep saying that until you put it in the text chat. Show the measurement right now.
Yeah. Just to clarify, Kero-san, are you saying that the stanchions or the towers on the bridge are tilted in some way? You're not saying that the ground is curved or the water is curved that they're over. You're saying the bridge itself is built in such a way that the supports are angled off.
I wasn't claiming that because that would be just purposeful construction, right? If that was the case, my assertion, what I was saying was that they were built along a plumb line, and then if you measure the distance between the bottom and the top,
why don't you show the measurement?
The top is farther
Why
apart.
don't you show the measurement? I've been asking for this, and you guys listen. Show the measurement right now. Show it. Put it in the text chat that the measurement is such that it conforms to the Earth's curvature. Show the measurement.
Yeah, I'll
right now.
The measurement should entail a margin of error. If you don't have a margin of error, you don't have a measurement.
You don't have a measurement. Yeah,
and the measurement
exactly right.
will have to
Show that.
speak to the surface curvature specifically. So yeah, let's.
Otherwise, I'm calling bullshit. Show the measurement, or I'm calling bullshit right now.
I'd like to compare this to the margin of error to the bridge deformation under load, stress, across its span over the course of a year just due to weather changes.
Man, you would think it wouldn't be so hard. I mean, you guys come in, you're like yelling at us for not believing in the globe, and then we ask you for one measurement, and this is what you guys act like.
By the way, I only yell because you guys talk over a lot and dogpile a lot. That's the only reason. I think it's a valid point that you guys come with, actually. So,
well, we appreciate that. It is valid because if you're claiming that the Earth is a ball with curvature, then asking for a measurement of this curvature isn't unreasonable.
So the guy went away. He just actually only had a talking point that he couldn't back up. So now he's looking for the.
You're not letting me talk, so I have to stop and
letting you talk. No, you talked. You said that there was a measurement with this bridge, and now you're not producing the evidence of that measurement. So now we're waiting for you to look it up, and then come back.
I suppose that's one way to not provide any evidence for a globe.
Fuck. These fucking Mongos, dude. This shit's hilarious, bro.
This is what a lot of them have to do because they realize they can't actually make any argument and they don't actually know why they believe the Earth's a ball, other than they've been shown government cartoons.
Right.
So it should be pointed out. It should be pointed out that Kiro-san, the guy that the other guy was advocating for, Francisco, he was advocating for Kiro-san, supposedly is a good modern day debater, and it shows like right now that he made a claim that he didn't have evidence to, and now he's looking for the evidence mid debate.
No, I didn't have it. I didn't have it on hand, so I do apologize for not having it on hand.
That's all
Yeah,
right.
it's the thing you claim. This is the thing you claim, man. Coming in here saying you had. Paris Narrows Bridge provides evidence that they built it for the Earth's curvature. Now I want to see that measurement that you're not producing. Where is it?
Don't they find it odd that that the globe is, if the globe is so real, they should have facts in their head that they can rattle off? Because all these stupid flat earthers can do it. They have all the facts. They don't need to look at something.
You would think
No,
if you had a measurement, it would just be like saved.
No, the variance between like being a very large Earth or being flat is you're talking about very fine measurements
No, we're not.
to
We're
differentiate
talking
between
about
the two. It's not something that people might have memorized on hand.
No, we're talking about
What are the
66
measurements,
feet over
though?
10
That's all
miles,
they're asking.
200 plus feet over 20 miles. It's not immeasurable or tiny. It's significant.
The variance actually grows exponentially with the distance. If you didn't know that.
To show like 8 inches of drop over a mile, like that would be very difficult to show with the naked eye.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be difficult to show.
Well, I'm trying to find. I have the measurements. I have the measurements. I'm trying to find a source of the measurement that you might accept. Might be
longest bridge in the world, 102 miles, no curvature consideration. Longest bridge in the world, 102 miles, no consideration of Earth's curvature. There you go. All right,
okay.
Bridges.
In the meantime, Karasan, you go and find that then, and in the meantime, we'll let you find your measurement. Does anyone else think they have any evidence for the Earth being a ball? Any measurement?
I just wanted to say to Kirsten real quick: don't go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the globe ball Earth that you're used to.
Ha ha ha.
Hey, happy hunting, bro.
Dude,
happy hunting,
genuinely
dog.
trying to find it, good for you. Because most of the Globers, they don't even try to find it. They just call us idiots. And
True.
leave.
Much props if you are actually trying to find it and not just harassing us in here. Much props.
I think that it's still bad form.
I try to engage
he made
honestly.
a claim that he didn't have. He made a claim that he didn't have evidence to it. Now we're just waiting for him to produce the evidence. In the meantime, he made the claim before he had the evidence. So that's what they all do.
Terrible.
No,
We're still
it's
trying
so
to find
the
it
bridge.
too, right?
The bridge.
We're crowdsourcing it.
What I'm trying to find a better source for is that the Humber Bridge, the towers on the Humber Bridge are 1.4 inches apart. Although they're measured vertical, their tops are 1.4 inches farther apart
You
than
are
at the
doing
bottom.
what I said. That's what I said.
So I'm trying to find a better source than just Wikipedia.
This is what I said. I don't want you showing us that they've built towers with a slight tilt to them. I want you showing us that the surface that they're
I
over
agree,
is
and that's
curved.
why I'm trying to find the source of the measurement, not the source of the construction.
Yeah, we looked at that source
The
too.
water's level under the bridge, though. The water's level under the bridge. Come on, man.
Yeah. It would be the surface curvature that we're looking for.
All right,
not
just for the person that keeps saying the water's level under the bridge, how much curvature would you expect to exist on the water?
No, don't engage. Don't engage.
If the Earth is
don't
okay.
engage. I'm going to mute you. Kiro-san, you're going back on mute until you produce the evidence. Don't engage until you have your information, bro.
You would
don't
expect
engage.
You would expect 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. That's what you would expect as a globe.
Pure insanity.
So that's what you would have to prove.
No, I was referring to the amount of curb that would exist
All right, you're going to get muted.
between the towers of a bridge.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Well, that would be negligible.
You're on mute. I'm going to hold you there until you produce the information. You're going to be held on mute. You're not going to engage anybody else on any other point other than the one that you made, the claim that you said you had the evidence to. Let's see the evidence. Tired of mucking around with the guy.
On the other hand, it's significant enough to measure.
I love this standard. I love this standard, man. I just love it.
Well, I'm just going to keep working on that 66 feet because honestly, I think the way to go with this is we need to hold them to the claim, because if we don't have a claim on the table, they can just go in any direction and talk vaguely about a whole number of things. But we've got an actual number on the table, 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. We could increase that, make it proportional to what the claim is, whatever. But the claim is there. So that's what you need to substantiate. And if you can't substantiate that, then you've got no business saying, well, gravity this and satellites that, because you're just assuming that 66 feet a drop over 10 miles. So that's what you need. That's all you need. If you had that, then we wouldn't be here. Okay? So really, I mean, you guys think that we are sending robots to a light in the sky hundreds of thousands of miles away, driving around, doing all kinds of space sci-fi shit, but they can't measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles? Can you guys reconcile those two beliefs, please?
Something to be noted is that he's still looking for the information. He can't find the measurement of the claim that he made. I want to let the audience know that time has already passed. It's been, what, 5 minutes that he's been looking for this?
But what is the point of clowning someone? What is the point of clowning someone, though?
No. We're holding people accountable to what they say. It's not clowning. Holding them accountable to their claim. And he can't produce the information that he said he had. Not clowning.
So laughing is part of it.
Let's let him look. If he says he's looking, just let him look. It's fine. We can move on to someone else while he does that. Someone else must have something. Come on, guys. They're sending robots to Mars. You must be able to measure a curved lake. Actually, Mansky, you're in the chat talking all kinds of big globe talk. Mansky, have you got a measurement for this fantasy globe idea? No?
I mean, that's like all you guys do nowadays. You just screech for a measurement.
That's all you guys do now. You guys just ask us for evidence for our fantasy globe. Yes, correct. Have you got any?
I personally do not have a measurement of the curve.
Okay, so you don't have. Okay, so you've not got an observation. You've not got a measurement.
I do have an observation. I see a massive sun rise every morning, which would not be possible on the flat Earth.
Okay, but we're asking for Earth being a ball.
See, and that's the thing. Like you guys, you don't have a model.
So are you saying you see the sun moving?
So your proof of curvature, Mansky, your proof of curvature is us not having a model.
No, his proof of curvature
is you see the sun model, like I said in chat. And it was so shit that in 2025, all you have is show us a measurement.
Mansky, if you don't have any observation or measurement of curvature, how can you say it's a ball?
Bro, the heliocentric globe model explains everything.
Oh, it explains everything. How does it explain?
Except where the curvature is.
Hold on. Mansky, how does it explain having no surface curvature?
It does have curvature. I'm sorry to tell you.
Who measured that?
Yeah, and I know the scripts. Like you don't need.
No one. We know the script
bro.
We know the script too. Earth is a globe. Really?
Did someone tell you that? Why are you brainwashed from childhood? Oh, whoa.
Yeah, you are, Mansky. As your demonstration.
We're gonna have to hold Mansky up for just a moment. The guy Kirill-san just produced something. I want to see if he's able to articulate what he just posted. Because I told him I will unmute him if he posts it, but I want to see what he's got to say.
I'm going to mute him then.
Go ahead, Kirill-san.
Yeah, so I found the paper that references. So the paper was a study done on the bridge, and they weren't trying to prove anything particular with the parallel or not nature of the towers, but they were doing real-time monitoring of the bridges to survey the north-south wind deflection of the towers. And if you look at the average deflection and you normalize it, then you can see that the towers are farther apart at the top than they are at the base.
Quote the bit where it mentions the curvature.
Fuck. Where does it mention a measurement of the Earth's curvature? And what part of that?
Yeah, it's just 10 pages, dude. Have you got like a quote from it? Where is it?
Yeah, it's in the graphs that show the average deflection from the winds, and then when you normalize that out, you get 1.4 millimeter. You get a 1.4 millimeter difference.
Point to the audience. Where in the article?
1.4 millimeter.
Yeah, difference in their
where
heights.
in the article?
Over the expansion.
BRB. This is funny though. Keep it going.
Yeah, where in the article does it point out that the Earth's curvature is being taken into account?
I mean, you know,
But
that's a
when this bridge
disingenuous question. It's not. That's not what the study's for.
Okay,
Right?
so it's not
Then why
pointing,
you bring it
it's
up?
not pointing to the dude. You just admitted right now. It's not
No, he's saying that the
pointing
data
to
is
the
there,
evidence
but they
the
don't
Earth is curving
conclude
in
that
any
because
way. It's not what
he's saying that. No, you're misconstruing. He's
Okay,
saying
so
that
it's
the
not
conclusion is
conclusive.
not.
So it's not conclusive, Francisco.
They
It's
no,
not
it is conclusive because the
Francisco.
data is there. They just don't conclude
You
it
just
themselves because
admitted
they're
it's
not
not
looking for
conclusive.
it.
You just admitted it's not conclusive right now. You just said that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you guys are fumbling because this is not evidence that the Earth is curving. You already know.
How can you ask for something? He gives you that shit and then you goalpost it.
It's not giving him that. What did he give us, dude? Is this what we're asking for? That the evidence that the bridge's construction was taken into account the Earth's curvature. Is that what he given us? No, it's not what he gave us.
No, I didn't want to provide AV. Just to clarify, I didn't want to provide the bridge's construction because you can just say that they assumed the Earth was a globe, so they constructed it that way, right? So
I don't care.
So providing
You need to
that wouldn't
produce the
provide any
evidence that
value to the
Listen,
discussion.
the engineers, you need to produce the evidence that the engineers took into account the Earth's curvature when the bridge was constructed. That's what we want. We want to see evidence that they had taken it into account. That's what we want to see. If it was true that what you're saying is that this bridge shows that the Earth is curving, then the engineers would have taken that into account in the construction phase.
But couldn't you just say that the engineers just assumed that the Earth was a globe and
I don't care,
included
dude.
in their
It's not about what I listen.
construction
It's not
regardless?
about what I'm going to say. Don't go to what I'm going to say. Just show that they took it into account. That's all we care about. Is that they said we took this into account and here's how we did it.
Yeah,
That's the
and
only
then
thing we care about.
Yeah, and the water would be curving under the bridge as well, not level.
Yeah, but that's not. Hold on, Jed. That's not the point I'm making. What I'm making right now is that he made a claim that with this bridge's construction, they had to have taken it into account in the process of constructing it. I want to see that information that he's not providing. Because they didn't do it, Kiro-san, and you know it. You and Francisco know that. You could drop this point and go to another one if you'd like, but this isn't evidence. Your claim has already it's not an evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Well, I think if I provide the specific thing you're asking for, it wouldn't be evidence either. I won't provide it as evidence because I don't think it's really evidence.
Yeah, don't divide.
I'm not trying to divine your thoughts. I'm telling you that. I'm telling you that if I provided you blueprints that was made by a human that assumed the Earth was a globe, why would that be evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Because the engineers would have to take it into account when they're constructing this bridge. If it was true that the Earth is curving like you say it is, they would have taken it into account, and then there would be evidence there somewhere that there's an accountability of it being taken into the construction phase. That you're not providing that, so therefore what you're saying is you don't really know if they did or not.
Okay, I'll try to find the blueprints because that's the only thing I can do is try to find the blueprints.
Well, that the engineers, go for the engineers. They would be the ones to construct the building according to how they need to based on the Earth. So if they're taking the Earth's curvature into account, then that would be the whole point that you're trying to make. That the bridge was built on the fact that they were doing it on top of the surface of the Earth that's curving. That was your whole point.
If he can find this, wait. If he can find this, will it change your mind? If he can find this, will it change your mind about the Earth?
It's not about. Listen, it's not about changing our minds. It's about producing. It's about producing. Yeah, you're not here to. I'm not here to change your mind. I'm here to challenge you. So if you come in here, I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to challenge your point. Whether or not you're convinced or not, that's up to you. So you leave it up to the people. Just produce the information. That's all you have to do.
Okay, so this wouldn't change your mind at all. I see. Okay.
It doesn't matter about that. Produce the information. Let the people decide.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like so. I was looking at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, and it looks like it's referenced in a book, and I'm not going to.
The Humber Bridge was the one you were talking about, bro.
And I couldn't find anything about the.
So you're switching bridges now. We're going to a different bridge. Is that right? I'm just pointing out to the audience.
Actually larger.
This is the thing that we're doing right now. We're switching to different bridges because the first one wasn't evidence of that. So now let's go to the Verrazano Bridge, which is a different bridge. Let's see that the engineers took the curvature of the Earth into account. Go ahead and show that, please.
Notice Mansky's reverted back to AI mode. Copy paste.
I'm loving this standard of proof. Just loving it. Holding their feet to the fire and their hands, if they've got hands, with their hands in there as well. To
They're
the fire.
little crab claws. They're little minion claws.
T-Rex arms with little hands flapping on the end of
Oh,
it.
yeah. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, whilst they're building all these bridges, that water is level under that bridge. Doesn't matter, man. All right? That's my gripe. The water's level. All this argument about bridges. The water's not even curving, ladies and gentlemen. The bridge is curving now. Here we go.
If the Earth was as big as they say they was, how much curvature would exist on the water between the centuries?
My God.
The interesting thing about it is that every time they bring up a claim that thinks that, they think that it backs up the Earth being a globe, it never really does. So wherever they heard it from, they don't know how to back up their own claim. And that's what I'm pointing out right now. So the fact that the Earth is flat, that we know, can be shown to them all day long. But the claims that they're making to support the evidence that the Earth is a globe cannot be verified or backed up. They don't know what they're saying is what I'm pointing out for the audience.
Yeah,
what we're going to get is that...
Sorry, Miggy. And it's a familiar pattern. This not being able to present their proof. This is a familiar pattern for 10 years. 10 years.
Yeah, these talking points come from like the likes of McToon and Dave Farina.
T-Jump. Fuck. They probably got all this information off McToon's website.
No, these are just talking points that the people that think that the Earth is a globe would say, but there's no evidence to back it up. None of it has any evidence.
As soon as it's put to the fire a little bit, even it just fumbles dude hard, and then it's hilarious though. Like the things that they say, dude. It's like just when you think that they're not gonna say anything more ludicrous or preposterous, they never fail to entertain. You know what I mean?
So we never got that measurement, I guess. I had to step out.
No, he actually went from the Humber Bridge. He dropped the Humber Bridge